of things I want us to all highlight this morning. First of all, to the tech team, kindly help us with the very daylight we have in this room. We wouldn't want to be in the dark. Kindly give us that daylight that you gave us yesterday so we can have some light in the room. Very important. And as we do that, I want to entreat all stakeholders in the house to kindly make way to the front seat. We look pretty dispersed the way we are, but it would be more appropriate if we all can make our way to the front seat and the 1, 2, 3 seats right before us. So let's do all to please converge from wherever we are so we can make it to these central points to build that synergy we need for today. Please, let's do that for the program's sake. And as you can see per time, we are almost into 9 a.m. and we will want to start right on 9 a.m. So let's try, and then as we move to the central point, we make do with the time for 9 a.m. I wouldn't want to further mince words. I want to go ahead and introduce the session and welcome the stakeholders for the session to be seated as all of these activities are ongoing. The very first person for this plenary session on Stakeholders Engagement 3, ICANN and AAU in the Coalition for Digital Africa, the chairperson, Professor Frederick Atoama, Director of Research and Programs at the Association of African Universities. Please put your hands together for Professor Atoama as he makes his way up here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ochredakun. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the plenary session 8, ICANN and AAU in the Coalition for Digital Africa. The essential elements of a digital Africa in the 21st century include digital infrastructure, policy and regulation, digital economy, digital skills and education, innovation and entrepreneurship. To dissect these issues, we have a panel of 3 speakers who will do justice to the topics. First, we invite to the stage Mr. Yaovi Atohun of ICANN. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Yaovi will speak to knowing ICANN and the Coalition for Digital Africa. Next, we invite Mr. Gerardo Ferrara, also of ICANN, to the stage. Mr. Gerardo Ferrara will speak to the issues IDN program at ICANN and Africa Scripts, universal acceptance, and what does it mean? The third distinguished speaker is Dr. Felicia Nkrumah Kwagbeji. Let's welcome her. She will speak on the AAU and the Universal Acceptance Project in academia. They would be presenting one after the other. They will have PowerPoint projections, but we will give them the opportunity also to say a brief, something about themselves, something brief.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. My name is Yaovi Atohun. We want to thank AAU and all of you to have this opportunity to present, to talk briefly, to be in that session. To talk about myself, I was a former staff of AAU. Between 2008 and 2012, I was at AAU Secretariat in Ghana. And after that, I joined ICANN in 2013, and currently I'm working as a director for stakeholder engagement and operation for Africa at ICANN. This is briefly what I want to say. And to save time, we just move, and then we'll have time to interact more later. As introduced by the chair of the session, we'll know more about ICANN when we talk about ICANN. When we talk about the Coalition for Digital Africa, we'll talk about that, and AU is a key partner in this coalition, and we'll hear more about Dr. Felicia on that topic. And within ICANN, we have a lot of program, and then my colleague, Gerardo Ferreira, will talk about what we call universal acceptance. So we have to be sure we are not making a confusion when we talk about universal acceptance and universal access. So two different things. And I was mentioning the name Joe Capatano. My colleague Joe Capatano also with me tomorrow will have the opportunity to interact with you tomorrow in the afternoon, session 5B, because the time is too short today. So what you can see on the first slide is how we have internet today on the first slide. As I mentioned, I will be talking about ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. I'm sure that most of us, we don't really know when we talk about ICANN what it is. The domain name system, when we talk about the domain name system, all this we have to understand, we have to know, we don't need to be a technical person. We are going to talk about the next round of new generic top-level domain, which is quite important because you'll understand that you'll be happy also to have at the end of your email address something very important to you. Instead of having like dot something you have today at the end of your email address, you'll be happy to have something which is very important to you, specific to you. So this is what we'll know about the next round of new generic top-level domain. It's not something happening every time. So this is why we are using this opportunity to talk about it. And again, the Coalition for Digital Africa, which is very important program. So as you see, internet, we are here also because of communication, some communications between the organizers, between the partners. Ourselves also, we were communicating with travel agencies, many organizations. We were using internet. And most of the time, we are using email address to communicate, or we are going on a website. So if I take the case of the email address, for example, what we have, when we have our email address, after the symbol arrow bars, we have at the end, the last label at the end. So it can be something linked to our country or something that is generic. That is what we call the domain names. We'll talk about this one. So what is ICANN briefly? ICANN is one of the organizations in the internet ecosystem coordinating some important resources. So that is the role of ICANN. And it is important for all of us, especially the academia, to be more involved. And we are very glad that we have AAU as a partner. Because of AAU, we are having more academia, especially from the continent, involved in the policy activities of development of the internet on the continent. So as I mentioned, we have like 3 pillars, but we have mainly 2 main pillars. So one of the pillars is what we call the domain name. So again, when you take your email address, take what is at the end of the email address, your email address. If you have something like com at the end, you have org at the end, you have UK at the end, you have MA at the end. We have a lot. And we have today more than 1,000 options, what is at the end of our email address. So in brief, we call this a top-level domain. So ICANN is the organization in the world, so managing the top-level domain. So today you can't go and then decide of the top-level domain you want to have in the ecosystem. So you can't have that. So ICANN is the organization through what we call around, create, or allow to have this top-level domain name in the internet ecosystem. So that is one aspect ICANN is doing. So the top-level domain. So what is happening at the order level is not for ICANN. ICANN is delegating to entities in the world to manage this. So ICANN is just in charge of the top-level domain. Tomorrow in the workshop, we can talk more about this. And then what we have also is what we call the IP addresses. So anytime you are connected. So some of us, when we are here at the airport, we took a SIM card to connect. So anytime you have a device, it can be your phone, it can be your camera. So people here in this room, you are watching your room, your offices from here. So any device connected to the internet, this device use what we call an IP address. So what ICANN is doing also, ICANN is just giving blocks of IP addresses to what we call regional internet registries. So we have one for Africa, we have one for Europe, we have for Asia Pacific. So we have 5 regional internet registries. So the role of ICANN also, one of the roles is to give these number resources, we call them number resources, to the various regions. And we have a very specific ecosystem when we talk about ICANN. So anyone in this room can be in the ICANN board if you want. Anyone in this room can be in the ICANN board. Why? Because the seats in the ICANN board, you can have one seat which is just for end users. So one person representing the end users you can be a candidate when we have time for election for the ICANN board, and then you can sit in the ICANN board. So ICANN board, you don't need to be paying in a company to be part of the ICANN board. Like you can be like just a user of internet, you can be in the ICANN board. So that is the ecosystem of ICANN. So we have the board, we have the ICANN board, we have the community and all users, everyone. If you are not working for ICANN, you are not part of the staff, you are part of the ICANN community. Even if you have some specific group, we have 2 main groups. We call them the supporting organizations and the advisory committee. So these groups are more organized, but the ICANN community is very, very important because ICANN is just making the internet work is not just a question of technical people. We have a lot of policies. We have to tell, if you have a driver, you have a car, you have to tell the driver where to go. So you are the person telling the driver where to go. If you want to have more domain names, as I mentioned today, we have about 1,200, 1,200, more than that today, around that today. If you want to have more, it is based on a policy. It is based on a discussion between ICANN and the community. So we have, as you know, from history, ICANN internet started in the US, and today we have regional offices for coordinating of activities. So the one covering Africa is based in Istanbul, covering the Middle East and Africa. So the headquarters of ICANN is based in Los Angeles. And you are all invited to contribute to what ICANN is doing. So I'm taking the opportunity to tell you that we used to have 3 public meetings every year. We used to have 3 public meetings. And during this meeting, we discussed a lot. So how should internet work? If I'm from a government, for example, we have specific group where government people are represented. If you are end users, we have a group representing the end users. If you are a technical entity, so we have various component people contributing to what ICANN is doing. So what do we call the domain name system? It's not just a technical matter, but to explain something very simple. Most of us, if you go around the booths, we'll see website, address of website, we'll see things like that. When we go around the booth, the person will tell you, this is our website. This is the address of our website. So this is something most of the time we can keep in mind. So if I tell you something, it is very easy to keep that in mind. But behind that, the technical people, what they do is that they use what I just mentioned before, the IP addresses. They use that
they assign these IP addresses to equipment. So what's happened is that anytime you type like an address of a website in an application we call browser, for example, anytime you type that, what we call the domain name system is what is allowing the process. It's a process where when you type www something does something, or you type something does something in a browser, so it is because of what we call the domain name system that your equipment is directed to maybe a server somewhere or to a place where you have a content. So it's making the link between what you type and what we call the IP addresses. So again, that is the way we navigate through the internet. We type something, and the system, because of what we call the domain name system, bring you to a content somewhere. So as an example, what we call the top level domain, to illustrate what I mentioned before, if you see www.icann.org, just look at the last part, the .org. Especially pay attention to our email addresses. After the @ the last part is what we call the top level domain name. So the role of ICANN globally is to manage the top level domain names, the creation of the top level domain names, because we can't have top level domain names without the involvement of ICANN. So ICANN is the organization delegating the management of the top level domain name. So if you go back to your country, for each country, we have what we call the ISO code. The 2-character ISO code, that is what ICANN is using to assign a country code top level domain to a country. So each country, we have a 2 code, which is what we call the top level for your country. So you can have a domain name under the top level domain of your country. You can have a domain name which is not under the country, which what we call the generic top level domain name. I'll go be very brief again to save time, because we have other presentations and we have a workshop tomorrow to go in detail. This is just an illustration of what we call domain name, but what I want to point out is that today we have domain names which are not necessarily in our languages. I'm not talking about content. I'm talking about domain name. So today we have domain name which are not necessarily in our languages. So you can see that today we have domain name is Arabic. So I can have a friend in Morocco who can send me an email using his domain name in Arabic. So the content can be in French, the content of the message can be in English, but the person can use a domain name in Arabic. So just to know that today ICANN is working with the community globally so that everyone can use his own language, his own script. So when we mention Africa, we have many languages in Africa. We have a lot of languages. So I'm not a language specialist. I think we have more than 2,000. So each language, you have to see under which script your language is going in Africa, for example, or in your country, in your region. If you have a language, this language is under a script. My colleague will talk more about that. So just to mention that today, we have domain names which are not only ASCII, we have in other scripts. Especially for Ethiopia, for example, we have Amharic. So ICANN did work with this country, and this country is able to use domain name in their own script. So we have what we call the root zone label generation rule. So if you have a specific script, so we have a community composed by computer specialists, many people. So they are together, they work on which character in our script can be used, which one cannot be used, and then we have what we call the rule for this script. So for Africa, for example, you have many languages, part of the Latin script. You have many languages, part of the Arabic script. So this is to show you that we have the community also working a lot with ICANN to have all this in places. So I just mentioned already that today we have more than 1,200 domain names today, top-level domain name. So this brings me to the next round, because in 2026, you'll have the opportunity, if you have a brand, if you have a city, and you want the city name to be part of the top-level domain, you have the opportunity in 2026 to apply for that top-level domain. For example, today in Africa, we have Durban. We have Durban as a top-level domain name. We have Paris at the top level domain name. So if your country, you see a city very important, you think that your city can be a top level domain name, 2026 is the time for you. But you don't have to wait until 2026 because the application fee is 227,000 US dollars. 227 US dollars, the application fee. But ICANN has a program we call the Applicant Support Program, which can allow you to have like a discount about between 75 and 85% discount. You can have this discount if you want to apply. So you have to act now because the deadline to apply for in the applicant support program is the 19th of November this year. So we can talk later about that. To close, I want to talk about the Coalition for Digital Africa. I already mentioned that AU is a key partner in the coalition. This coalition is about organizations united, and they are committed to expand the access to the internet in Africa and also to support development of Africa digital economy. So we have some projects under this program, which is we call the Coalition for Digital Africa. We have what we call the ICANN managed root server. We call them the L routes. So tomorrow in our workshop, we can talk more about that. We want to increase capacity for people managing the country code top level domain. We have something we call the domain name DNSSEC, which is a technical term where when it is implemented as a protocol, people are more confident in using also internet. We have universal acceptance in higher education institution. Dr. Felicia will talk about that more in detail. And then we have a lot of programs, and then because of time, I will stop there and just invite you to our booth where we have a lot of information about the Coalition for Digital Africa, and I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to respond to one or two more questions. I want to thank you very much for your attention. Sorry to be very quick in the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yaovi Atohun. Please resume your seat. We'll have the next speaker, Mr. Gerardo Ferreira. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, good morning. My name is Geraldo, and I'm honored to present this session about universal acceptance. What does it mean, and how can you participate? Agenda. These are the topics of the agenda today: multilingual world and digital inclusion, domain name systems and top-level domain names, internationalized domain names and internationalized email address, universal acceptance enabling digital inclusivity, why should technology developers become proficient in UA curriculum, and finally, how can you participate UA curriculum integration program? Well, we live in a multilingual world. Globally, English comes in third in terms of native speakers around the world. It comes after Chinese and Spanish. And English also represents only 52% of the total content online. But this percent is decreasing. Digital inclusion and opportunity. Today we have 5.5 billion internet users worldwide, which is 68% of internet users. So the remaining 32% of world population, which is 2.6 billion people, they are still not online. So we can see on the right the numbers for words. So we came from 53% in 2019 to 68% in 2024. And we have also information about other regions. For Africa, in the last 5 years, we improved from 25% to 38%. So we have a lot of space to improve internet here in Africa. And many of those who are already online, and most of those who will coming online, they communicate in their native language. So this is very important. So I will not spend much time here because Yaovi already talked about this, but the domain name system, the domain name itself identifies a specific address, and that belongs to a company, organization, institution, individual. And every Internet Connect device has a unique IP address. For example, ICANN.org has this address 192.0.43.7. Collectively, the domain names and the IP address help us to navigate in the Internet. And ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, helps to coordinate and support these unique identifiers across the world. So ICANN's mission is to help ensure a stable, secure, and unified global internet. Here we have some dates about the expansion of DNS. Pre-2009, we had just generic top-level domains like .com, .org, .net, and we had also country code top-level domains with only 2 characters in ASCII, like .uk, .fr. And then from 2009 onwards, we start to have internationalized country code top-level domains, as we can see here in local scripts. And from 2012 onwards, we start to have this new generic top-level domain program, and we had the inclusion of long and new generic top-level domains, for example, .technology, .photography, and we had also internationalized generic top-level domains in different scripts. So we have some categories of domain names and email address. And as I just talked, it's now possible to have domain names and email address in local languages. So we call internationalized domain names IDNs, and email address internationalization, EAI. So some categories of domain names, newer top-level domain names in ASCII, for example, .sky, longer top-level domain names in ASCII, like .abu Dhabi, and finally, internationalized domain names using Unicode characters. Here we have an example in Chinese. We have also some categories of email address internationalization. Here we have some examples using Unicode in different scripts. So ASCII is based on the letters A to Z, digits 0 to 9, and hyphen. And Unicode, it's different support characters of global languages and scripts. So evolution of email address. Well, initially, email addresses were not available in local languages and scripts. And email address internationalization addresses this limitation and allows for having email address in local language and scripts. Just an important note here is that internationalized email addresses are not related to the text in the body of the email. So when we talk about internationalized email address, we are talking about the address itself. We are not talking about the body of the email, the content of the email. So here we have some examples of internationalized domain names in different scripts and languages, Armenian, Korean, Arabic. The same for internationalized email address in different scripts and languages, Chinese, Devanagari, Arabic, Greek, and Tamil. So what's the challenge? IDN top-level domains allow for multilingual domain names and email address for communities to register and use, allowing for more digital inclusion. But there are issues in their universal acceptance. For example, we have here this form in a website, so the user can subscribe to this newsletter. And here we have a problem. So the user tried to use his email or her email in Arabic, and the website or the application is showing an error saying, please enter a valid email address. So this is the kind of problem that universal acceptance tries to resolve, right? So we don't have to have this kind of experience. Universal acceptance tries to solve this, and every email address should be working here, not only in Arabic, but in other languages as well. So what is universal acceptance? The goal is all valid domain names and email address work in all software applications. As impact, this enables broader consumer choice and a multilingual internet. So universal acceptance enabling digital inclusivity. We think that through universal acceptance, all those who develop, provide, or manage online websites and applications, they have the opportunity to enable users globally to experience the social and economic power of the internet. And achieving UA ensures that every person has the ability to navigate and communicate on the internet using their chosen domain name and email address that best aligns with their interests, business, culture, language, and scripts. It provides important economic and social benefits of supporting multilingual internet users in their ability to connect to e-commerce, local communities, and governments, as well as to embrace cultural traditions through the language. So what about the developers? Why should technology developers become proficient in UA? Well, a strong understanding of UA is emerging as a key competitive differentiator for developers. And developers who become UA experts, they can set themselves apart with a valuable skill. And developers who create online systems with UA in mind ensure their work is ready for the future and supportive of current internet users, as well as the next billion who will come online. Developers who understand UA principles have a unique advantage in designing more inclusive systems, which presents a strong opportunity for business growth, especially for global organizations. Become proficient in UA doesn't require learning a new category of coding or programming. Instead, it builds upon existing skills set to expand system to recognize and support URL and email address in all character length, language, and scripts. UA curriculum. Well, to promote UA awareness and adoption, ICANN has published the UA curriculum, which consists of 12 modules covering the most important topics of IDNs, EAI, and UA. We have here on the left the modules, the topics, And you can see that they are very complete. And we have different topics covering Unicode, internationalized domain names, email address internationalization, and other topics, as well as, for example, mobile apps, security, and operation systems. So on the right, we have a flyer regarding UA curriculum and UA curriculum integration program, which is our next slide. So how can you participate UA curriculum integration program? Well, working in collaboration, ICANN and the university can carry out a faculty training and conduct integration of the curriculum into relevant degree programs. There are two ways to achieve this. First, making small-scale upgrades to existing course, or two, offering a separate focus course on UA and IDNs. So this integration program was designed and to have some responsibilities from both sides. From ICANN side, we provide the UA curriculum materials. We can conduct a faculty training during 2 or 3 days. It should be online whenever possible. We also provide technical support to the universities during 2 or 3 years in order to integrate the curriculum. And finally, we can promote this collaboration on UA curriculum through social media and other channels. From university side, they need to make the faculty members available for the training. They need, of course, to integrate the UA curriculum by updating the course into the relevant degree programs. Also, seek technical support from ICANN as needed. And finally, hold interim discussions during the program in order to provide feedback to ICANN. So this integration program, ICANN and the university need to establish an agreement to cover this collaboration. So that's it. Thank you very much. And I can answer any question in the following session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gerardo Ferraro. Now we have Dr. Nkrumah Kwagbeji presenting. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the slides. My name is Dr. Felicia Nkrumah Kwagbeji, and I'm the Acting Coordinator for ICT, Communications, and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. I want to start off by acknowledging the Secretary General, Professor Olushola, who has been working with us closely on this project, and to stand on his behalf to also acknowledge the partnership with ICANN for the support for us to work with the African universities to improve UA acceptance. From the presentations, the earlier two presentations, I believe you strongly agree with me that this is a very important aspect that we need to consider as higher education institutions. We want to promote collaboration, we want to promote engagement, we want other partners to write to us for research collaborations. However, sometimes when they go to the contact me page, because our emails, because our websites are not UA compliant, those messages don't even get delivered at all. So as part of this project, we have been working with ICANN to promote the adoption and to ensure that all our websites, all our emails are UA compliant. The project started with an objective to ensure that at least by end of June 2025, we would have at least 200 of African universities that would have ensured that their email addresses and also their websites are UA compliant. It has those four key objectives. One, to evaluate the UA readiness of AAU members, and we did this in this process and realized that some institutions were UA ready, whereas others were not, which means they were losing out on all the various engagements from the websites that are not ASCII characters, as they mentioned. Objective 2 was to create awareness and to develop capacity for UA within academic institutions. And under this, we've been partnering with various other institutions. For instance, EGICFA, Internet Governance and E-Governance Foundation, as part of the advocacy initiatives. We have also been undertaking UA Days. It's a daily activity that we celebrate annually, just to leverage that opportunity to draw awareness about UA, its importance and the need, and why we should really prioritize that. We have also been working to encourage higher education and research institutions to participate generally in the UA acceptance steering group. I think Mr. Yauvi mentioned other opportunities that we can engage in as stakeholders and as leaders in the higher education space. Then finally, one of our key objectives has also been to offer information on higher education institutions to incorporate UA and to really make sure that our domain names are internationalized. There's the aspect on academic curriculum as well. This has started. We are piloting these initiatives with some institutions, and I would expatiate on that as I proceed. We believe that capacity development is really key, and therefore we have prioritized it in most of our engagement. We've been undertaking technical workshops, leveraging the ICT directors in the various higher education institutions. There's a group of ICT directors that we have been working with as AAU in terms of building their capacity and making sure that we have that community of practice to support our institutional needs at the higher education institutional level. We have also been focusing on curriculum integration, making sure that the next generation of ICT students that are being trained, that will be in leadership positions, are fully aware of UA, and in all their configurations at the institutional level, they are ensuring that all of these platforms are UA compliant. And we've also been engaging in webinars. So there are a series of webinars as part of the advocacy initiatives that we have been undertaking. So just to run us through some of the technical workshops we have undertaken, for now, 3 of those were successfully conducted in Ghana and then also in Namibia when the AU hosted its Corivip. And then there was another one in Morocco. Just to say that the purpose of these workshops have been to train the ICT directors, as I mentioned. So they are equipped with the skills to be able to configure their institutional email and website systems to be UA compliant. So for the workshops conducted in Ghana, for instance, we had about 43 participants from 8 universities. And then for the workshop hosted in Namibia, we had 26 participants coming from 8 countries. And then in Rabat as well, we had 35 participants from 14 countries. But beyond these specific workshops, we usually leverage other ongoing events organized by partners to make a presentation and to draw attention on the need for our institutional platforms to be UA compliant. On curriculum, we are currently piloting with Kabali University, which has successfully mapped UA into their existing computer science courses, and we are soon to roll out faculty training. So arrangements are ongoing. There are 2 other institutions that we are in talks with as part of the pilot that I mentioned, one of which is Dodoma University. For the webinars as well, a series of webinars have been conducted focusing or leveraging English platforms. We organized one which was English only. So this was the Anglophone session. It had 249 participants, and then one which also focused on our Francophone community, just to make sure that they can equally engage and interact We soon might do other ones for the Portuguese and Arabic communities in the next phases of the project. And these webinars were mainly to introduce the concept of UA, to break it down, to make sure that they understand and they can implement it moving forward. During these webinars and the various workshops, we discuss key issues. And these have centered on us engaging them to understand what the best strategy would be, for instance, to integrate UA into their curriculum, as to whether we should implement it as standalone courses or it should be an update of relevant courses. So various institutions indicated what would be preferable in their institutions, and we remain flexible to adopt what would best serve the community that we are targeting. We have also had discussions around who will be teaching the UA curriculum, who are those who would really be best fit to teach that, and we received great feedback in terms of leveraging the faculty. And following some of these feedback, that is why then in the follow-up workshops, we are deliberate about those that we invite to participate. We also engage to know what types of support is needed at the university level, because sometimes there are some institutional governance issues that would require AU secretariats to engage, vice chancellors to engage leadership to make sure that the UA concept is well understood, and then the necessary channels and the necessary systems are then put in place to make it possible. We engage them on various other key issues as well. So at the beginning of the presentation, I think I did mention that there was a target to ensure that at least 200 universities were UA compliant. On the email side, from the graph and from the statistic that we can see, by the end of the period, we had 302 institutions. So that is above the targets that we set at the beginning, which was 200. On the website's compliance aspect as well, we had 137 institutions that had configured their websites. And indeed, a number of the institutions confirmed that following they ensuring that their platforms are UA compliant, they started receiving a lot of communication from Asia and other part of the world that initially they were not receiving, communication from. In implementing this project, there's been some key lessons that the team learned. We realized that sometimes direct engagement was more, effective. So one-on-one sessions with the institutions, and we also found out that piloting, so that we could learn from the pilot and be able to roll out in a bigger scale, really tend to yield faster results. We also realized that in implementing the curriculum, it was important to include faculty. So we started off with faculty who understand the concept and who can then determine where best in the existing curriculum it can fit. And then also cross-functional training. It should not only be left with the ICT directors, but ensuring that other faculty members that are not directly in the ICT area are also involved in the entire process. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge the support of the AU team members, Manaf, Frank, Awate, and all others who have closely been working on the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkrumah Kwagbeji. Yes, so we've heard very interesting stuff. Mr. Yaovi Atohun started the conversation telling us about the ecosystem. This word has appeared several times yesterday and today. The ecosystem. That means there are linkages between people, processes, and technology. He mentioned domain names, top-level domain name, universal acceptance, universal access, dichotomizing it and showing the difference between the two. Very interesting stuff. Mr. Gerardo continued with the fact that we have so many people who are not internet users as at now, even though you have 5.5 billion internet users, 32% of the global population is still unconnected. Talked about the evolution of email systems, universal acceptance as an enabler of digital inclusivity, And then also the investor acceptance curriculum that we need to really embrace in order to foster digital literacy. Then Dr. Kwagbeji focused on the fact that we are also making progress when it comes to compliance, whether it is email compliance or website compliance, information access, participation awareness as the key elements they are using to ensure that universities on the continent are UA ready, issues about capacity building, curriculum integration, and then the centrality of people, processes, and technology. So we've heard them. Now we want to give the opportunity for participants to engage them. We don't want it to be a unilateral or unidirectional process. So now we invite a few questions from the audience and comments. Yes, please. Where's Dr. Chidako? Thank you. Thank you. So you know the question and you know which of you will answer.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Abdukarim Oloyede. I'm a professor of wireless telecommunications from University of Ilorin in Nigeria. I want to first of all thank the three presenters, and I have about one or two questions. Let me first of all start by saying I have been part of the ICANN community from 2018 to date. I think I've been to all the ICANN public meetings, so I know quite a lot. But one aspect I wanted to ask Yahuvi is about what ICANN is doing when it comes to people, when it comes to internet, the domain names itself, which we call the DNS abuse. I can say that a lot of organizations in Africa, at least I can talk about JAMB in Nigeria, which is the largest examination body in Africa in terms of student exams, where you have their websites being cloned, and also they have a lot of cloning, which is as a result of DNS abuse. So, and I know that a lot of times I've been asked that what is ICANN doing on this? And a lot of times, me, myself, I don't have like an answer when it comes to what ICANN is doing. And DNS abuse is something that is actually affecting a lot of organizations. I can tell you for free that there is no organization, especially in Nigeria where I come from, to say that their websites have not been cloned one way or the other, especially when these organizations are generating revenue. And DNS abuse is a serious problem that needs to be addressed. So that is my first question. What is ICANN doing in terms of resolving the issues around DNS abuse? Then the second one is on those wonderful initiatives about universal acceptance and the change in curriculum for computer science. I know this is something I have been part of from the beginning, and I know that AAU has done quite a lot in terms of partnership with ICANN to understand what has to be done in terms of changes to this computer science curriculum to reflect the new reality that is happening in the global internet itself. So across the years, I know that I want to commend the new acting director of ICT for AAU for doing a wonderful job, because it's a big shoes to step into Madam Noduma's shoes. And we have been working with Madam Noduma, unfortunately, because of her death. I know you have to now take over. But there were some things that we've done with her that probably still hanging. So how do we probably connect with you so that we can actually take those things that we've been doing with her forward? Because I could see in some of your presentation, you were talking about going forward with one or two universities, and I know my university has been in discussion with her on how we can take some of these things forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Aziz Hilali from Morocco. I am professor at the university, and I have been involved in ICANN and internet governance for many years. This is to let me to introduce a course of internet governance. including domain names, universal acceptance, and all instances who have a role in the governance of Internet. And I would also like to mention that this course is available online in ICANN Academy, making it easier to share and adopt. So, since we are here among peers here, I propose that such course be introduced widely, including domain name, IDN, EA, across African universities. For me, it's very important that the way the internet is governed directly affects all of us, and our students need to be aware of it. The more our societies rely on the internet, the more important it becomes to understand its governance. So we try to have a project to introduce this course. It's about 16 hours in different African universities. It's very important. That's with this, in this way, students can be aware about any subjects of internet.
Yeah, thank you very much. There was one hand here. That will be perhaps the last.
Thank you so much. I'm Rashid Benga Jima, a professor of computer science at the University of Ilorin, and also a vice chancellor of a private university in Ilorin, Muhammad Kamaluddin University. I think Professor Oloyede has alluded to some of my worries in terms of DNS cloning. But I want to see what ICANN is doing or putting forward in terms of making the registrant to be somewhat responsible in terms of service level agreement. I'm talking globally, okay? Because a domain cannot be registered through a registrar. So probably maybe ICANN should also put a policy in place to enable the registrants, I mean domain registrar, to be somewhat responsible in terms of some of these security concerns of the DNS. So because it's just a matter of registrar, after the registration of the domain, nothing happens in terms of responsibility. I'm talking from some personal experience. Another issue is on this universal acceptance. I think you mentioned just maybe 2 universities have complied in terms of the universal acceptance. It could be because of the local content, because of the local expectation of the website of particularly higher institutions. So I think we had a 2-day director ICT workshop. I think that should be a very good avenue, at least to interact with the director of ICT who are presently and physically here to really see how we can look at this local content and see how some of them who are here can be compliant in terms of this UA framework for the website. And it's not late because between today and tomorrow, I think ICANN can also still find maybe a 30-minute interaction with the director of ICT who are here. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for them to really key into this laudable initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we invite the speakers to respond, but very briefly, because we are running out of time. Mr. Atohun, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll really be brief because of time. We want to thank participant colleagues for their input, comment, and question. What are we doing about the domain name abuse? I want to just mention that generally when we talk about domain name system abuse, what we refer to generally at ICANN is when we talk about botnet, malware, farming, and phishing. All these terms are not really something very, very for techie people. Anytime you go to you can find the definition. But there's something happening
which is not making the internet or the content safe when we talk about the domain name system abuse. So what ICANN is doing is that we have a program on that. When you go to the ICANN website, you'll see that we have a program on DNS abuse, domain name system abuse. And you can see, like, in most of the ICANN meeting we are having, the three we are having every year, this subject of matter of domain name abuse is there, and we have the opportunity to explain to the community what we are doing and what action is we are taking. So it's just question, as we mentioned, we put some resources available to inform the community what can be done. And also, as ICANN, we have what we call our contracted parties. We have organizations or institutions, we call them registrars. So these organizations, they have a contract, and then we want to ensure that they have some measures in place which can limit the abuse of domain name system. So we can talk more about that. The second one is also, I didn't mention too much about what we have as course, online course. So if you go to the ICANN board, we have a lot of brochures there. So we have many courses online. So what I presented briefly today in 15 minutes, you can go online, ICANN Learn page, and then you have a lot of content. You can take your time. You can understand the core system when we talk about the internet core system. So we have these courses online, and Professor Aziz just mentioned that for even people speaking French, we have all this content available. You can go there and you can know more about the ecosystem. Talking about the UA compliance, what we are doing is we are really working hard with AAU so that from the result of the presentation, we know that many universities in Africa now, their website, the platform they are using to inform people as a website, the platform is ready through the program Dr. Felicia just presented. So we are continuing to do the same. And I want to stop there so that my colleagues also can make some input. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the website, I think you mentioned that maybe only 2 institutions were able to successfully be UA compliant, but it's actually 302 as per the presentation. And there is still a lot of room to do more, knowing the number of higher education institutions across the continent. And just to mention that with the kind support of ICANN, we are extending the project for another 1 year. So the 2 institutions that I mentioned also, 3 of them actually, where we were engaging closely was for a pilot program. This is for the curriculum integration into their current curriculum. So that's a pilot program, but fortunately we have an extension for another 1 year and we hope to scale it up. And also just to assure you that all discussions that were started, the team is fully aware. I think Manaf and Mr. Wate have all been part of those discussions, and so our doors remain open. I mean, we want to closely work with the ICT directors to ensure that we can achieve the best goals, that the targets we had also set for ourselves. So feel free to engage us at any point in time.
Thank you. Well, regarding the UA curriculum integration program, for the universities in Africa that are still not talking to AAU about the integration program, you can send an email to the UA program at ican.org, and we can answer you about any question you may have. Okay, but if you are already talking to AAU, continuing on that so we can try to cover this integration program with your university, okay?
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All too soon, this session is over. Wanted to afford the opportunity to the Science for Africa Foundation team to also get the opportunity they missed yesterday. So thank you so much for your deep engagement. We are most grateful.
Thank you very much, Professor Amma. And before you leave the stage with your speakers, I would want to invite the Senior Manager for Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning at the AAU, Mrs. Adlan Adi, to kindly come up here and confer upon the celebratory sash. And while she makes her way up here, you can put your hands together. It's been an insightful session so far. What a great way to start day 2. How would you call that? Splendid. Put your hands together for them, please. Thank you so much. The benevolence of this session has allowed some time for the Science for Africa Foundation to also host their session. So right next on the queue, I want to see the presenter, Ms. Allen Mukwana, Head of Programs, Strengthen Science Ecosystems, Science for Africa Foundation, SFA. Put your hands together for Ms. Allen Mukwana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to AAU for the opportunity to speak. Yesterday, we realized you're very exhausted and weren't going to pay a lot of attention to what I was saying, so I requested the Secretary General and his team to allow me postpone my session because I need participation from the institutions of higher learning, particularly the vice chancellors. Before I start my presentation, I just wanted to ask the audience, how many of you have read the book by Chinua Achebe, The Hour of God? Oh, thank you. The podium is a bit restricting. How many of you have read the book by Chinua Achebe, just by show of hands? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Encouraging. Okay. I first read this book as a 13-year-old girl based in Uganda, which is in East Africa, for those who don't know. At that time, it was really baffling, the stories, because the lack of understanding of the different cultures and contexts, understanding Nigerian sayings and slang, and really interpreting it. But then again, we did it as part of our school work, school literature project when I was 14. As part of our literature work. I don't think we really got understanding of what the story was really about. So recently, as a mature woman, we have been reading it with my book club. And when I was preparing for my presentation with the vice chancellors, I thought, this is actually a book that can inform some of the lessons from this book, can inform the vice chancellors on certain aspects of our lives, and can be very relatable. And of course, those who've read the book will remember the main character, and please forgive me if I botch the pronunciation, Ezuolu, who was the chief high priest of one village in Nigeria. These are fictitious characters, so don't try to find them. But one of the things that I found very interesting with the main character was really around, I think I'll just read it verbatim. So Ezuolu's downfall stems from his belief in his own divine right to rule, leading him to disregard the wisdom of his people and the changing times, ultimately resulting in his isolation and the erosion of his authority. And for me, some of the lessons to take away are really the importance of recognizing change when it happens and quickly adapting to change. Yesterday, there was so many presentations around AI and technology, and the very impressive platform that was launched by AAU. That the times are changing, the times for higher education are changing, and as vice chancellors, it's really incumbent upon you to not ignore the feedback, not to be blind to the change, and understanding the consequences of all this to your institutions. And this is really in relation to what Chinua Achebe wrote. So anyway, that was a long way of saying I liked the book. So as has been introduced, I'm Allen Muhwana. I lead a work on strengthening institutional capacity at the Science for Africa Foundation. And my presentation is going to be in two parts. One is actually three parts. One is just to very briefly and very high level talk about the Science for Africa Foundation and what we do. Secondly, I'll tell you about the work, the particular framework we've developed. And this stemmed from the last meeting in Windhoek, where the Vice Chancellor asked me a question around, so you say this is important, but how do we implement it? And so we went back and put our heads together with several countries to develop a framework that actually is helpful. And the third part is a collaboration between Science for Africa Foundation and the AAU, particularly Professor Frederick, it's really a proposal to the vice chancellors to think around how we can create the third profession within our universities. Okay? So, yeah. Okay, I'll switch this off. So, the Science for Africa Foundation is a Pan-African not-for-profit public charity organization created to support, strengthen, and promote science and innovation in Africa, because we believe science and innovation will be central to delivering sustainable development for our continent. I'll not read the mission and vision in detail, but really we are about leading the voice for African science. So we walk through the value chain of science from discovery to basic sciences, discovery and basic sciences through translational sciences and implementation science, because we believe that to produce results, science ought to be explored through the value chain. And so our core business is really convening. We convene the African experts to advise on what the challenges are for the continent. Then we designed programs that respond to those challenges. We leverage our partnerships to get funding. And then lastly, we give that funding to universities, to our researchers and innovators. And then we do oversight. We follow the money to ensure that there's delivery beyond the giving of the money. Our focus is really on building science leadership and careers. We also understand that it's important to build science innovation, translation, and entrepreneurship, because as a continent, we are not exploring science findings we're not translating that beyond our publications. And then the other work we do is strengthening the science ecosystems, because we believe that however good a scientist you are, if your environment is very restrictive, it's very hard for you to perform. And so actually now this is a very good segue into the next part of my presentation, beyond this slide on the work I want to present to you. So some of the things that our programs deliver are really to build capacity of researchers, encourage open access to research, strengthen institutional capacities through collaborative efforts, promote equitable representation and participation for women in science, contribute knowledge, evidence, and data policy making, for policy making, and then promote trust in science through science communication and public engagement. Because we believe that we need to engage the African communities to understand the importance of science and its value in development. And so one of those programs is the Africa Research Management Capacity Strengthening Program. And this is centered around 4 key areas, what we call strands. It's really speaking to institutional leaders like yourselves to understand the importance of research management and how that can deliver for your institution. It's about sustainability, creating sustainability mechanisms that can be institutionalized. It's about creating standards to articulate the breadth and width of research management, and then also to build the capacity of individuals who support the researchers. And this is now going to be our main concentration. So during the past several years, we've been convening several African experts. We had a convening in Nairobi, another convening in Accra, and the last convening in Cape Town. We brought together several people from about 75 institutions, both from the continent and globally, because we believe Africa doesn't operate in isolation. We want lessons learned to be built into our systems. And I'm glad to report that as at last month, towards June, yes, last month, June, the African Organization for Standardization, which is an AU body that delivers standards for Africa, approved the Good Research Management Practice Standard as a framework for defining research management at universities. So we're using this really because we had challenges with exploring our natural resources as a continent. Also, Africa has a wealth of resources, including 60% of arable land and 30% of world's mineral resources. And yet, on average, we produce only 0.4 of our budget allocated to R&D. This is not sufficient for research and development. That's why we only contribute about 2% of research outputs and just 0.1% of patents globally. And so we thought, how do we create a framework that actually addresses the critical gaps within our African research ecosystem, and hence the journey of developing the standard. So I'll speak a bit about the standard. It's 8 practice areas. I'll not go into those details. You can find me later, and we can speak about how some of these in detail and how you can set them up. But it's important to note that through the interactions, we did get input from the different players, including funders, vice chancellors, research managers, and the researchers themselves, who said these are the 8 practice areas that we need to concentrate on and that we need to build with the capacities within our institutions. So the overarching goal of the GRMP is really assist institutional leaders to make optimal use of their limited resources, because when you have so many problems with limited resources, sometimes you can be overwhelmed where to put the resources. So this is really just a guide on this is your gap, this is where you need to invest your resources. So efficiently manage human capital, infrastructure, and funding. Effectively support, steer, and oversee the research enterprise at our institutions, and then maximize impact of research for socio-economic and environmental growth and sustainability. So there's a value proposition. I'll just select a few. One is really enhance research efficiency and effectiveness. I think we can all agree that that's critical for us as universities. And then the other one I want to highlight is promote capacity building and career development at our institutions. I think that's critical. And then, of course, elevate relevance and impact of research. So the framework has 3 use cases. One is as a developmental tool. The second as an assurance benchmark, and the third as a compliance framework. For this purpose, I thought we will concentrate on just the developmental tool, because we want to identify our gaps at the institutions and then work on developing them. But I mean, if institutions want to use it for assurance and compliance, that's also fine. But the main drivers for us for the GRMP is really around development of our institutions. So we want to utilize GRMP to mature research management within institutions. So really assessing gaps, learn, build, improve, build a strong research management foundation, benchmark, and grow. So our main aim is really enhancing institutional research management proficiency through a developmental process. It's quite, there's so many benefits to us doing this. And there are 6, but I'd like to concentrate on just the one, which is quality enhancement. Yesterday there was a lot of talk about quality assurance from the hacker project, and I think that's key. That was looking at the education bit of of our institutions, but now we want to look at the research management, which is now concentrating on the research ecosystem of our institutions. So we want to align the 8 components, lead that to improvement, improved research quality, increased rigor, and enhanced validity of research outcomes. So the next one, don't worry about the length and the crowded slide, but really is to say that for any systemic change at an institution, it begins with the leadership. The leadership must buy the vision for change, must understand the vision for change, must define the vision for change, and communicate that with their teams, and come up with a plan, and then delegate to whoever is responsible for that. And so it's a journey. We don't expect that the 8 components can be completed in one sitting, but we believe that this is a journey that, once planned very well, can lead to very well-enhanced research environments at the institutions. We are not blind to the reality that there's competing priorities at the universities. You know, one, of course, is the usual. As human beings, we are resistant to change. And so we expect that within the communities of the universities, there would be resistance to change. This is a natural phenomenon, but we believe with proper communication, proper guidance, simplified tools, that people eventually buy into change. Then, of course, lack of understanding of the GRMP standard. As I said, when you say the word standard, people automatically think, oh my God, this is now a compliance matter. But actually, that's why I'm defining the 3 use cases, because you can choose which use, how to use the standard, and emphasizing developmental, people can select other options. The limited resources at our institutions. How do you prioritize those resources to actually then respond to systemic change? And then, of course, conflicting agenda. Remember, these are the same human beings doing this and doing their day jobs and trying to fit in all this change. Then there's the time constraints. Time is not the best ally. Then stakeholder alignment. That's why I said it's important for us to engage you as the university leadership to buy in and then delegate authority downwards to your teams. Then maintaining compliance, which means we're really talking about monitoring and evaluating the implementation, and then evaluation of the GRMP standard itself. I'd like now to switch to the collaboration with AAU, and in case there are any questions, Professor Frederick is over there. He'll step in to rescue me from any questions. So what we're proposing is really what we're calling the 3rd profession, and we call it 3rd profession because it straddles between academia, the academics, and the administrative staff. So these are not your ordinary university administrative staff, but they are not academics either. And so we look at it as a 3rd profession between that you as leaders will need to define. And why we know that several universities have research management, research and innovation management built in, but when you look at the different universities, you'll get different nomenclature, different responsibilities, different grading. And so what we are suggesting is a well-structured career guide, career pathway for universities, so that when anyone sees an advert at any university, they're able to relate and actually apply and participate in that. So we have 6 strategic reasons why we think this is important, and you can challenge that because this is really just early thinking. We believe that having this third profession well-structured with clear job responsibilities, with clear career paths within the institution. That will lead to building institutional capacity and competitiveness because you now have dedicated staff to do that. We think it's about enhancing research administration efficiency, empowering a sustainable research ecosystem, improving leadership and strategic decision making, because we believe that these are the stuff that will bring the statistics and the data to the leadership for you to make informed decisions. We believe that this will enhance research impact and innovation, and then facilitating career growth and retention. These are some of the proposed career pathways, right from entry level all the way to executive level. This really is just a suggestion that we will welcome input in, because we believe that we have a huge youth dividend that we need to tap into. How do we create meaningful employment for them at our institutions? This is part of filling that gap. But for you to create that, we are suggesting that we need to create courses at our universities that actually build this cadre of people. And these are just some of the suggestions from practice and from collecting information from different participants. It's interesting that we only have one course, and it was a postgraduate diploma course that was at Stellenbosch, but has since been stopped because many of the people who participated said they would rather have a master's course. We did have some discussions with some professors from, I think it was from Nigeria, who wanted to develop a master's course. I've not followed up how far that has gone, but many of those conversations stagnated because of resources to follow through. But this is now us suggesting that we need to pick this up and actually create these courses at our universities and decide the length of the courses. So really our call to action is, 1, piloting of the standard, of the GRMP standard. I can say we have limited resources at Science for Africa Foundation that can help us pilot in maybe 1 to 3 universities. The other second call to action is really about inviting the vice chancellors and your teams to think about developing courses for research management at master's level. And then, the third call to action is institutionalizing these career pathways and the courses, the third profession as we are referring to it. I'll stop at that, and thank you very much for listening and for giving me the opportunity to present our proposals.
I don't know if I have time for any questions. Oh, there's NC. It doesn't go back. Eh?
Anybody wants to something?
Okay.
Few minutes for questions, comments.
Yes, comments.
Any? All right, what over there? My friends, can you hand over the microphone? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I'm Professor Gideon Amachunu from National Open University of Nigeria. It was a very wonderful presentation, but I was thinking of something. I realized that as Africa, we cannot operate in isolation. We must seek international approval and standard. But I realized that in all that, when you were talking about the funders and donors, I was curious to see the funders and donors you partner with and the extent to which we have African-based funders and donors. Because sometimes some of the things we do, we begin to realize that we do not have much of Africanness in what we do, because sometimes most of these funders they dictate the marching order and the benchmark. And in the end, you discover that how much we bring to the table to represent who we are and what we do might be missing. So to what extent are we, since you said it's work in progress, to what extent are we being guided by the principle of this kind of equity in terms of what we bring to the table and the extent of our participation that will bring us into the picture and not merely obeying the rules and the guidelines of the donors and the funders, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So I think we have the misconception that the African governments are not funding research. We actually, at the moment, are undertaking a study to quantify the investment from the African governments into the R&D. Yes, there is direct funding from the external funders, but actually we are emphasizing the government investments. Sometimes we we forget that when government keeps the lights on, when government pays the professors, when government waives taxes for higher education, when government does certain things, that's part of investment of the African governments. And as the Science for Africa Foundation, we are quite keen to amplify that position. Sometimes when we get these funding, say you get 20 million from an external funder, you forget that the institution that is being funded has lived for 100 years. I'll talk about Makerere because that's my home institution. Makerere has been in existence for 102 years, right? It's been funded by government all this time. The external funders have added onto what government has sustained. And so that's important for us to recognize. So for this, maybe just to bring us down to the standard, this is an African standard led by Africans. We had consensus from 48 members, country representatives from 18 African countries. They built the consensus around what the standard should look like and how it responds to our higher education system. So this is African-led, African-built for Africa. I hope that responds to your question. Thank you. I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Dr. Kwagbeji. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yesterday, we were able to recognize the vice chancellors who are in the house. We realized that beyond the vice chancellors, there are some other very important stakeholders in higher education who are also attending this conference. Heads of national regulatory agencies. I only called on one yesterday, but we want all of them to be recognized, including heads of national examination bodies. Please, if you fall into that category, can we see you up so that we can all appreciate you? Please, heads of national regulatory agencies, heads of, come up to the front. I believe that CAMIS also fall into this category. It's really a pleasure to have them with us in AAU. We are proud of you and we want to appreciate you for coming to this conference organized by the Association of African Universities.
We can put our hands together for them, please.
Please, if you are a pro-chancellor of a university, you can also join them. Pro-chancellor of universities.
Thank you very much. Regulatory stakeholders and pro-chancellors. Now, distinguished guests, this session is also around stakeholder engagement on research growth in Africa, the South African National Library and Information Consortium, SANLIC experience. And this will be chaired by the recent award-winning Vice Chancellor, the University of Ghana, Professor Nanaba Appiah Amfo. Put your hands together for Professor Nanaba Appiah Amfo, Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana. She makes her way up here to chair the session. An applause that will last her up to the stage will be amazing.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues and participants. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to chair this session on research growth in Africa, the SALIC experience. Now, this session is firmly aligned with our conference theme, Shaping the Future of Higher Education for Innovation and Sustainable Development in Africa. At the heart of that future lies research, relevant, accessible, and impactful research that not only informs innovation, but also drives policy, economic transformation, and societal resilience. The South African National Library and Information Consortium, SALIC, which is a national collaboration of public universities and research institutions that collectively negotiate and manage access to scholarly resources to strengthen South Africa's research and innovation ecosystem, is a compelling case study of how strategic collaboration among universities, libraries, government agencies, and publishers can empower research ecosystems. It reflects what is possible when infrastructure, partnerships, and vision come together with intent. We are fortunate to have three accomplished leaders who will enrich this conversation. The first, who is already here on stage, who has brought us all here together, is SG Professor Olusola Oyewole. As we know, he's the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, and he offers a Pan-African view of higher education transformation with a focus on capacity building and systems development. The next person on the panel is Ms. Natasha Devasar. She's Managing Director for India and Vice President and Commercial Lead for the SASSA SASA region at Taylor & Francis. And she brings valuable insight into how the publishing industry can contribute to equitable access and the global presence of African research. Ms. Devasar, you're welcome. And the third person we have to join us for this discussion is Professor Daisy Selamatela. She is Professor of Practice in Information and Knowledge Management at the University of Witwatersrand, and she will help us understand the practical workings and policy implications of SALIC as a model of effective research support. So we will now dive into the conversation. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. All right. So, as I said, we're going to have a conversation here. And I'd like to start by asking each of you to reflect on this. So in your view, what are the most critical enablers and barriers to meaningful research growth in Africa today? And please feel free to illustrate with examples from your own areas of work. And so let's start with Natasha. Sorry, Natasha. Oh, it's Natasha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel a little hesitant to be the first one to talk about barriers and enablers, but since you put me in this spot, I think I'll start with the enablers. And I bring with me my sort of experience of being Indian and working in India. There are a lot of commonalities between the Indian subcontinent and the African continent. So what I find, what I think, what strikes me as being a huge enabler is communities like the AAU and partnerships that both international and national, which the African continent has. There are a huge number of partnerships which are creating a situation where the ecosystem can respond, grow, be aware. Just with us, we have a partnership with the AAU, which works so beautifully. We work with many other societies all over Africa. And linked to this is actually the fact that I find that the leadership in the societies at the university level has a high degree of awareness of what is right for Africa. I think that's a huge, huge, powerful thing to have. How it translates, how it then works is the discussions we've been having since yesterday. But the fact that there is clarity on what Africa for Africans, just like in India, it's made in India. You need that. So I think that's a great power. The other thing is, I think something which SG talks about a lot as well is the South-South cooperation, to build more of that. I think India and Africa, for example, have great ties. We need to work much more at the institutional level, and we are. I think we are. So that's a great power, where the South harnesses what are common challenges, what are common goals to work together. I think those are enablers. Do you also want me to talk about some barriers? Okay. Barriers, I think, are similar, again, very similar to India. Access is a barrier, whether it be affordability or relevance or equity or quality, all things which create barriers for researchers, for research communities, and that's something then being enablers has to work on that. In India, we have a partnership with the government of India, but we also work with base level institutions, which is supported by the government in order to overcome that barrier of inequity of access. The other thing, of course, is quality. It is very uneven because of all the barriers that researchers face, and that becomes then a barrier when we look at it from the lens of the northern lens, the Western lens, of what good looks like, which then becomes that. I think that worldview, which is peer reviewers are Western, the platforms are Western. How do we get more into that, to have more people who are, and more scholarship, which is recognized as relevant? So that becomes a big sort of barrier, which I think we share, and South-South cooperation can work on that. I'll stop here, thank you.
Thank you. So for you, it's partnerships are critical. And with regard to barriers, we need to look at issues of quality and more of relevant research. Daisy, I'll come to you. For you, what are the enablers and what would be some of the barriers?
Thank you. Coming from the practice side of being a librarian first and looking at the core interest of the academic project, it's quite important when we look at teaching, learning, and innovation from the perspective of information provision. We look at what are the critical barriers. For us, we look at funding, we look for budgets, because when as most of you are here as vice chancellors, when you look at the budget, your overall budget, where do you cut first? And you always cut from where the resources are and the tools from the library side. And the interesting part and the narrative is that when the researchers then want to publish, and they come back to the library and say, but I can't find a particular article. So the issue again is about access with regards to that. So I'll stop at that. It's much more about the funding part and who cuts the budget and at what stage of cutting that budget and what is considered at the extent of scholarly publishing.
Thank you. Funding, cutting of budgets, and access for DAISY are the critical enablers. And if we flip it, it could also be barriers. Now, SG, from the continental viewpoint, what are the critical enablers for growth of research in Africa?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to talk from my experience as a former Vice Chancellor and also as the Secretary General of AAU. As in many of our universities, we get occasional research grants, and then for 1 year, for 2 years, and then it ends there. To me, number one enabler of research in our institutions in Africa is sustainable research funding. Sustainable is the word. A research funding process that will not be for 1 year or 2 years, but that will go for about 10 years or 20 years. An example is the support of the World Bank for centers of excellence in African universities. A research support that has gone for about 10 years, and we are really looking forward to it getting extended. We have more impact in Africa than any other. The second enabler for good research in African system is institutional capacity and infrastructure. Africa is blessed with good researchers, but they are hindered by the infrastructures that are available. If researchers from Africa go outside Africa, they do quality work, but within their institutions, when their research facilities are not adequate, they are limited. And to be able to counter that, we need to look at our world-class facilities. And I also want to go back to the World Bank support for the centers of excellence. The quality of the facilities and infrastructures provided by the World Bank has enabled our centers of excellence to make great contribution to our development. Number three enabler of research in our institution is the human capital development. And this is where we need to be concerned about the quality of our doctoral programs. If our doctoral programs have been given special support, if we are able to build good capacity to our young people, I believe that it will help us it will enable research in Africa. If I will just say one more, which is that of regional and international collaboration. We've all seen from this conference that you cannot work alone. You need to work with other people. And this is an important enabler. And if I go to the other side of it, what are the barriers to research growth in Africa? And it is very clear, underfunding and over-reliance on external donors. That's a major problem for us in Africa. Most of our research work are funded from the north and not from within ourselves. Our governments are just giving less than 1% of their GDP to research in Africa, and we expect results. And I think that this is an area where we need to change. Weak research infrastructures in our institutions is one, and lack of coordination in our various institutions. As of today, we still have universities that lack a unit within them that coordinates the international grants coming into the university. And individual researchers are just doing it on their own. When there's no coordination about research, including research focus in institutions, people are diversified and there's no impact of research work being made. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, SG, for putting out these points. Sustainable research funding for you is critical. And I see the point about partnerships and collaboration coming up again and again. Now, I would like us to delve into some specifics and see some examples that have worked. And so I'll start with you, Daisy, at this point. Can you briefly tell us what the SALIC initiative is about? And from your perspective as an academic and a practitioner, what do you see as the most significant outcome of the SALIC initiative thus far for research growth in South Africa?
Thank you. I just want to also take the audience back again to what SALIC is all about. You alluded to that. It's a consortium where we look at the licensing of the subscriptions for the academic libraries and the science councils. And we have 26 university libraries, and that's part of that, and then the 6 councils that are part of that. And we do have, for example, within SADC, those who are also part of the SALIC consortium. So what you're asking more about, what are the significant outcomes, for research growth in South Africa? I just want to highlight a few items that I noted down here that as SALIC, with the transitioning of how we see our outputs in the African continent being perceived when our researchers, authors are publishing, and they want to publish in certain journals. I won't, advertise that. And the review reports are quite damning, and they feel that they are not serving a purpose. So for SALIC, we came with our principles as a consortium, and SALIC, I must highlight, is driven by librarians who are library directors. Even the office of SALIC is driven by, and it's funded by librarians. So what I want to highlight is that based on these principles that SALIC came with on the table was to ensure that we address the issues around read access, because for us it's about how do you access that subscription that we pay thousands. Ability to publish open access, containment or reduction of costs in this publishing milieu. The other aspect which is key for us is the issue of inclusivity and social justice, because we don't want to forget where we are based and where we come from. For our constituencies, reading access to scholarly information should be maintained or improved. That's what we look at. We also want to ensure that we're enabling our authors to publish full and immediate open access in their journal of choice without facing author publishing charges. We know the cost of an APC. If I put that 3,000 US dollars, how much is it when you convert to South African rands? We're also looking, like I highlighted, the cost containment or reduction in reading and publishing amongst the consortium members. What I want to highlight that's also important, South Africa has a draft policy on national open science. We also provided input into that national open science draft policy from the Ministry of Science and Innovation. Our mandate was to ensure that open access embraces the model that makes publicly funded scientific research publications open to all researchers, institutions, or companies, free of cost or other access barriers. We also wanted to ensure that the desired outcome in this open access policy is a change in scientific culture and practice to increase the reach of those who benefit from science. So in essence, it's as open as possible and as closed as necessary. The other element I quickly want to touch on is the issues around transformative agreements. And we have a publishing house here where we are saying, as the publishers are saying, if you publish here, you get nuggets, like what we call gold nuggets. From school level, when a child behaves, they get something, they sit in a corner if they misbehave. So the transformative agreements are saying, if you publish in these kinds of journals, you don't have to pay. But the issue again is the issue of access, because it also depends who has the pocket to subscribe to those. And I'll stop at that.
All right, thank you very much, Daisy. So I'll get back to you on how this can be scaled to benefit the larger continent. But let me ask SG, that as a former Vice Chancellor and now SG of AAU, how do you assess the capacity of African universities to harness platforms such as SUNLIC to grow research productivity?
Thank you very much. I wonder if many people in the audience today, except those from South Africa or Southern Africa, understand what we call the SUNLIC model. The SUNLIC model stands for the South African National Library and Information Consortium. In this consortium, they operate shared licensing of e-resources. That is reducing the cost to the individual members in the consortium. It makes easy access to global scholarship content through collaborative, they negotiate the prices and they get it at affordable rate. And it strengthens digital library services to support teaching, learning, and innovation in South Africa. Beyond South Africa, there are similar platforms. Platforms like the Electronic Information for Library, and I think some others in East Africa. What we are saying is this: if you operate as an individual university, you may not have that capacity to negotiate. But if there's a sort of national coordination or regional coordination, it will make negotiation and better funding to be possible. Now, the question is, what do we have? What is the capacity of universities in Africa to harness this model for their own benefit? I think the enablers include the following. One, the open access and e-resources that she mentioned earlier on. I think that many universities in Africa today, we are now recognizing the importance of digital scholarly resources. Some years ago, people don't even want to know about that in many universities in Africa. And I think that it's high time we change our attitude. Another important enabler to this is the improved ICT infrastructures in some regions. I was at Kenya, and I see what KNET is doing to the Kenya university system. Unfortunately, similar NRENs that we've established through AU in some other regions, they are not as effective as the one that we have in Kenya. And I think that what we should do is that we should improve our NRENs in our various countries. Talking about weaknesses now, I know that we will applaud South Africa for what they have done, but for many African countries, funding constraints is a big challenge. The SUNLIC model is being sustained by institutional membership fees and government support. And I wonder how many governments will be ready. No government now. It's more of membership fees. But you probably, if you tell them how much you need to pay as a member to be able to sustain that consortium, many of our other universities in Africa may not be able to pay such. But I think that we can overcome this issue of funding constraints when you look at the benefits that you will get in terms, by the time you get enrolled. Unfortunately, too, many of us become vice chancellors without being exposed to all this information. And for many vice chancellors who have been in office for about 2 years, before they realize that there are resources beyond their institutions that they can connect to. I think that this type of a meeting where we talk about this is very informative for our vice chancellors. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been told that we are soon running out of time. But before I come to Natasha, SG, how can continental and regional bodies such as the AAU better support national or institutional initiatives such as this very successful SUNLIC model?
One is to highlight, promote such a model, let people know about them. And when we let people know about them, our role as a continental body is to encourage other people to join that type of consortium. And it makes it easy for them to know the benefits. I think one important role that we as a continental body has is to see what we can do to bring them together. I was so glad when we brought the heads of national regulatory agencies together. It's high time that such organizations start to talk to each other. Those are the ones that will help us to build this type of network in our various countries.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. Very quickly, what specific strategies is Taylor and Francis adopting in the SASA region to support open access, visibility of African research, and researcher development? We do not want cost to be a barrier.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just take the Sand Lake example to see our agreement with Sand Lake, the Taylor and Francis agreement is 14, 15 months old. There's been an increase in just these 15 months on OA from 7% to 91%. So the members are publishing that much more in OA. The bulk of this is in the humanities and social sciences, which has grown from 8% to 91%, which is where you have the least funding for open access usually, right? And 40% of this is aligned to SDG goals and getting citations. So the visibility and reach, there've been 1.34 million downloads of this content published by Sand Lake across Africa. Not just across Africa, but so about half of this is coming from Africa and the rest is coming from North America. It's coming from Asia Pacific. So the reach is there. And if you look at impact, citations have grown, 2,000 citations from these articles. About 1,700 articles published. OA, 2,000 citations, 32%, so a third of them at least cited once. And I remember when we were doing the negotiations with Sand Lake, traditionally there was a lot of social science publication. So our offers were based on a lot of social science journals. And the committee of very informed and aware librarians said, no, we want sciences as well. We should include that. And if you look at the citations, the second highest citations are in engineering. So that really worked. That interaction, listening, understanding, not just in academia, but even in policy, this is having an impact. So there have been 7 articles from these publications in OA, which have been cited in international policy documents by the OECD, the UN, across UK, Belgium, and Brazil. It's amazing that if you can have this opportunity to provide, research shows that open access articles are 5 times more downloaded. They are 40 times have higher citations. They have 2 times more all metric scores. So this is a great way of sort of reaching a wider audience, just not within Africa, but globally. And the strategies that we follow, one of the things I wanted to add to what SG was saying is Sand Lake is one model. We work with CLISC in Kenya. That's it's again, we work with 6 consortia across East, West, and South Africa. Everybody has their own needs, their own levels of publications. This RNP works here because publications from South Africa are very high. But overall, OA in Africa has grown from, say, like 32% to 42%. Citations have grown. Tanzania has the highest growth in citations from our publications. So if you do capacity building, which was, we've done 200 workshops covering 20,000 researchers directly across 39 countries in the last 3 years in Africa. Really, the response has been amazing, and they're open to anybody in Africa. So Sand Lake is one model which worked for Sand Lake, but there could be other models. You mentioned Kenya, that's a really good example. There's commitment, there's an ask for quality. When we went there and talked to librarians, they're saying, give us, you mentioned EIFL. They said, we want what we want. We don't want a generic package to come. These are our needs. So that interaction, that working, it's really hard work, right? We are going there on the ground. We've done 100,000 miles in the last 3 or 4 years. We are, it can't be, we can't stop. Because this face-to-face is what do researchers need? What are individual institutions asking for? The consortia, you're absolutely right. As a collective, you have much more bargaining power, you have more money, and then you have the ability, and we have because it's not going to work unless we listen, right? Unless we partner for it. And these are measurable metrics, so nothing I'm saying is not, it's, in just 14 months, this is what we've achieved. It's amazing what we can do together.
Absolutely. That's how powerful partnerships can be. We're running out of time, but I would like to take just one quick question from the audience. if someone has a burning question for this panel, I'd like to take it. All right, so right over there, if you can quickly introduce yourself and keep it short and sweet. Can you get a microphone, please?
It's being recorded. Can we get the mic?
Thank you very much. Professor Paul Omojo Omaji is my name. I'm the president of the Subsoil Africa Consortium of Universities that is based at St. Petersburg Mining University in Russia. Some of my colleagues are there. They spoke to you yesterday. I'm very keen to ask the Secretary General and also a professor from Joburg to tell us maybe 3 key principles that can make partnerships or consortia very effective. 3 key principles. If you can outline them for us, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly, maybe we'll share it among ourselves. So 1 each.
1. Firstly, if you don't mind, permit me to appreciate Professor Maji and to thank the team from Russia who contributed yesterday. That will be the first time Russia will be participating in AAU program. Number 1 requirement is commitment of the partners. Yes. And I think that as AAU, as Africans, please, whatever we put our hands on, let us show commitment to it. Thank you.
Daisy?
From Sanlik's experience is the issue around those who are involved in the process must run the process.
Thank you, and the last one.
From the publisher's viewpoint, I think adaptability is very important. Listening to what the other side wants and adapting.
Yeah, thank you very much. And finally, from me, I've seen the power of partnerships. It's important that we co-create whatever it is that we are looking at. And if we come together as institutions at the national and regional levels, facilitated by continental associations such as the AAU, there's a lot that we can do together in improving research impact on the continent. Yesterday, we saw the maps shown by Isabella. We need to move from the periphery as African universities, as African countries, into the inner circle. And such collaborations and partnerships will help us to do that. Colleagues and participants, please help me to acknowledge our panelists for a great job done. Thank you very much.
And I would like to also invite the president for the AAU, Professor Said Bakri, to come up here and then confer upon our special chairperson and presenters the celebratory sash. And we do that supported by some applause, please. Thank you very much, President of the AAU. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Nabapiamfo, for the very succinct moderation of the session. Now, within the realm of that shooting session, the next session also is up next. It's a MasterCard Foundation fireside chat. This session would be moderated by the Secretary General for the AAU, Professor Olushola Oyewole, on the topic transforming Africa through higher education. Put your hands together for Professor Oyewole.
Ladies and gentlemen, for us to be in this conference, there is an important question that we need to answer. Can we really transform Africa through higher education? Nelson Mandela made a landmark statement when he said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I also remember that Kofi Annan made a statement that, and I quote, knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society and in every family. To transform Africa through higher education, we must reimagine our universities. To me, what we need is not the colonial universities that we've inherited. Our universities must become engines of human capital development, of innovation, and societal renewal. We are all leaders in universities present here today. What are we doing? This is what will form the discussion in this particular session. We are pleased to have with us a very high-level panel whose background information I will be providing later on. But permit me to call them up to the stage at this particular time. Before I mention the first panel member, I want to express a special appreciation to MasterCard for your collaboration, for the great work you are doing in Africa, and for your collaboration with AAU. We are very proud of MasterCard. And for this panel, we have the Chief Program Officer of MasterCard Foundation, who has been associated with AAU for more than 20 years, Dr. Peter Materu. He will be participating virtually. Just let's welcome him to the virtual platform. Secondly, I'm sure that nobody who has attended this meeting in AU will forget UMC 6P University from now on. You are now a university that's recorded in the minds of our leaders throughout Africa. And many people have been wondering, who's in charge in this great university? It's my pleasure to call on our friend, Mr. Hikam El Habti. That's the president of this university. The third person that will be participating in this panel is the Interim Director, Higher Education, Collaboratives and Special Initiatives at the MasterCard Foundation, Dr. Yekwa Lambo. You're welcome. You can have your seat, please. I've told you earlier on that I'll be reading more on the presenter. You can have your seat, please. On the presenters as we go ahead. The first presenter is going to be virtual, but permit me to introduce to you Dr. Peter Materu, who serves as the Chief Program Officer of the MasterCard Foundation, overseeing all global programs, including the Foundation's pioneering presence in Africa. Dr. Materu holds a PhD in electrical engineering from Virginia Tech and dual master's degree in engineering and education from the University of Manchester. He was formerly professor of electrical engineering, dean of engineering, and director of graduate studies at the University of Dar es Salaam. I guess that many of us were proud of what the World Bank Centers of Excellence has done in Africa in the past 10 years. The man who started it is the one who is going to speak to us now. He was the practice manager for education and skills development in Africa at the World Bank for 17 years. Indeed, we can say that he created Africa's Centers of Excellence Initiative. And he also co-founded another one, the PASSET Initiative, to strengthen STEM education and higher education capacity across the continent of Africa. Today, we have to present to us today, to speak to us, the Chief Program Officer, who joined the MasterCard 7 years ago. He has led the Foundation's major shift since 2019, establishing its footprint in Africa to empower youth, especially women, for them to access dignified employment. Over to you, Dr. Peter Materu. At this particular time, I'm going to ask Dr. Peter Materu this very important question. Dr. Peter Materu, I hope he's connected. Is he online? Can we have him online, please? Yeah. As the MasterCard Foundation is nearing its 20th anniversary, you, Dr. Peter Materu, have had a front row seat to so much progress. But before I ask you the question, please, I'm sorry for we will want to watch a clip.
Turkana people are very resilient people.
Check, please, can you start again? Can you start again? Stop it and start again. Observe this clip, which is very important to what we are going to discuss now.
I was brought up by my grandmother. It was really challenging to be brought up in such an environment, especially my community is a pastoralist community. Turkana people are very resilient people, pure pastoralists by nature. That's their pride. But now with the change of climate, with the severe droughts, some of them even take their lives away. Some commit suicide when they see their carcasses of their livestock spread all over. So because they are the most affected, they had to embrace farming as an alternative mode of survival or mode of livelihood.
In 2018, Grace was awarded a MasterCard Foundation Tag Dev Scholarship to pursue a Bachelor of Agricultural Education and Extension at Egerton University in Kenya.
And this is mainly about getting to the community, keeping close in touch with your community through service delivery, advising your farmers on what to do, talking to them, teaching them on modern technologies to embrace. My big dream is for the communities to feed themselves, the community that is malnutrition-free, food secure, disease-free, a community where women are given a chance to feed themselves, to provide for their families, a community where equality is not something to bargain about, a community that embraces food production, food security, and a community that understands that climate change is real and they're prepared to handle climate change crisis. Green here represents hope. Hope for this community, hope for this nation, and hope for Africa that it's possible. Anything is possible, it can be done only when we put the right foot forward, when we take hope, when we put the skills and policies together, it's something doable.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that Dr. Peter Matero is not yet online, but permit me at this particular time to introduce to us another MasterCard official who is here with us physically, Dr. Yekwa Lambo. She is the Interim Director of Special Program Collaboratives at the MasterCard Foundation, where she leads multi-stakeholder initiatives aimed at addressing pressing global challenges affecting African youth. Our current focus include health, pandemic sciences, and climate resilience, with an emphasis on strengthening workforce development, entrepreneurship, and knowledge ecosystem in Africa. Dr. Lambo holds a PhD in higher adult and lifelong education from Michigan State University, complemented by a master's degree in research psychology from the University of Pretoria. Our scholarly work centers on transforming higher education leadership by promoting access, inclusivity, and equity for historically marginalized groups. She has conducted extensive research on pathways to enhance representation in STEM field, focusing on the recruitment, retention, and sustained success of underrepresented population in higher education. Before I call on Dr. Peter Matero, I will be glad to call on this second representation from the MasterCard. And my question to you is this. The MasterCard Foundation has consistently championed inclusion as the core of its work. What are you learning about inclusion, innovation, and transformation on the ground right now, and especially with your interaction with us in Africa here? Dr. Yekwa.
Fantastic. Thank you, Prof, for the introduction. As we're setting up for Dr. Matero to join, I'll provide just a little bit of some context of who we are as an organization. That can also just help in the framing, but I'll allow him to provide more details, and if he's not able to come on, I'm happy to do so. So I think just the video that we're watching about grace is a good place to start around what it means to think around inclusion. A lot of our work, if you just think about the context, I've been engaging with African higher education for the majority of my career. By 2050, we're looking at about 800 million young people between the ages of 15 and 35. Currently, we have about 17 million that are enrolling in higher education each year, which is a big number, but also relatively small compared to the global average. Of those, when we think about those with disabilities, there's only about 1% that are actually represented in our current higher education systems. And when you think about refugees and displaced young people, that's only about 3% when the global average is 7%. And then the 2030 goal is to get to 15%. So we have lots of places to grow when you think around inclusion. For the MasterCard Foundation, we frame our inclusion engagement as sort of the the championing way to ensure that we can get to transformative impact for the continent. And we've tended to sort of focus our intentions on three populations: young women, young people living with disabilities, and refugees and displaced young people, as the places where, when we think about if we were to design our programs with intention to reach those who are often excluded, we're then essentially creating space for more of these young people. And at the core of all of those engagements, quality higher education is an essential component, right? You need to unlock the potential of these young populations through the institutions. As I said yesterday, they're better off just by walking through your doors. That is the ideal scenario. So addressing this requires a bespoke approach. Every population is different. We have multiple different countries, different institutions starting at different points. And so our engagements around inclusion are always focused on starting off with the partners. What is it that they have as their strengths? What is it that they're hoping to achieve? Where is it that we can go together to ensure that we're providing spaces for more young people? So when you ask me about lessons, I have them framed in three ways of thinking: intentionality, partnerships, and then young people. And you're going to hear even Dr. Materi repeatedly say young people is sort of our core efforts. When I speak about intentionality, I mean, for us to think about inclusion, it requires for us to be intentional. Setting targets, setting goals, keeps us all sort of in a space where we say, this is where we're trying to go. If we're saying only about 1% of people with disabilities are entering our higher education institutions, what is the actual global population within the African context that needs access to ensure that they're also unlocking their potential? So we've done that in our spaces to say the goals are helping us and our partners to achieve that. In terms of partnerships, we really are fortunate to have partners that are value aligned. When you speak around inclusion, the tendency is to assume that inclusion of all leads to a decrease in quality. And our partners are saying, we know what it looks like to provide access to as many young people as possible, because inclusion equals excellence. And so we identify partners who are value aligned, who champion the mission more so than we can even do ourselves, but who are also helping us understand what it looks like in the different contexts to support young people within these particular groups to thrive. And then the last one, but the most important, is centering the voices and solutions of young people. When you think of innovation and transformation, you cannot accomplish it without inclusion, but also the young people on the continent are already doing fantastic things. Grace is one of those, right? The access to education offered her an opportunity to go and solve a social problem in her community. We have young people in with refugee backgrounds who are creating businesses and now starting to hire within their communities, making the refugee camps thrive as economic hubs of excellence as well. We have young people with disabilities who are climate champions in Kenya, who are pushing for advancing what it looks like to think around climate action, but also thinking about those with disabilities that are often forgotten in the conversation. Or we have young people in Ghana who are leveraging AI to improve walking canes, to improve the autonomy and mobility of those who are blind. So there's a lot of innovation already happening on the continent, but it can only happen when you provide access, and we've learned and really, really have started to see and witness the power of having young people present in the room driving these agendas. So ultimately, inclusion works when it is intentional, partners-led, and also centers young voices at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure we've been able to connect Dr. Peter Materi yet. Later, I'll come back to you to offer answer to that question. But before I call on President Hikam El-Habti, it will be nice for me to let you know that it blends strong technical expertise in mathematics and economics with deep corporate leadership experience at OCP, and he has a very visionary approach to transforming African higher education through innovation, experiential learning, and inclusivity with industry collaboration. I think we all saw that with the vision that was shared with us yesterday. He has built his career in corporate strategy and finance, joining OCP Group in 2013, and he has held senior roles, including Deputy General Secretary, focusing on strategic operational projects, risk management, investments, and consultancy for companies across Morocco and France. He was appointed the president of this great university in October 2020, following roles such as Secretary General since November 2017, and is the one that has been overseeing the formulation of UMCP's strategic vision, its organizational transformation, and institutional reforms. I'm sure that looking at UMC, the new focus of higher education in Africa, it will be very glad to speak to this issue that we are talking about. President Hikam, how do the reflections resonate really? And where do you see the biggest opportunity or blind spots in the African system? Can you also share with us some examples of innovations, especially from your experience in this university, that you think our other universities should emulate?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind word. And I'm very happy to be here and sharing the stage with the MasterCard Foundation. And I will go back to that because a lot of what has been said is a part of the DNA of the university and why the university was built. So we here shaping the future of higher education for innovation and sustainable development in Africa. It was exactly for why the reason behind UM6P. So you talked about the industry and the link, the very strong links between UM6P and the industry. So we are blessed to be founded and funded by an industrial group. So this is a part of our DNA. The fact that we have to be close to the private sector, to the industrial needs, it's a part of our DNA. The second thing is, from day one, and His Majesty the King, when he decided to give his name to our university, that's why we are carrying the name of Mohammed VI, is to work for the development of our continent, of Africa, by bringing solutions, sovereign technologies to tackle what Africa is facing as main challenges. One of them is the food security, the other one is the human capital development. And it was mentioned yesterday, I think it was mentioned today. This is the biggest challenge, but for me and for us, it's a huge, great opportunity. That's why what we have here at UM6P is the fact to be a greenfield university, because we are a very young university. We started from some unconventional way of tackling education by putting at the heart of our system this youth. And when we got the visit from some people, especially from the north, so the feedback, the frequent feedback is, here this is kind of energy we don't find in our universities. It's not the facilities, it's not the equipment. This is you can find, you can build, you can invest in that. But invest in energy, getting this energy from the eyes of this youth coming from, at UM6P, from more than 40 countries, from all Africa. This is priceless, and they cannot find that. And this is, whenever someone comes, this is the feedback I'm getting. So, and we believe in this energy, and the word was used, it's unlock the potential. So for me, UM6P was built as a platform that will give the opportunities to the youth to unlock their potential. And the potential is huge. And we have to believe in that ourselves to let them thrive. Elsewhere, it won't work. And the second thing, and this is when I saw the this short clip about grace. This is why when we wake up the morning, we're really happy to come to work, because this is the best recognition, this is the best award you can have, because when you impact the life of Grace, and there are lots of Graces in Africa, you are not just impacting her life as a youth. It's her family, it's the village, it's the country, it's the continent. You don't have this kind of impact elsewhere. So and this is the kind of discussion we have with our partners in the north. Yeah, they don't talk, they don't have graces like that. And this is the best, as I said, in the morning when we wake up, when we go to work, and when you just cross the road of a young girl or young boy, and you know that you are just contributing in unlocking his or her potential, this is the best award you can have. And I want here to seize the opportunity to thank MasterCard Foundation, because when I saw the program, this TagDev, we are a part of this program through Reforum, and we are seeing the impact of this program on entrepreneurship in agriculture. Because now in our mindset, Africa and food security, they are not in the same league. It's antinomics. But for us, this is the biggest opportunity for Africa, for the food security, not just for Africa, but for the world in the next 20, 25 years. To do that, we have to leverage on our capabilities, which are the youth, and which are the Arab lands that are unused in Africa. And to do that, we need to imagine a new way of education. We are partnering with the Institut Polytechnique in Yamoussoukro to develop a new kind of school called the Digital Farming School, combining digital and farming. And the other thing about inclusion, this is we have just now partnering with MasterCard Foundation, and really thank you for your great support about inclusion. So UM6P starting this year as a partner, thanks to funding from MasterCard Foundation, to go to the 3. So girls, but we don't have that as a problem because we have 60% of our students are female. So we have the other problem. Now we have to look for boys. The second is disability, and the third one is refugees. And we are now working with MasterCard to put that on, to have the same kind of rate than for the gender. So thank you so much for great support, and we are really happy to share all what we are doing with the other institutions. So the team is here, and we are eager to share our experience.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that he has talked about that energy, and I hope that many vice chancellors too will find ways of getting that energy for their various institutions. I'm glad to report that Dr. Peter Materu is online. His foundation, the MasterCard Foundation, has made tremendous impact across Africa, and they've really unfolded the power of universities, higher education institutions, to transform their society. Dr. Peter Materu, you are welcome. You have been at the front row seat for the progress in Africa. We want to hear from you what you have learned about the role of higher education in transforming Africa. And the big question is, what is the future going to look like? You are welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Oyewole, and my apologies that it's taken us a while to get connected. We struggled a little bit with the internet here, but I want to thank you for your patience, everyone in the room. And I apologize also that I'm not able to join in person because we are on a business trip here with our partners. And we spend a lot of time in the field for the same reason, that trying to see how we can work together to get many more young people to realize their full potential, as President Hicham was saying a few minutes ago. Some of you may know I'm with the MasterCard Foundation, which is a fairly young foundation set up about 20 years ago with a very simple mission, which is essentially to address the challenges and needs in education and skilling, as well as in financial inclusion, in order to start or contribute to alleviating poverty. And over the years, we have been pursuing this mission. Our conviction, our belief is that everyone, irrespective of his or her beginning, can learn and prosper. It is a mission that's anchored in inclusion, not simply for the reason that it is a good thing to do, but it is a necessary thing to do. And within that, education and skilling is a foundational part of it. It's foundational because, as many of you will agree, education is really the bedrock upon which you build the human capital of any country, any economy, any community. And so we see this as a very, very important part of it. And alongside with financial inclusion, it offers a combination that has great potential to alleviate poverty. And for us, we see education as doing three main things. One is, first of all, just to ensure that we have informed citizenry that has the knowledge and confidence to plan and to decide on their own destiny. The second one is closely related. It's about leaders to lead and manage economic transformation. And the third one is very much around the talent that one needs for socioeconomic transformation. And it is really these three, in my view, that make higher education such an important part of Africa's journey. Yeah, some societies out there may say higher education is not a priority, but for Africa, given where we are as a continent, where we are still largely dependent on primary goods for our livelihoods, higher education is an absolute critically needed investment. It is not a luxury. It is not an option. It is something that we have to do. And this starts certainly with a strong base in basic education and secondary. But it is also not enough by itself, that we then need to figure out a way to transform this knowledge into actual action to solve our problems and to innovate and to build upon what we have. Now, many of you may have heard about the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Works strategy. And the whole idea is to bring together our two charitable purposes, education and skilling and financial inclusion, to accompany young people along their journey from education through transition, success into work, but then also do things on the demand side to ensure that young people do actually have opportunities. And here we are talking about work, not only wage employment. Many of you know that only 2 to 3 young people out of 10 who are completing college or any tertiary institution in the continent now are transitioning into wage employment. But there is plenty more that one can do, self-employment through entrepreneurship and other forms of self-employment. So we are, through Young Africa Works, doing everything we can, bringing our two charitable purposes together to enable, empower young people access what we call dignified and fulfilling work. Yes, getting into work is dignified, but getting to be in a fulfilling life is a journey. And this is something that we continue to work with young people to get there. Now, coming to higher education, the question you asked me, Prof, is what is the future? What's the way forward? First, let me say that the MasterCard Foundation has been on this journey right from the beginning, starting with our Scholars Program. We started investing in that future, saying that higher education should be a place where we prepare young people to become the future transformative leaders. And so our Scholars Program targets young people from the poorest of the poor, bring them into good institutions of learning, and give them the opportunity to learn, but also to learn leadership, to hone their leadership skills, to also develop that give back spirit so that over time they come out of these institutions with a service mindset that will be the beginning of their journey into becoming those transformative leaders. We are also right now prioritizing African institutions because we believe that the young people alongside with the institutions over time will become that engine for change. I'm pleased to see President Isham here. The UM6P has been the latest institution in Africa that has joined our partnership in the Scholars Program, and we're excited to have you, President Hitcham. And we are on a journey right now at around 50,000 young people in this program and aiming to go to 100,000 by 2030. So more African institutions will come on board. But we're also thinking that it is important to bring these institutions together into networks that can support each other, strengthen each other. And we're supporting right now 7 what we call collaboratives in critical areas: agriculture, digital, nutrition, and so on, but also networks that enable to reach the poorest of the poor, the marginalized, like refugees. We have a whole network around young people in refugee communities. And the idea is that over time, these institutions will become engines, and these networks will become engines for transformation as we go. So the future, though, that we are looking at is one that is still a journey. It's still a journey. As I said, it is not enough to get young people into school and get many of them to graduate. Yes, we have to do more in terms of access. But if these young people complete college and they don't transition successfully, the work is not fully done. And so one question we need to ask ourselves is, what can we do to enable young people to transition more successfully? I know as a former academic myself, we used to say that getting young people into work is not our job. Well, that may be correct, but then whose job is it? Whose job is it? And do we have perhaps a role to play to prepare these young people so that they have a better chance of transitioning successfully? The good thing is, among us in the institutions in the room, there are some who are already doing very well in this area. And there is an opportunity to learn from each other on what works in those spaces so that we can get more young people into that. But that would require also rethinking the incentive systems we have in our institutions. Yeah, one of the things we're asking ourselves is, how can we also work together with institutions to have that mindset of focus on the young person as really the center of everything we do. I know in my days, the publish or perish was core to our own development as faculty. But is there something we can do perhaps to put more emphasis on the young people that we are supporting to succeed, in addition to us as individuals in the institutions continuing to grow? But there is also a dimension around research. Research, by and large, that actually solves real life challenges in our countries. More of that, and a culture that recognizes and rewards those individuals and groups and teams that are more focused on solving real life challenges in our spaces, and standards for research that recognize value in this kind of research as well. How can we do more of that? How can we encourage more of that to happen going forward? And deep innovation, because we know that for us to go to the next level in socioeconomic transformation, we are going to need to innovate, to add value to primary products in our countries. And that is going to require intensive work. It's going to require long-term dedication, and it's going to require focus. And so the question there also is, and this relates to also funding models, how can we stabilize teams and individuals who are working on solutions that are likely to be transformative, so that they don't have to go around with a hat everywhere, because the funding is not there? How can we develop funding models that can help to stabilize these teams so that institutions and individuals in institutions of higher learning continue to become forces of transformation, to become anchors of solution building around the key challenges of our development in the continent. So these are things which we in the MasterCard Foundation are thinking about very seriously. And we are engaging to the extent we can with institutions and others in the economies to understand what works. And we hope and look forward to working together to finding solutions that will really position and strengthen institutions of higher learning to become engines of socioeconomic transformation. Thank you, Prof, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Materu. We have earlier introduced you. He's the Chief Program Officer of the MasterCard Foundation. And earlier on, I've mentioned that he was the Practice Manager for Education and Skills Development in Africa at the World Bank for 17 years. And really, I remember the first time he told me about the Centers of Excellence Initiative in 2013. He followed up with that conversation and he made it to happen. We are really proud of you and what you have done in Africa. And he's not just talking, this is his own constituency. He was formerly Professor of Electrical Engineering, Dean of Engineering, and Director of Graduate Studies at the University of Dar es Salaam. We are very glad to hear from you. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Materu.
Thank you, Prof.
But don't go yet because there may be questions from you in the audience. At this time, I'm going to throw it open to the audience. Do we have some people who may have some questions for any of our panelists, please? Can I see your hands up if you have any question? Yes. Where is can we take the mic? One or two or three, if we can accommodate them. And you may identify the person you want to. Thank you very much. Yes. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Atanga Desmond from Kesmont International University in Cameroon. Professor, thank you very much for the presentation. When we hear MasterCard, we already think about sponsorship and support. As a private institution, I want to know what is the criteria for my institution to be able to benefit from the very good things you've been doing throughout the continent, so that I can also take the information to the different private universities in my country. We want MasterCard to come to Cameroon and also support our growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question. I can't see from here very well. Yes, just take it to the next available person. I guess at that point there. Somebody there? Yes. Introduce yourself.
My name is Emmanuel Su. I'm from the University of Bamenda in Cameroon. My question
Another question from Cameroon.
It's just a coincidence. My question is to the president of UM6P. I'm wondering if he can throw more light on how UM6P has changed experiential learning into entrepreneurship, and because that is a challenge that many African universities are finding it difficult to overcome. Thank you.
Any other person? Number 3, we can still afford one. I learned there's somebody behind there. Okay. Yes. A female.
Hello, my name is Zama Mahlobo from Stellenbosch University in South Africa.
From where?
Stellenbosch University in South Africa.
Yeah.
So my question is, so when MasterCard gets involved in community movements and all these developments, what kind of outputs are you looking for? Because I know traditionally from universities, you're looking for a paper, a publication, or someone is going to present. So what kind of outputs are you looking for when you get involved in these movements?
Thank you. I think we can, because of our time, over to you, Dr. Peter Materu. Do you want to respond before I call on the president here? Yes, Dr. Peter Materu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ayola, and thank you everyone for the questions. I guess the questions, 2 questions from Cameroon, you can see there is excitement in the room, in the country, maybe because of the upcoming elections. I hope that goes well as well. Let me start off with the private institutions question. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, but what I would like to say is, first of all, we do not let me say we fund both public and private universities. Yeah, we are not we don't discriminate. Yeah, and we do have things though that we look at. One is certainly leadership. Leadership is critical because at the end of the day, this is a partnership where we are all working together to enable young people become or travel the journey to transformative leadership. And so it cannot be done simply from funding by the Mastercard Foundation. The institution where the students go is a key element of it's a Tanga, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's the institution where the students go is a key part of that enabling environment. And so leadership and the environment in the institution to support the learners in terms of mentorship, coaching, in terms of certainly accommodation, and the ethos of the institution itself. We care a lot about safeguarding, for example. Where is the institution in that respect? We care a lot about the quality of learning that the students, the learning experience the students will go through. How does it look like? And so all this stuff who are available and ready to support the learners in their journey of leadership development, in their journey of give back, and so on. So it is something that we work together to understand from the beginning. And we know very well that we cannot support every institution in the continent. We do, from time to time, have rounds of calls where we invite institutions to submit proposals, and then we take time to have a conversation until we land the case. So short answer, we don't discriminate, and we do have, in fact, in Cameroon, the AIMS in Cameroon is part and parcel of the network of AIMS institutions that are supported by the Mastercard Foundation. Yeah. The other question from Stellenbosch, the simple answer is our focus is on the young people and enabling those young people improve their livelihoods. Yeah, whether it is starting with education through transition into either wage employment or entrepreneurship, or whether it's a young person who's already out of school and who hasn't got a livelihood, or has got a livelihood that is not sufficiently fulfilling, and joining the journey of that young person to build upon his or her ideas until they grow. And this is either through, some of them have got the startups, some of them have no idea yet, and so they want to go through some skilling before they figure out what they want to do. So we join the journey of the young people, but the destination we are looking at is dignified and fulfilling work, meaning the young person is feeling that he or she has dignity in the community, in the place of work, and is also earning an income that enables him or her to take care of himself or herself and the family, the immediate family. And we prioritize young women in particular because we know that the playing field is tilted in favor of men, meaning that there are so many more men out there who have opportunities. But also when you put out opportunities out there, usually you get more men responding than women. And so we have deliberate, intentional measures that we have in our programs to ensure that we try to bring a level playing field. And for that, we have set a target of at least 70% of the young people that we reach to be young women. And finally, it's about African institutions. We prioritize African institutions because we believe that ultimately what we do will only make sense if in the long term, if we have institutions and systems in place that are going to carry this into the future beyond the funding of the foundation. And so the investing in African institutions is part of that theory of change, of getting this to become the engine to take this into the future.
Thank you, Professor Peter Materu. It's always a pleasure to listen to you when you share your passion for the young people. Thank you very much for this very important contribution. I will now go to President Hikam.
Yeah, exactly. So the question is about the entrepreneurship. So I try to be very efficient in my answer. So the first thing is to believe in the entrepreneurship as a part of the university's responsibility. So it's not, we are not here just to develop knowledge, publish papers, educate, and we don't care about the jobs. So I do agree with you when you say, whose job is it? So no, for me, it's our job. So in this kind of jobs, there is the entrepreneurship as a gate to do that. So first thing is to bring this at the level of the strategy of the university. Second, what we are doing is giving incentives or incentivize the faculty and the students. So in terms, for instance, for the faculty, if they produce some patent, they have incentive in bringing this patent or to the market. So they are working, we are working the talk with them. So we are pushing them because they have skin in the game. Once this technology is coming from the labs to the industrial field. Third is for the student, for the PhD student. All the PhD students won't do academic career. So what we push them to do postdocs outside, but some of them, they are not interested in this academic area. So what we are doing now, we have a program called The Bench, so where we are supporting them in developing ideas coming from their research. And once they go through the bench, we have an incubator at UM6P called Stargate, with access to all the UM6P labs, so all the UM6P platforms. And once they need to raise money, we have our own VC within the university called UM6P Ventures, where we are just putting some seed money and inviting the other VCs here in Morocco or in Africa, if they believe in in this idea, to bring some money. So this is the ecosystem we built. So we have this in our strategy. We have incentives for the faculty and the staff and the student to go down this path. Third, we are giving them some concrete solutions in the biggest incubator in Africa today is in our campus next to Marrakesh, called Stargate, with access to the research labs, to the equipment, and to the faculty if they need some advice from the scientists. And fourth is to having skin in the game by putting some seed money in their startups or in their ventures. So this is what we are doing at UM6P to push this. And 2 months ago, they organized the second edition of the Deep Tech Summit. What we are the idea was to put the technology at the heart of the development. If we want Africa to leapfrog the development, we have to focus on bringing these technologies, because innovation is local. Innovation should take into account what are the specificities of our continent, of our countries, of our land, and to bring these technologies to the market. So this is what we are doing at UM6P in this area.
I want to thank all our panelists. It's been an exciting period hearing from you and listening to you. But before we go, let's just give them 1 minute, just 1 minute for each one of them to share with us their hope for the future of higher education in Africa. I will start with Dr. Peter Materu. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Higher education in Africa is an absolute necessity going forward, and the model we take cannot be the model of the North. We have to do more because it's so critical to the continent's transformation. And we need to change, to rethink the way we work. We need to rethink the incentive systems. I really like what I heard from Professor Hicham on what they're doing at the UM6P. We need to change the incentive system so that deep innovation, deep entrepreneurship, transitions of young people, especially around key sectors to socioeconomic transformation, become a core part of what we recognize as excellence in higher education.
Thank you very
And
much.
I just want to say that we are with you in this journey and
Thank
looking
you.
forward to working.
Dr. Ikwe?
Great, yeah, I think just echoing on the inclusion narrative, you cannot have innovation and transformation without inclusion. So my vision for African higher education institutions is a world where they are demonstrating, or we are demonstrating, how access is also excellence, right? So inclusion is not an anti-excellence narrative. So demonstrating that, but also where African higher education institutions are driving that transformation of the continent, putting at the center those young people as the driving asset that's going to get Africa to the next level.
President Hikam.
So yeah, for me, just as we are here as higher education institutions, the first thing I think we have to acknowledge how blessed, how lucky we are to be in this field. This is, as I said, this is best award you could have. I know a lot of people paying psychiatrists, psychologists to find the sense or the meaning of their work. We don't know how. We know the meaning of what we are doing by just crossing the road of a young girl, young boy in our institutions. Second, we have these seeds in this youth, and we are here to create the environment to let this wild grass just grow. And we are here as a grower. So think of our work in just giving the opportunity to this youth. And third is, so sky is the limit. We have this energy, as I said, we have it, and this is our chance, how to transform this energy to something which is tangible on the field. So this is
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for this great panel. We want to thank you. So thank you very much. We'll be ending the session at this time. We want to thank Dr. Peter Materi for making the time. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would want to invite HR Manager for the AAU, Mrs. Yvette Kwashi, to please come up stage and adorn the sash. Distinguished Chair and speakers, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for them, please. Distinguished guests, I want you all to cope and appreciate some few things happening. If you check your program, you realize that time is far away from us, and that is humbly appreciated from our side. We want to apologize for that. We would have a session next, this one on Diamond Open Access and the Cape Town Declaration. But before that, we would have to dash out for a quick snack break. You have 10 minutes to do your stretches and anything you want to do. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes time so we can have the Diamond Open Access session next. Please, let's try and keep your time. We have the rest of it to our advantage. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No, I'm doctor, I'm not professor. Or
Distinguished guests, I'm glad to welcome you all back to the session. It is the 16th Quadrennial General Conference of the AAU, and it's getting greater time by time. And before we start this next session, I want to remind all stakeholders outside to kindly make their way back inside so we can all together start together. And also to announce to you all that the African Charter Workshop happened from 11:30 to 1 in the mini room up there in the Eureka office, right up there. Just for you all to appreciate that. We learned of a missing spectacle yesterday, and it is so special that you can't use it anywhere. So kindly, if you found the spectacle, please return it back to all the officials, anybody here who's official here, so we can return it back to the owner. Yeah. This spectacle is in a transparent case. That is how unique it is. So please, if you find any spectacle in a unique case, which is transparent, please return it back to us, and let's have the owner take his spectacle. Also to mention that there's going to be an excursion on the 24th of July this week from 2 p.m. to 5:30. If you're interested, kindly see Ms. Comfort Ifeayabua, who's with the partnership unit in the AAU. She will see you and register you for 1:30 MAD. 1:30 MAD for the excursion. You can't miss it, right? We're in Morocco. You have to see everything. Also, the Afro Champions, in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, is open to everyone who wants to be part of their session called the Transforming Africa Through Higher Education. The reps are around. They are around the exhibition area, so you can engage them, and they would help you go through the survey. Now back to our session for the day. Before we went on break, I told you about the next session about Diamond Open Access and the Cape Town Declaration. And this very moment, we're about to start that session. I believe that all stakeholders are here, and so we wouldn't want to wait, let any time pass away. The very first person I will introduce up here is the chairperson for the session, and the person of Professor Ishak Oloyede, an award-winning registrar for the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board here at the AAU General Conference. Put your hands together for Professor Ishak Oloyede.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome from lunch. I believe that this session is going to be as interesting as the last, if not better. Many of us running the universities, we have this problem of always lamenting, agonizing, rather than organizing. We look at problems, we feel overwhelmed, and we lament and lament. We blame everybody but ourselves. Are we that helpless? I believe this morning, courtesy of AAU, we are going to look at an important aspect of what we can do on our own. And this we will do by discussing the Diamond Open Access and the Cape Town Declaration. This is an initiative that was initiated by Africans to liberate Africans, particularly researchers in Africa, from oppression. To do this today is an actor, one of those to make contribution. And in fact, the two of them are actors in this process. let me invite to the podium a very distinguished librarian, Dr. Regi Raju from the University of Cape Town. Encourage him to come up. Encourage him. Encourage him. It's not enough. Encourage Doctor. You are welcome, Dr. Regi Raju. You can take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Also, to participate is another actor because AAU is one institution that has shown over the years, and particularly in recent years, that you need to increase the human capacity within in order to be able to carry the burden of universities in the continent. It is my pleasure, therefore, to invite Dr. Nkrumah Kugagbezi, the acting head of communication, ICT, and knowledge management of AAU. You are welcome. That's not enough. Please, another round of applause. Thank you very much. Questions have been asked. What do we mean by open access? What is Cape Town Declaration? What is Diamond Open Access? All these are questions that we will try to answer at this panel. I believe that there was a time, once upon a time, the universities and publishers, they are paddies, they are friends. We even, at that time, we saw publishers as our liberators. But things are coming better, particularly in Africa, where we have to pay for what we manufacture. We create the work, but we do not have access to those work we have created because they are far beyond what we can afford. And that made authors and even readers to look for solution to APCs. And by APC, you mean article processing charges, which are prohibitive, particularly given the exchange rate, naira, dollar, dirham, whatever name you call it, to the pounds and the dollars. So for this, we now thought of a way out, and that was why we have the initiative of open access. University of Cape Town played significant role, not just in hosting the revolution, because it's called the 2018 declaration is Cape Town Declaration, because the revolution took place in the University of Cape Town. To discuss this matter today, I have this librarian who is a distinguished scholar, who is the driver of the Cape Town Declaration on Open Access. He's an advocate of open access. He is somebody who has given it all it takes. I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Dr. Regi Raju. He's a professor. We call him professor. He always say, no, I'm not a professor. I wish I am a professor, but I'm a doctor. That's what he will tell you every time. Okay, by virtue of my chairmanship of this position, I will appoint you associate professor, if not professor. So I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Regi Raju from the University of Cape Town to discuss the contribution of University of Cape Town to this revolution. Thank you. You are invited.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon, colleagues. My colleague, Dr. Felicia, and I are going to share the need for Africa to reclaim its scholarship. We will use, at times, graphics to complement that which is verbalized. At the epicenter of this presentation is a question: who owns African scholarship? It is our assertion that ownership determines processes. It influences universities' leadership's commitment, and it shapes the roles and responsibilities of key stakeholders. There is strong correlation between ownership and the university's core purpose, and that is to develop and inform citizenry and conduct research that support societal challenges. Research is the golden thread as it supports both the curriculum and the development of new knowledge. Yet, African universities face significant barriers to accessing the information needed for both teaching and research. It is indisputable that the production of new knowledge is dependent on access to existing research to support hypotheses, theories, and the development of new ideas. Therefore, research must be visible and accessible. In pursuit of greater visibility, African scholars have gifted their work to commercial publishers who impose huge fees that render this research inaccessible to communities that cannot afford costly subscriptions. The commercialization of knowledge gave rise to the open access movement, originally rooted in philanthropy. However, in the rush for adoption, the open access movement has betrayed Africa by introducing another layer of exclusion, and as the chair mentioned, the APCs. Open access as a philanthropic movement has now become a business model. A model which continues to marginalize African researchers who often cannot afford exorbitant APC costs. And they are forced into pleading for exemptions. Systemic biases embedded in the publishing ecosystem, geographic, language, peer review, these biases serve as additional barriers to the visibility of African scholarship. Given the constraints of time, these systemic biases will not be discussed, but possible solutions to these biases will be shared. These systemic biases are in direct conflict with the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that everyone has the right to access and disseminate information. In 2003, the Budapest Declaration also calls for the bidirectional flow of knowledge, the sharing of knowledge by the rich with the poor, and importantly, the poor with the rich. The failure to uphold these principles continues to relegate African scholarship. This graphic highlights how much the academy contributes to the knowledge production ecosystem to support the growth of research and knowledge. And it also shows the contributions by the commercial entities to satisfy the academy's desire for improved visibility. It is now common cause that visibility is not commensurate with accessibility. I would like for you to keep this graphic at the back of your mind. This graphic shows that the academy performs the core of the intellectual work, from the manuscript preparation to its peer review and then its finalization. From our experience, the commercial publisher's contribution is language and layout editing and dissemination. And they charge exorbitant fees for these services, be it through APCs or subscriptions. Herein lies the absurdity. The academy funds the creation of research, and then we gift it to the publishers. And then we pay to access that which we already paid for. To exacerbate matters, African universities cannot afford access to the very content that they funded, worsening Africa's already low research output. Those with limited access, with limited need, have easier access, while those who need it desperately have to climb mountains to obtain access. In this scenario, visibility and accessibility are mutually exclusive. They are mutually exclusive. This unsustainable model has led to increasing calls for the academy to reclaim its scholarship and reform. We need to reform research assessment systems that continue to marginalize Global South research. Diamond Open Access is mooted as the model that supports the reclamation of scholarship. The Latin Americans have been advocating for the academy to own their scholarship and promote the ideology that knowledge is a public good. Africans emphasize the need for social justice to underpin Diamond Open Access. Collectively, they advance that scholarship must be free to all, both researchers and readers. As indicated earlier, the primary question is, who owns African scholarship? This question gives rise to other questions such as, is there an alternative to the current model? As the leadership of universities, we would assume you would be asking, how visible is the content in this alternate model? What is its impact? How sustainable is it? And we ask, how committed is the leadership to reclaiming ownership of African scholarship? Given who contributes to the generation of knowledge and the barriers that African researchers need to navigate, we need to find a way forward that is beneficial to both the readers and the authors. We're talking about access and dissemination. By removing both author-facing, and reader-facing fees, Diamond Open Access contributes to knowledge production, for knowledge produced in Africa being accessible to African communities first and foremost. In the reclaiming ownership agenda, African institutions, particularly academic libraries and non-commercial university presses, are positioned as more than service providers. They are agents of epistemic justice. This affirms the right of African scholars to frame their own research agenda and contribute to solving the continent's challenges on their own terms. The Reclamation Project promises control over how African scholarship is disseminated, engaged, and how it is evaluated globally. This is especially important if we are to decolonize our learning and research agendas and enhance institutional reputation. Diamond Open Access provides the leadership of African universities the option. You have the option of investing in your institution's intellectual capital and to support infrastructures rooted in equity, inclusion, and sustainability. African scholarship must be owned, created, and disseminated by Africa, for Africa, and on African terms. Diamond Open Access speaks directly to institutional autonomy, intellectual sovereignty, and the university's mission to serve the public good. It promotes the view that research funded with public resources must serve the public interest and not private profit, and support inclusive participation in knowledge production and consumption. Reclaiming African scholarship requires infrastructure rooted on the continent and driven by African institutions. The African Platform for Open Scholarship, APOS, is one of many concrete steps to advance reclamation. It aims to recalibrate imbalances in the current publishing ecosystem by providing a continental, African-led infrastructure underpinned by inclusivity and equity. The platform empowers universities, academic libraries, and research institutes to publish academically rigorous books and journals. It prioritizes the African research agenda, local languages, and contextually relevant scholarship, fostering a publishing ecosystem that reflects the diversity and complexity of African knowledge systems. The core principle underpinning the platform makes it transformative and fit for purpose for Africa. The tenant model was adapted to facilitate the reclaiming of African scholarship. The platform allows multiple institutions and research communities to be served by a single server with multiple software instances, managed and upgraded by a team of experts to enable the sharing of African scholarship and the formation of communities of practice. Participation is decentralized. universities manage their own journals and monographs while benefiting from shared technological infrastructure. The platform addresses the issues of infrastructure capacity, affordability, and sustainability, making it a viable solution to advance the dissemination of African scholarship. Each institution has the option of having a unique DOI prefix, a DOI prefix, contributing to institutional prestige by being recognized as a publisher of knowledge. The use of ORCIDs showcases individual researchers and their research profiles. A foundational pillar of the model is allowing each institution to retain its identity with its own domain name. The look and feel of its journals and books reflect that of the institution. Participating institutions have full ownership. They have full ownership of their instance on the platform, showcasing their research productivity and institutional prestige. I'm going to use the UCT as an exemplar to demonstrate the issue of visibility. I can share that the University of Cape Town Libraries Press has published 29 books, and we expect to publish another 3 before the end of August. UCT also publishes 7 journals, and a new title is now being prepared for publication in November. We all know that journal articles solicit more downloads than books. Be that as it may, I will use books to illustrate the enhanced visibility of content on the platform. The focus will be on textbooks, OERs, and the reason for that is that I can pull this through to provide evidence on impact. I've taken 7 books, including one in Sesotho, for further investigation. And in this table, you could see the number of downloads. One of the books is The Constitutional Law for Students. This is a textbook written by students for students. The book has solicited almost 300,000 downloads since publication in March 2020. And these downloads are from more than 175 countries across the world. Clearly, from this table, one can see how visible the content is when it is published open on the platform. The question then one needs to ask, what is the impact of this particular book? Just as the constitutional law course is one of the most failed courses in the law degree in South Africa. The book was launched in March 2020. That year was used as a dividing point between the pre- and post-launch periods. As shown in the table, the average pass rate of Black students, here when I talk about Black, talk about Indian, African, thank you so much, sir, and colored. The pass rate between the periods 2016 and 18 was 66%. In the period 2021 to 2023, the average pass rate rose to 81%. This reflects a significant improvement in the pass rate, with the book being considered a contributor. I'm not saying the contributor, I'm saying a contributor to the growth. It is our assertion that student pass rate is influenced. It is influenced by access to critical information resources. Hence, we drill down further on the impact of this book on Black students who are funded by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The limited funding, and this is not unique to South Africa or Africa, this is an international phenomenon. Limited funding, students generally have to make decisions between purchasing textbooks versus buying food and accommodation. We analyzed data relating to the success rate of NSFAS students. For the period 2017 to 2019, the average pass rate was 15.8%. And the average pass rate post-publication was 56.9%. This is more than a 350% increase in pass rate by the extremely needy, that is those students who are dependent on government funding. The question I'm asking then is, who is publishing with UCT Press, with UCT Libraries Press? Some of UCT's leading academics have published their works with UCT Libraries Press. A-rated researchers have published their books and journals because they wanted their research to have increased visibility and impact. They were not chasing H indexes. They're looking at visibility and impact. As mentioned, the constitutional law textbook was written by students who are now recognized internationally. The framework for the text was drafted by the dean, but the content was developed by the students, reviewed by a senior professor from another university, reviewed by 2 constitutional law judges and a senior law student. So in terms of who is using it, students, emerging researchers, and established researchers have published on the platform via UCT Libraries Press. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague.
It's clear that I have your support to make him an associate professor. AAU itself is doing a lot to support this initiative. It is not enough for us to be talking in Africa about just impact, visibility, when we can create one. Unfortunately for us, leaders of African universities, we are coming too late to join the train. I believe we can still join the train, and I would therefore want to invite my sister to come and say the aspects, the roles being played by AAU, particularly in this African platform that has been created for open scholarship. This APOS, as it's called, is an initiative, yes, being driven directly by the University of Cape Town in South Africa, but also being supported very, very vigorously by the AAU. And I call on all countries of Africa. I check, at the last check, I think it's only one university out of over 180 in Nigeria that has supported this initiative. Nigeria itself is big enough to create such a thing, but I think if we do not want to create now, let's support what University of Cape Town is doing by creating this platform that all of us in the university communities in Africa will be proud of. I therefore call on Dr. Nkrumah to come and narrate the AAU aspect of the story.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. Thank you very much, Prof, for that passionate presentation. I would be talking about aspects related to sustainability. I would also talk about the changing role of academic library in publishing, and then also add on with some calls. I will be ending with some calls to action, as well as the new role given to me by the chairman in terms of AAU's role and what AAU has been doing and what we are currently doing with University of Cape Town and other partners as well. It's the same presentation, if it can come up. A technical team, if you can bring up the presentation. And move to slide 18. It's a continuation of where Prof ended, please. Whilst they do that, I would go on. We are saying that in the current bias publishing ecosystem, sustainability really must go beyond being a series of quick fixes. It really needs to become a holistic process, a process where we are starting with fundamental conceptualization of the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders and extending to strategic efforts aimed at reclaiming scholarship. And that as part of this transformation, academic libraries really need to reimagine their current service model. We are proposing a changing role of the academic library in publishing. Academic libraries in Africa really need to come to grips with the fact that they are no longer passive repositories of information. They need to become active and strategic players in the scholarly publishing ecosystem. There's a lot being done, but we think there's a lot more that we can do in this space. No longer confined to managing collections, libraries must become innovation hubs, trusted infrastructure partners, leading institutional efforts to disseminate research that align with local and continental priorities. Libraries must now host and manage open publishing platforms, provide the technical and administrative backbone for journal and book publishing. Again, they must support editorial workflows, including peer reviews, open licensing, publishing ethics, and metadata management. This also means that even in the training of librarians, we need to consider this key aspect. Libraries must enable knowledge flow from inside out, shifting focus from acquiring external content to collecting and disseminating content from their respective institutions to be shared with the rest of the continent and the world. So it's also about collecting what is happening in terms of what is being produced by the researchers and making it widely available to others across the continent and beyond. We are calling on the library profession to promote inclusive, multilingual, and ethically grounded publishing practices, reinforcing their roles in advancing epistemic justice and decolonizing scholarly communication. We also need to train editorial boards and reviewers and ensure long-term preservation and discoverability of content. There was the earlier discussion of APCs coming up. We are saying that by investing in library-led publishing infrastructure, institutions are fast becoming reclaiming agency over knowledge production. And this is a transition from unsustainable subscription and APC models to fiscally responsible diamond open access systems that serve the public good. We pose the following questions. is leadership of universities committed to A, growing African research and nurturing the next generation of African citizens? I believe the answer is yes. Are we also committed to reimagining the role of the academic library to take on publishing? Are we committed to redirecting funding to reclaim African scholarship? These are questions that we would leave for debate and for us to adjudicate on. Okay. So this is where I just asked, the key questions that we are posing. I would move on. In conclusion, we are saying that the growth of African research depends on reclaiming ownership of African scholarship. Diamond Open Access offers us a sustainable, equitable, and African-led pathways that affirm scholarship as a public good. Through platforms like APOS, which Prof presented on, and the strategic leadership of academic libraries, Africa can dismantle systemic barriers, restore intellectual sovereignty, and ensure that its research is accessible, visible, and impactful on African terms. Now is really the time for African institutions to invest in their knowledge infrastructures and to commit to social justice, autonomy, and the continent's future. Maybe I'll touch a bit on the task that Prof gave us in terms of what AAU is doing in promoting the African platform for open scholarship. We've been working closely with UCT and also currently with UbuntuNet, KPK, and other partners on a proposal that we are submitting. And this is to ensure that APOS maybe it doesn't only stay at UCT, but it's scaled up to the continental level, to be hosted by UbuntuNet with AAU leading, where we are then going to do a major outreach to all institutions to really make sure that you have a space. You have a space in there where you are publishing and where you are making the scholarly outputs coming from your institutions very visible, in line with the open access and the Diamond open access that we are promoting. Again, AAU has been engaging with key partners in terms of marketing, in terms of advocacy, and in terms of really drawing attention to the need for all of us as African higher education to prioritize open access and to make sure that the content that we are producing is easily available and is easily accessible. And that's the only way that we can, share knowledge and we can advance institutions beyond its current state. So thank you very much. I would like to end here.
I think what we need to do now is to take one or two questions. But I will take advantage, I don't know whether it's due or undue advantage of being the chairman, to ask from University of Cape Town, how are we sure that if we are to join yours as a tenant, we are not going to be running into another problem that will be as difficult, if not as problematic, as the one we are running from? Are we not running from one colonial master to another colonial master? Yes, go ahead. You can come here. I tried it, it didn't. Okay, yes.
Yeah. Look, as indicated by Dr. Felicia, UCT started this as a project for UCT, and it has grown. We've now been in talks with the AAU to take it over as a Pan-African platform. So it's not one colonial master to another.
Okay, thank
It
you.
is you taking ownership of your own scholarship. You determine quality, academic quality. We determine technical quality. You determine academic quality.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I welcome questions, particularly from countries with over 100, 200 universities, and yet I'm not talking of Nigeria, but I'm not excluding Nigeria. So, questions, comments, please. It's difficult for me to see you, I think. Questions, comments, what are you doing? What are you planning to do? Please take the mic to, yes,
Up there, yeah.
up there.
Yeah, she's up there. Yeah, up there. Yeah. We've got 3 hands up.
Yes, you are the acting chairman.
Thank you.
Please
Thank
go
you very
ahead.
much.
Go ahead.
Thank
because
you very
I
much,
can't
Prof.
see.
Yeah, I saw
I can't
2
see.
hands up over there. So
Yes.
please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Reg, for the insightful presentation. My name is MacDonald Nakura from Mara Institute of Technology. I'm a librarian and also the president for Zimbabwe Library Association. We are advocating for this open access, but the biggest question that we have is this thing removes the traditional royalty motivations from the publishers, from the lecturers who are publishing open access. So universities, how can they complement the researchers so that they go open access? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The second person. Yes, I see better here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Giovanna, and I'm from DORA, the Declaration on Research Assessment. So if I could ask the panelists to speak of the importance of how do we assess research into reclaiming authorship. If the panel could speak to that, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Who takes that? Is there any third one?
Hello.
The
My
third.
name is Dr. Franklin Adjoa Eboa, University of Mines and Technology, Ghana, Takwa. My question is, with all these journals, there is the craze for Scopus indexed journals. When we include our journals to that of University of Cape Town, are they going to be Scopus indexed, or it will just remain like that? Thank you.
Yes. I think these are questions I will want Dr. Raju. You want to take those questions?
You need to. Can you tell me what the first question is?
Yes. The questions are, one, what is the identity? The identity, what will be the identity of the publication? Are they going to retain their own identity as an institution or just being a tenant on the platform, even including the AAU one? Secondly, what will be the quality? What will be the, you are talking of accessibility, but what of the visibility? Are we sure that the journal will be on the same platform with those that people will have access to? These are questions that are bothering people.
Okay. So let me start with the first question, and that is, or let me start with the issue of visibility. As I've pointed out, if it is open, everybody has access to your content. Now, we are working with a number of different organizations across the world to ensure that content on the platform is as visible as possible. The one question was on DORA. Unfortunately, in terms of Diamond Open Access, we are still grappling with the issue. The Latin Americans are trying to work through this. For us in Africa, if we want to assess research, we need to find our own criteria. We need to see, do we want to benchmark it against the SDGs? What is the benchmark that we want to use, as opposed to using the general impact factor, which I know DORA is against, the article impact factor. But for us, more importantly, is it addressing the SDGs? And I think that is what the AAU needs to help us drive. In terms of quality, again, the question is, who determines the academic quality? The technical qualities, which basically is the look and feel of the journals, the look and feel of the articles in the journals. We can set benchmarks to that. The question is, in terms of the academic quality, the academy, your academy, needs to contribute to that, need to take ownership of that. And I think somewhere along the line, the question was, does it conform to Scopus? Scopus will review or pick up anything that is open. And unfortunately, because we're in Africa, in terms of the ranking within the different systems, we're way down below. So I don't think we must get stuck on chasing citation and index. We need to look at what does this content do to drive the research agenda, the African research agenda, not individuals chasing citation counts.
Thank you. Yes, I think, do you want to make an input into that? Because I believe when we talk about impact, it depends on who is determining the impact. Impact for what? Is it from the perspective of those who want to keep Africa down, or from the perspective of Africans themselves? Impact that he had measured recently, what this had been able to do in one area of law. And there are many areas that we can identify and measure the impacts. We can draw up the metrics ourselves to determine what will be the parameter, what will be the criteria for determining this. You might want to make a contribution in that direction.
Okay. There was also another question which I wanted to add on about the look and feel of the platform. Maybe I would just like to encourage all of us to make time to log in and assess it for ourselves. But each institution would retain its own visibility in terms of how it looks like. Immediately, I land on the portion which houses your journals. I should immediately be able to know that this is coming from University A or University B. So I wanted to add on to that as well.
Yes, in other words, they are mere apartments. Everybody will have his own apartment. Well, you are also sharing the cost of the infrastructure. That's one good thing about it, because the little we pay to the so-called developed countries, they are not even enough for us to benefit from the research we had contributed to. But if you have apartments within a big house, the infrastructure will be there to carry for everybody, and you keep your integrity, your honor, your sovereignty as an institution. I think that is essential. I accept there are
there is one more person here.
Yes.
My hand has been up.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think some of my question has been answered, but I would just like a little more.
Okay. VC University of Lagos.
My name is Professor Folashade Ogushola, VC University of Lagos. I wanted to, I think quite a number of my questions have been answered, but I think I'm still a bit stuck as to how we ensure on this platform? You know, when you said every institution has its own, how do we ensure the scientific rigor of the papers? And so is it still the same way that's been done? Is there a collective? I'm just trying to understand. Or that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Wherever we have done the assessment,
Yes,
we bring it here. I just need to understand that a little better.
Yes, thank you, VC. My own understanding is that we are providing, AAU is providing a platform, the infrastructure for every institution to set its own standard and be the keeper of its own gate, but without paying the whole cost that you will need for feasibility. You will be visible where you are placed. It's just like being on a platform, international platform, and you create your own system without having to pay for the totality of the infrastructure. So everybody has its own identity, but I believe with AAU intervention, there will be criteria in such a way that substandard institutions will not be allowed to have an apartment within the infrastructure. There will be a minimum level, because some of these things we pay for, Scopu and all these things we pay for, we cannot afford. And we are not benefiting from the impact. We are just talking about impact, about people who receive it and tell us we are not the community. How many of our universities can afford those articles? We cannot access it. And that's why it is being said that visibility is not the same thing as accessibility. They are visible to who is having who is assessing. We cannot afford to assess. Let us create a very qualitative platform, which APOS is, where every institution, every university on the soil of Africa will be able to create its own impact that will be able to make. I know University of Ilorin, where I come from, has a repository of its own articles, research work, deposited there. But how many people have access? But when you migrate to APOS, for instance, it will be possible for you to demonstrate what you have been able to do, and for everybody all over the world to be able to assess what you are doing, and for students and researchers across the world to download, and that will count, instead of counting the download that we are not sure of how many countries are really downloading and what impact they are making. And they keep on looking at Africa as second-class scholars, whereas we are first-class scholars. So what APOS is doing is providing the platform, is providing the visibility for you to come up and demonstrate. And I believe with AAU taking this as a serious program, and with the support of all the institutions, we'll be able to create an impact that will be immediate, not just from what you have demonstrated from University of Cape Town. You can see the impact, immediate impact of what a book written by students, not by scholars, the impact, immediate impact it can have. So I believe that all of us should here declare, re-emphasize the Cape Town declaration that we will all do the needful to make sure that we create the impact necessary through open access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You want to say what?
Thank you very much. You can put your hands together for them, please. It's a great session. And whilst they rise up, I would want to call on the AAU team to kindly bring the Zash up, accompanied by Professor Obadina, to kindly adorn the Zash on them, please. An applause we'll do at this moment, just to say thank you very much. the very revered Professor Ishaq Oloyede. Thank you very much for chairing this session. Dr. Felicia Kwabeji, thank you. Dr. Professor Reggie Raju, University of Cape Town, thank you so much for your expertise on this platform. Whilst we do this, we prepare for the next session before we embark on a lunch break. I hope that brings some excitement. This session is on Youth Mobility for Africa, Impact of Erasmus Plus project, which is chaired by Dr. Elizabeth Colucci, who is Director for Education Policy and Programs, Obriel. Put your hands together for her as she makes her way up here. We're being efficient right now with time. Thank you very much, team. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So join me as we put our hands together once more for Dr. Elizabeth Colucci.
Okay, everyone, I'm very conscious of the fact that this session stands between you and lunch, so we will try to keep the energy high. It is, I think, a very important session. We also have a colleague online who's been waiting patiently, based in Brussels at the European Commission. So we will move forward and move forward assuredly. I would like to call my other panelists to the floor. Boren Chakroun, Director of Policies and Lifelong Learning at UNESCO, headquarters Paris. My colleague, Kibro Mihaile, a project manager at Obrial based in Addis Abeba, and Briand Idoussou, representing CAMES, who are invited to join the stage. Thank you, colleagues. As they arrive, I wanted to give you a little bit of context. Why this session? Yesterday, you heard about the HAQUA initiative. And if you were paying attention, you noticed that I mentioned the Youth Mobility Flagship for Africa, which is part of the European Union's Global Gateway Investment Program. HAQUA is framed under that Youth Mobility Flagship. That Youth Mobility Flagship is basically like a basket of different financing instruments, initiatives, programs, which I'm certain my colleague Adrian will say more about. But I think it's important that you keep in mind that in addition to HAQUA under this package of instruments is a very important program called Erasmus+. And we thought that it would be pertinent to share with university presidents, partners, and stakeholders some of the very important examples of projects under that program, impacts of those projects, and how they relate to other ongoing initiatives in the African continent. You notice as well that we have our colleague Boren from UNESCO on the panel today, and I think the point is to show you how some of the EU's programs are relating to and synergizing with what UNESCO is investing in at more of a macro and policy level in terms of recognition in the African continent and creating the conditions for more intra-Africa mobility. So with that, I would like to give the floor first to Adrian, if he's with us online. And there I look to the colleagues up in the booth in the back that we can't see. If we have our colleague Adrian Ville online, he represents the European Commission, the Directorate General for Education and Culture in Brussels. He would have loved to have been here. And again, he's been waiting patiently in the wings. So Adrian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Can you hear me there in Rabat?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent, great. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that introduction. And thank you to the AAU for inviting me to this very interesting conference. I've been following some of the sessions to hear about the great initiatives underway across the continent. I am going to talk you through some of the ways in which Erasmus Plus contributes to this package of initiatives which are together known as the Youth Mobility Framework, how it's an amalgam of initiatives that help develop connections, help prepare universities in Europe and Africa for a more international outlook and for cooperation across borders, which is essential if we are to tackle global challenges in education and outside. So I have the inevitable presentation that I'm sharing. Okay, so as Elizabeth said, the Youth Mobility for Africa, it's part of the Global Gateway. The Global Gateway is the European Union's channel for outreach to countries across the world. It focuses on digital, it focuses on energy, it focuses on transport and health, and it focuses on education, both as one of those 5 pillars of the EU's cooperation with other countries, but also as an enabler of the other 4. So it's important to bear that in mind when we look at what these different initiatives under youth mobility are doing. And they include HAQUA, about which you heard yesterday. They include a specific mobility scheme to foster exchange between African universities, the Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme, which fosters doctoral and master's mobility between African countries. And it includes the Africa-focused opportunities that are offered by the Erasmus Plus program. And I'm going to focus a little bit on that to let you know what is possible under the program, but what is being done by these projects. And first and foremost, let me explain the different dimensions. So Erasmus Plus is the EU's program for cooperation and mobility in education, but also in training, in youth and sport, and it has a very strong international dimension. So a lot of these opportunities are open to African organizations, and these cover 3 sectors of education, in fact. Not only higher education, that's the lion's share, it's about 80%, but also vocational education and training and youth cooperation. We call that non-formal learning, sort of peer learning and youth cooperation projects. Something, a little bit of a misconception about Erasmus Plus when people hear the word is that it is always about mobility. Now, this is an important part of the program, but it's not just about individual exchange of students and staff. It's also about cooperation projects between education institutions who together can develop new teaching, improve the quality of their teaching, their operations, the role they play in society. And it can also help reform education landscapes, if you like. So the context in which education is delivered to make it more international, more open, and to improve quality. So let's just look a little bit at mobility. So international credit mobility is what we call it. It's about half students and half staff. And between Africa and the EU, it moves about 18,000 people per year. As I said, about half of those are staff, half are students. The majority, 70%, I guess, are Africans going to Europe. But there are Europeans coming to Africa. those Europeans coming to Africa are predominantly staff. So the student exchange is very much dominated by African students coming to Europe. The staff side is about half-half, and nearly all the Europeans going to Africa are staff. So that gives you an idea. I'm just showing you the top 15 or so countries, but we have these mobility partnerships. So two universities getting together and agreeing to exchange students and staff in both directions. We involve 54 countries across Europe, about actually getting on for 1,000 different universities on the African continent have these mobility agreements with partners in Europe. And as I said, about 17,000 per year, of which about 11,000 are Africans going to Europe. Now, obviously, the principal benefit is on the individual student, the individual academic. But we know that these mobility partnerships create and cement very strong relationships between international relations offices on the two continents. They can be instrumental in creating new agreements, new memoranda of understanding at university level, and they can be the springboard to further cooperation, some of which I'm going to talk about a little later. Another form of mobility is what we call Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. Now, we select joint masters programs delivered by consortia of universities working together, and we offer scholarships to students from across the world to come and study in these. You see about 1 in 6 of those scholarships goes to an African student, primarily Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, but a large range of about 30, 40 other countries receive those scholarships. This is for the last 4 years. You can see the statistics there. But capacity building for higher education projects is what we're going to focus on in this session. Besides the mobility projects, we also have these cooperation projects. These exist incidentally also in the vet sector and in the youth sector. But we're talking about cooperation projects in the higher education sector. Every year we select about between 160 and 170 projects. We're about to announce the 2025 selection later this week, in fact. This year we've selected 173 projects, and 40 of those are for sub-Saharan Africa, and another 10 for the southern Mediterranean region, which includes Maghreb countries and other countries in the eastern Mediterranean. But these projects are partnerships. They're partnerships of European universities on the one side and African universities on the other, and they do a number of different sorts of activities with different objectives. Now, we're going to hear from a couple of these projects a little later on about the more structural impact they have on the ways that universities operate, the ways that they deliver their education, the ways that they play their role in society. But what I'd like to mention first is the key role that these projects play in developing skills in Africa. So many of these projects either develop new teaching or update existing teaching to bring it into line with modern technology, modern business methods, to make the learning more future-proof. And these curricula are therefore developing skills in areas which are important for the country overall. So they're not only addressing the university sector and improving the way it can work, they can train staff, they can improve university governance, but they are also having a wider effect on a country's skills set among academic staff, among graduates, and further down the line, obviously, in the labour market. But a number of these projects, so here's some examples actually. Many of these projects are operating in areas of strategic importance. For example, this project involving countries in Central Africa is looking at road engineering, in fact. How new roads are built, how existing road networks are linked up and improved. And they involve, it's an interesting example because this project involves the operators as well. So you have the academic side, but you have a close relation to the world of work. And this is one of those global gateway priorities I mentioned before, transport. So you see the education sector playing a role in enabling the global gateway more widely. Another project also focusing on a global gateway priority. This is more in Eastern Africa, a national project this time involving one country, Tanzania, and it's to help develop, reshape, re-strategize the Tanzanian energy landscape. So looking at increasing the skills of electrical engineers as part of the reform and improvement of the overall energy sector countrywide. And just to talk a little bit about the partnership, you see there we have partners from Tanzania involved on the African side, and the European partners are from Italy and Cyprus. So there's that exchange of practice and exchange of expertise going on in all of these projects. But it's not all about skills. It can also, sorry, I've got the wrong title on this one. Sorry, I don't know what I've done now. Yes, this is a project which unfortunately has the wrong title on it, but it's a project more about the way that education is delivered. So this is a project that aims to boost inclusion by providing distance education that matches the needs of students with impairments, students with disabilities, to play a fuller role in education, to enable them to have full access to education programs. And this one involves universities from 3 northern African countries, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, working alongside Greek and Austrian partners. So this shows that the projects can work in a number of areas, improving systems, improving quality, and improving the way that the university can engage with its stakeholders. And that's the third element of capacity building projects, which you're going to hear more about from our other presenters, from Obriel, from Camis, because it's not only the individual universities that can benefit from these projects, but if you like, the university sector as well. And the 2 projects we're going to hear about are aimed more at boosting, improving the quality, the way that national higher education systems can better enable universities to play their role and link in to boost quality in the same way as HAQUA is doing. So I'm going to having given that overall policy context, I'm going to leave the word to the other speakers because I think they will show you much more directly through their project activities what they are doing and how they are making use of Erasmus+. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Adrian. I think that was very helpful. There are a lot of different instruments under Erasmus+, funding instruments for mobility, for joint master's degree, but I think that the emphasis placed on these collaborative capacity building projects shows the structural impact that these types of funding instruments can have, not just on individuals that are mobile, but also on institutions and eventually on systems. And again, those projects can be extremely diverse in focus. You saw already some examples of projects that focus on specific sectors, infrastructure, transport, but there are also projects that focus on policy at the higher education level. And I think one of our examples will illustrate that. But before we go there, and in the spirit of synergies, I would like to give the floor to Boren, who is going to explain to us how UNESCO's support through Campus Africa and through other interventions, particularly as it relates to recognition in the African continent of studies of degrees, how that can help to complement the investments of the EU and of other important actors, and how it can ultimately make mobility and cross-border cooperation more of a reality. So, Boren.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and good afternoon to all colleagues. Let me start with a point that I think important, and we spoke about it yesterday, regarding the data. Adrian just showed quite important data on the participation in Erasmus+. Yesterday, I was speaking about the problems of data reporting, both at national, regional, and international. What HACO is doing in this context is very important. But today, we have around, globally, we have around 6.7 million students who are mobile. When we look at the geographies, we can still see the imbalance that, in way, some of the data that Adrian was showing is illustrating. But if you don't have this data, we are not able even to understand what is the situation and how we can improve it. And Campus Africa, as also with HACO, is working toward better data on higher education, better data on mobility, and I think that's an important point. The second point is, of course, Erasmus in Europe is working very well because Lisbon Convention on the recognition of qualification is implemented because countries have established information centers through the network of ENIC-NARIC. In Africa, and I would like to repeat what I said yesterday, we have, out of 54 countries, we have only 14 countries that ratified the Addis Convention for the recognition of qualifications in Africa. We have 14 countries that declared that they will be establishing information center or structure in their country. But today, that network is not working. And part of the objective of Campus Africa is to ensure that these network of institutions are working. Because there where is a place where individuals can know about education system, qualification system, can understand how they can get their qualification recognized. And if we move with the credit transfer, that's a place where there will be an instances of information about how to transfer those credit, what are the mechanisms that are in place. So we are missing what I would call basic infrastructure that will reinforce further the mobility intra-continent. And of course, the Global Convention has that role of cross-countries and cross-regions mobility. But let me still zoom on Africa. So one of the problems we are facing is the data. The second is the lack of participation in the convention on the recognition of qualification. And that would mean also that we have no understanding about how the quality assurance of the qualification is recognized and what are the measures that are put in place for inclusive, transparent, and in way fair recognition of qualification. So this is what Campus Africa is trying to do, is really to support further countries to ratify the Addis Convention, to support on data collection, and to ensure that the recognition of qualifications is a part of this mechanism for mobility. It's something that is work in progress, but it's a call on all our leaders to call on their governments for the ratification, join the Compass Africa work on the recognition and support and support the establishment of these information structure. What we are trying to do through Campus Africa is that we're not excluding countries who didn't ratify the Addis Convention. It's very important. The approach is participatory, so countries who didn't ratify can still participate in the network of information structure. That's the way to prepare for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that's very important because had we decided in this session just to present a few Erasmus Plus projects, that would have been interesting. But I think what we're aiming at here is to give the bigger picture and to talk about how projects can interact with conventions, can interact with policy, can interact with and synergize with investments of other partners. And so I think your first takeaway and your first homework is to take very seriously the Addis Convention, its ratification, the participation in the establishment of operational national information centers, even if you're not a signatory yet, but also drawing the link between that work and the work on the ground between the universities to make mobility a reality and to make recognition of studies and qualifications a reality. Now there, I think we have an interesting example of an Erasmus Plus project. You'll recall that yesterday in the session on Hakwa, we had an intervention from CAMES, which is a strategic partner operating in the Francophone region that has worked extensively in the quality assurance field over many decades. CAMES is also a partner of Aubrial, and we partner in other spheres outside Hakwa as well. Together we conceived a project, a structural project involving ministries, and the idea was very much to complement different agendas, to synergize, and to bring forward the structural conditions for recognition of qualifications and degrees between countries, but also to reinforce national quality assurance systems, very complementary to Hakwa. I would like to invite Brion Idoussou to present. Brion would be presenting in French, so if you don't have your earphones ready, please get them ready. Merci Brion, c'est à vous.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, thank you. Distinguished vice-chancellors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today and to have the privilege to present the Joint QA project. If you don't mind, I will speak in French to better explain certain aspects of the project. Donc, je vais continuer en français. Donc, déjà, il faut dire que le projet Joint QA Africa fait partie des actions Erasmus+, de renforcement de capacité dans l'enseignement supérieur. Donc, c'est un projet qui est financé par l'Union européenne et qui est co-coordonné par Aubrial et par le CAMES. Donc, c'est quoi l'objectif principal de ce projet? C'est de renforcer les mécanismes nationaux et régionaux d'assurance qualité par un processus conjoint d'évaluation et d'accréditation en Afrique. Donc, pour mener à bien le projet, il y a plusieurs partenaires qui ont été mobilisés. Déjà, il y a 3 pays pilotes qui font partie du projet, 3 pays pilotes africains. Il y a le Burkina Faso, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Cameroun. Et dans chacun des pays, il y a 2 institutions qui ont été sélectionnées. Et il y a aussi le ministère en charge de l'enseignement supérieur qui est impliqué dans le processus. Donc au Burkina Faso, nous avons les universités Norbert Zongo et Thomas Sankara qui sont les bénéficiaires du projet. En Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons les universités Alassane Ouattara et l'Institut national polytechnique Félix Houphouët-Boigny. Et au Cameroun, nous avons les universités de Tchang et de Douala. Donc, il faut préciser qu'au Cameroun, il y a cette particularité que les deux ministères, les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, mais aussi de la recherche, sont impliqués. Donc, en dehors des partenaires africains, il y a aussi des partenaires européens et des partenaires associés. Donc, au titre des partenaires européens, on peut citer l'AECES, qui est l'Agence d'évaluation de la qualité de l'enseignement supérieur en Belgique francophone. Il y a aussi les universités l'Université catholique de Louvain, l'Université de Liège, l'Université de Montpellier et l'Université polytechnique de la Catalogne. Et il y a les partenaires associés comme l'AUF, le NQA et le RAFANAC. Donc, quelles sont les activités clés et les livrables du projet? Qu'est-ce qui a déjà été réalisé depuis le lancement de ce projet? Donc, la première grande étape, c'était vraiment un rapport de cartographie des processus conjoints d'évaluation. Donc, ce rapport ou cette cartographie a été effectuée sur le plan mondial dans des régions comme l'Europe, l'Amérique latine, l'Afrique de l'Est. Parce que lorsqu'on parle de processus conjoint d'évaluation, qu'est-ce que ça englobe réellement? C'est ce que ce rapport a décliné. Donc la seconde étape était maintenant de faire un référentiel conjoint d'évaluation institutionnelle et son guide d'accompagnement. Donc ce référentiel conjoint a été fait en tenant compte des réalités africaines, déjà des référentiels qui étaient présents au niveau des pays pilotes comme le Cameroun et la Côte d'Ivoire et bien entendu le Burkina, mais le référentiel conjoint a aussi tenu compte des référentiels existants au niveau du CAMES et bien entendu s'est aussi aligné sur les référentiels et lignes directrices pour l'assurance qualité au niveau africain. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qui a été fait? Il y a une notice méthodologique qui a été rédigée. Donc cette notice méthodologique, c'est vraiment le document clé pour la conduite des évaluations. Donc c'est un document qui reprend les enjeux du projet et les différentes étapes pour mener à bien les évaluations dans toutes ces étapes, ainsi que la planification aussi du projet. Donc après ça, il y a une visite d'études qui a été organisée en Belgique, qui a permis aux institutions de mieux comprendre aussi comment les systèmes d'agences d'assurance qualité se faisaient en Europe et avoir les outils, les prérequis pour faire leur auto-évaluation institutionnelle. Donc, les 6 universités pilotes du projet ont effectué leurs auto-évaluations institutionnelles. Et ensuite, l'équipe de coordination du projet a lancé un appel à candidature pour le recrutement des experts et les a formés. Donc, les experts internationaux. Et dans chaque comité d'évaluation, il y avait 4 experts avec 4 casquettes différentes. Un expert en gouvernance, un expert en pédagogie, un expert du monde professionnel et aussi un expert étudiant. Donc, en plus de ce comité d'évaluation, il y avait dans chaque équipe qui effectuait les visites institutionnelles un représentant du CAMES, un représentant de l'AECES et un représentant aussi de l'autorité nationale en charge de l'évaluation. Donc, tout ça, c'est pour vraiment assurer le côté conjoint de cette évaluation et de ce projet. Donc, actuellement, les évaluations institutionnelles ont déjà été réalisées dans 4 institutions, les 2 institutions du Burkina et aussi les 2 institutions de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et bientôt, les universités du Cameroun recevront aussi le comité d'évaluation, les experts internationaux. Donc, comment est-ce que ce projet contribue aux réformes structurelles? Donc, déjà, ça permet de structurer les systèmes nationaux d'assurance qualité dans les pays qui ne disposent pas encore d'agences. Donc, il faut préciser qu'au début de ce projet, la Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, n'avait pas encore une agence, mais durant la mise en œuvre du projet, l'agence a été officiellement mise en place. Donc, il y a une enquête qui a lieu actuellement, enquête d'évaluation interne, pour déjà apprécier les impacts réels du projet. Donc, il y a aussi l'institutionnalisation de la culture d'assurance qualité au niveau des établissements d'enseignement supérieur, parce que la qualité ne se décrète pas, elle se construit au fur et à mesure grâce à des projets tels que ceux-ci. Il y a la mutualisation des expertises, des cours, des pratiques, parce qu'avant ce projet, il faut dire que les institutions devaient d'abord se faire évaluer par leurs autorités nationales et ensuite venir se faire évaluer par le CAMES, qui est l'autorité régionale, l'agence régionale en charge de l'assurance qualité. Mais grâce à ce projet, l'évaluation se fait une seule fois. Donc il y a bien entendu un gain de coût, ça fait des économies et en même temps, toutes les parties prenantes sont impliquées en une seule fois avec un seul référentiel. Donc il y a l'aliment, comme je le disais tantôt aussi, avec le référentiel africain et le renforcement de la voix africaine dans le dialogue mondial. Car lorsqu'on discute, on participe aux conférences, on défend ce qu'on fait, on discute avec les partenaires internationaux. Ça permet d'avoir des retours et d'améliorer nos différents systèmes. Donc, pour conclure, il faut dire qu'on ne peut pas parler de mobilité des jeunes sans parler de qualité. Et qu'il n'y a pas de qualité sans confiance entre les institutions et les États. Donc, Joint QA va bien au-delà. Ce n'est pas un simple projet Erasmus+, mais c'est une approche transformative pour les nouvelles générations d'évaluation plus crédible, plus collaborative et plus harmonisée. Donc, thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, merci beaucoup, Brian. Je pense que c'est une excellente conclusion. Et c'est un projet, je pense que qui a déjà réussi. Enfin, on continue, on a 2 ans de plus pour collaborer avec les partenaires et pour continuer à développer des systèmes nationaux d'assurance qualité et des approches conjointes. I think that this project is particularly interesting. You see a direct synergy with HAQUA, you see a direct synergy with Campus Africa, and I think it is a way to drill deeper in specific targeted countries to create a platform for their collaboration, but to do it through a connecting agent, an organization like CAMES, which has a mandate to work with its member institutions and countries to this effect. Obriel actually coordinates this project, technically, legally, but we, as you see what Brion presented, in our eyes, this is a co-coordination. It's very important for us that CAMES has a strong leading role in this project. This is a project for Africa. It is building upon CAMES's mandate, and in that sense, there's also a strong shared, I would say, administrative and project management dimension in this project. And we're very proud to work so closely with an institution like CAMES to that effect. I would like to now offer the floor to my colleague Kibrom. He will share an example of another structural project, which is also looking at the issue, I would say, of data, of internationalization, but also of African ownership of international cooperation. Kibrom.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Elizabeth said, my name is Kibrom. I am from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I am Obriel Project Manager based in Addis. Control Center. Yep, the one that says impact. So as we wait to start the PowerPoint, I think this morning has been a very good introduction to what I'm going to present, so it will save me some time, because we have been talking about decolonizing development cooperation, decolonizing knowledge production, setting our own agenda, ensuring impact, and having more impact in our surrounding communities as universities. So the project I'm going to present is aptly named Impact, Impact HE. I'm still waiting for the slides.
The slides were there, so that was the correct presentation. Shall we continue while the slides are projected? Perhaps maybe. Don't know if one of the organizers could double check on the presentation. And maybe, Cabron, maybe you just continue with the introduction as the slides are being put up.
Okay, since we don't have the slide, I will pronounce the title of the project. The project is titled as Capacity Building for Synergies, Impact Assessment and Management of International Higher Education Cooperation Funds, in short, Impact HE. Impact HE is a structural project, as Adrian explained earlier. There are different types of CBHE projects. So Impact HE was awarded in 2024 call as a structural project. It's a 4-year project focusing on 2 pilot countries, Ethiopia and Kenya. And in developing the project from the inception, the Ministries of Education in Ethiopia and Kenya are actively involved, particularly the State Department for Higher Education in Kenya and the State Minister for Higher Education in Ethiopia were actively involved in its inception as well as in the implementation and uptake of the project. The project generally has 23 deliverables, but I will try to focus on the main outcomes or expected outcomes of the project that I will try to highlight in my presentation. The other partners of the project are universities from Ethiopia, 4 universities in addition to the ministry, as well as 3 universities in Kenya, and an African network on internationalization of higher education, which works on internationalization, digitalization of higher education institutions in Africa, which is based in Nairobi. In addition to these 10 African partners, the project also have European university partners, 3 of them from the Netherlands, MSM, Maastricht School of Management, UCM from Madrid, as well as a German Applied Science University. So these European partner universities and 10 African partner institutions are accompanied in the project implementation process by associated partners who in the CBHE framework are not funded and they fund their own engagement in the projects, but provide essential instrumental support to the project in general. So we have Glorious from Belgium, UD5 from Finland, as well as DAD, the German Academic Exchange from Germany, as associated partners. So within the structure of the project, as this is a structural project, the implementation is guided by participation of the ministries and the universities, not only as active members or partners in the implementation of the project, but also the ministries and the associated partners playing a role of a steering committee, scanning the policy dynamics in both the northern and southern countries, so that the project outputs and outcomes can be impactful and sustainable in the future. The other strategic value of this project is that it has a scalable or scalability within its goal. As the associated partners are members of the SDHG, which is an annual gathering of prominent national education agencies, development agencies like the DAD, Glorious, EDUFI, and other agencies who come together primarily targeting creating synergies and impact in terms of development cooperation. So the outcomes of this project is, in addition to being structurally meaningful and impactful at the national level in the higher education sector in Ethiopia and Kenya, are also targeted to be scaled up in other African countries, the context allowing. So these are the general information so far. If I don't have the slides, I can continue.
Yes, sorry, is it possible to have the slides? We were still waiting for them. I don't know if anyone from the organizing team was able to to check on that? If not, Kibron will continue.
Yeah. If they are out for lunch, maybe they can tell us.
It was a mistake. I was not received because it was just up. And then it went away.
It was, no, it was shared in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Dropbox during the
Yeah.
first deadline, June 25, something.
Okay, there seems to be a
Technical issue.
miscommunication. Okay, please continue, Kibron.
Okay. So as an objective, the general objective of the project is to contribute to broadly sustainable development, drive development cooperation agendas from the South, that is enabling African higher education institutions to be the ones setting the development cooperation agenda and creating the platform and tools and innovative solutions so that African higher education institutions can manage development cooperations with other funding mechanisms, be it from European or other funding mechanisms. So specifically to achieve these goals, the project first aims at enhancing the capacities of African universities in Kenya and Ethiopia that are selected as the two pilot countries to develop, manage, and coordinate international development cooperation, funds and projects from or with the capacities that they can have within their own institutions. The idea behind this is the objective is aimed at to address the common issue of fragmented project management. For example, this morning, Prof. Olusela was mentioning that most, SG was mentioning that most African higher education institutions do not even have dedicated offices that manage international cooperation or international projects. So this is aimed at creating that capacity so that there can be a more coherent and systemic management at the higher education institutions level. The other is to reinforce the internal project monitoring mechanisms and structures in African higher education universities. This speaks to the availability of the resources and data and monitoring mechanism of international project implementations, but also the impact, the social impact that they have in the surrounding community. So to create the adequate incentive tools to assess international projects within African higher education institutions. So the project aims to create tools and mechanisms, both at that can be used at the institutional level and as a national level that can track international cooperation, development cooperation funding, as well as the effect and impact of international projects. The other important aspect of the objective is to engage with African higher education policymakers, that is the ministries, but also from the funding side to create a more coherent and synergetic approach towards international cooperation so that international cooperations are not fragmented, duplicated, and the impacts are not visible. So one of the concerns that was raised yesterday as well as today is most research outputs, most project outputs are usually shelved and do not translate into real life consequences. So the project aims to contribute to solving that problem by creating the capacity within African higher education institutions to first define the agenda of international development cooperation, manage it, then ensure impact within the surrounding social environment, as well as monitor its effective implementation. So the project will have 4 phases. The deliverables, the main deliverables that we have are aligned to these different 4 phases. For the first phase, it focuses on mapping existing capacities. What that means is, it has been conducted already over the last 8 and 9 months since the project was launched. It is assessing existing capacity, regulations, policies, instruments, and tools for the European partners to assess how they are gauging their international development cooperation, how they assess impact, and what mechanisms they are using to follow up, especially in the pilot countries, their development cooperation. From the African partner university side, what need is there within the African universities in terms of international project management, in terms of coordinating international cooperation, development cooperation with different funding opportunities, how international development cooperation and projects are tracked, managed, monitored, and how the impact of such cooperation projects are followed by the higher education institutions. And if there is a gap in data, because data has been the other issue that have been discussed several times over the last 2 days, because without adequate, quality, timely, and valid data, it is very difficult to track progress. So the first step is this mapping exercise to be done by the European partners from their perspective, the university partners in Africa, as well as the ministries at the policy level, because this is a structural project and its impact is aimed at setting the policy instruments necessary
Sorry,
to achieve
Karo,
the
could you
objective.
conclude 1 more minute? Is that okay?
Yes.
Sorry, I know you just got the slides, but
Yeah. The slides are back.
yeah, the slides appeared magically.
So do I have 1 more minute or do I start?
No, I think 1.
All right.
But I know you're up to the challenge.
Okay, these are the objectives. It's important to have a look at them, as I have stated earlier. But to save my 1 minute, these are the partners in the project. These are the university partners and the ministries in Ethiopia and Kenya, and as well as Europe, the 3 European universities. So I was talking about the 4 phases. So I was on the second phase. The first phase, which is the mapping of situation or situational analysis, covers these 3 mapping reports. These 3 mapping reports are already conducted. We will have a project meeting in Jimma in September next year, this year, end of this year, to assess these reports and proceed to the second phase, where it is focused on developing training programs, co-developing training programs by a team of African and European partners that will assess the outcomes of the mapping studies to be able to develop the training programs that will target international offices, project managers, and universities in Africa. The third phase will develop an assessment tool based on the needs identified in the mapping study, which will be an innovative solution towards enabling African higher education institutions to manage and track international cooperation funds as well as international projects. But what that tool looks like will be an outcome of the project's activities itself. Then the partners will pilot the tool and the training programs. After that, and the final phase, there will be a policy analysis by the ministries. The ministries will publish policy briefs to indicate policy changes, and a national instrument to track development cooperation and funding will be as well developed. Then future upscaling plan will be endorsed in collaboration with the SDHG, so that the outcomes of the project can be contextualized in different African countries, but also scaled up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kibrom. Sorry to put the pressure on. Thank you. I think you've had 2 very nice examples of structural impact projects. Not all projects are structural, not all involve the ministries, but I think we wanted to show these projects because they're about creating an environment whereby universities can work with their policymakers on matters of impact assessment, quality assurance, recognition, mobility, all tracing back that cooperation to some of these meta-instruments like the Addis Convention and like the important frameworks that initiatives like HAQUA provide. So I hope we've managed to make the full circle here. Please do look more at the different Erasmus Plus funding opportunities, the Erasmus Plus capacity building projects for higher education, very competitive, but indeed, if your institution is able to take part, they are extremely beneficial. I will stop there because we're getting the nod from the organizers for lunch, rightly so. So I would like to now give the floor back to our Master of Ceremonies to take us to lunch.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, Dr. Elizabeth. And let's do this last custom. Please, can we have the Zash on stage, please? And as we wrap up for lunch, you can all put your hands together for the session. Stakeholders, it was an amazing one. So you'll have to rise up and then go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Imoda. Yeah, go ahead. Hand them to the chair first. You can hand the remaining to her. Distinguished guests, I know we're about to enter our lunch, but please stay for a minute for an announcement, very important announcement. I understand we've been here for a longer time. Please bear with me on this one. The very first one is that each and every one of us in here, towards tomorrow's parallel sessions, to kindly identify your session you want to participate in, and you would find the rooms, because tomorrow we will have more parallel sessions than the plenary. So please know your sessions, and you have the doors tagged to those sessions. Secondly, is to also announce the results of the board member nominations would be showed on the screen tonight. So tonight you will see the nominations, and all eligible voters would be given a special code that will help them vote. This QR code you see on the screen is for the registration for the excursion. So if you want to go for the excursion on 24th of July from 2 to 5:30 p.m., then you would want to scan the code and register at 130 MAD. And also, to all voters, kindly wait tonight to see the nominations, and you get a code. If you are a member in good standing, you would be eligible to vote. See you all at lunch, and we'll spend 30 minutes you back here. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you had a great lunch break. As you all walk inside with smiles on your faces, I can tell you enjoyed your lunch. Moving on with the session is another stakeholder engagement with presentations from UMCSP, the host university. This session will be chaired by Professor Mohamed Labi Kekeb. He's the president, Ibn Tufal University, Kenitra, Morocco. Put your hands together for Chairperson Professor Mohamed Labi Kekeb. I must say I like the energy we have now. This lunch break was very important. I like that. We can do it better for him, Professor Mohamed Labi. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask my colleagues in this panel to join me, the Professor Ali Bouabid and Abdurrahman bin Rahal, and Professor Dr. Abdel Ghafour Zabout, if they can join us, please. Professor Bouabid, Ali Bouabid. Please.
Venir, je vais être tout seul pour la présentation. Parfait, parfait. Merci.
So we can begin now. Our colleagues are are present. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a true pleasure and honor to welcome you all at this plenary session, a part of the 60th EEU General Conference. As the chair of the session, I'm especially pleased to participate in the discussion around program and project outcomes that are reshaping the future of higher education in Africa. Today's session is dedicated to showcasing excellence, innovation, and impact, value we all strive to strengthen in our institution. Before I give the floor to our speaker, I'd like to provide a brief reflection on the broader ecosystem in which this center operates. Across Africa, Centers of Excellence have become strategic tools for transforming higher education. They aim to strengthen research capacity, modernize academic programs, promote regional collaboration, and align universities with present societal and economic challenges. At my university, University of Ibn Tufayl is one of the 12 Moroccan public universities. We believe that the transformation of higher education in Africa must begin with bold institutional vision, deep commitment to excellence, and manifold alignment with the need of society and the economy. In that spirit, we are proud to contribute to this continental movement through the establishment of 7 specialized centers of excellence, each serving as a hub of innovation, research, and advanced training in areas that are both nationally and relevant and globally connected. At Ibn Tufayl University here in Morocco, we have 7 centers of excellence. Our thematic centers include applied finance and economics. We need to empower the future leader in financial innovation and economic policy. The second one, governance and public policy, training the next generation of civil servants, policy analysts, and diplomats. The third one, communication and digital media, addressing the intersection of creativity, technology, and societal transformation. The fourth one is digital humanities, exploring the human experience through the lens of data, ethics, and emerging technology. Another one is on automotive and aeronautic, driving technological progress in critical mobility industry. Another one on agri-food biotechnology, advanced food security and agricultural sustainability through science. And the last one, design and apply art, nurturing cultural innovation and digital artistic expression. These centers are not merely academic units, they are interdisciplinary laboratory for talent development, societal engagement, and entrepreneurial thinking. They are encouraging cross-disciplinary collaboration between departments, faculties, and institutions. They support student mobility both nationally and internationally, while boosting employability through hand-on project and partnership with industry, offering also integrated academic track where students can transition seamlessly from rigorous one-year lessons to excellence in 2 years Master of Excellence. In the current academic year, we are proud to host more than 1,000 students across this excellence program, an achievement that reflects the growing confidence of our students, faculty, and national stakeholders in the UAT model. More importantly, this center serves as engine of transformation, not only for our university, but also for Moroccan higher education landscape and for African higher education as well. These centers are more than academic structure. They are, as I say, the engine of transformation. And now, without further delay, I invite my colleague, I invite the first presenter to take the floor, Dr. Bouabid. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to this afternoon session. So I will be starting my presentation on a center that we have implemented at UM6P to support and help our faculty members in their mission of education, teaching, beside, of course, their mission of research. The importance of education is very important in the vision of UM6P. And so I will be presenting this topic on how we can support, help our faculty members, train them to help them achieve their mission of educator, of teacher, in parallel of their mission of researcher. So the agenda of this presentation is by basically starting with the important balance that we need to have between research and teaching as a mission of any faculty member in higher education. And then the fact that we often see that this mission of teaching, of education is not having the important focus or impact from our faculty member due to the fact that research is often more important because of the pressure on faculty members, researchers to publish and to conduct research. And the proposal that we have offered to develop at UM6P is to set up a center that will be available for all faculty members that wish to have additional training in many aspects of their mission as educator. By the way, sorry, the slides are in French, so I'm trying to do the presentation in English, and most of the information is available obviously in French on the slides to accommodate the large number of English speakers. So as I was saying, any university has a mission, double mission of producing scientific knowledge, conducting scientific research, but also to educate, to train our youth, in our case in Africa. And most of the time, researchers are evaluated, or faculty members are evaluated more on their research output than on their performance as educator, as teacher. And as we said, there is more pressure on the ecosystem for faculty members to publish, and therefore they put less energy, less time on developing their courses, on their preparing their teaching, than on the time they spend on their research. And so obviously, as we know, the quality of teaching is penalized because of this situation. So this is something that has been shown by many research. Just to cite one of them, a research conducted by a colleague in Canada has looked at faculty member in higher education. They are often hired, obviously, for their expertise in a specific discipline, and then they start to learn how to teach, as they will be tasked to teach specific courses during their career at a given university. And so the fact that we hire faculty members in universities for their specific expertise in a given discipline doesn't make them knowledgeable in how to share their knowledge, how to pass and teach their discipline. And so this show also, several research show also that new faculty members have a different or specific perception of how to teach. It's often linked to just passing the information without obviously a specific pedagogic training that they have not received while they were doing their research program or PhD program. And so that, again, will lead to the fact that their teaching is less student-centered, and that obviously will impact the quality of what students will finally learn at their time at university. So we can see that the perception that faculty members have is mainly to, pass the information, present the concept on a specific course, do some demonstration, some proof of concept that they are teaching. There is less attention on the difficulties of students. Those that are not understanding are maybe not helped, supported. And this obviously is limiting the performance of the pedagogical strategies that we want to achieve in a given teaching environment. So if we kind of summarize all these points, we see that most of faculty members in university have not received the formal training to teach in their universities. They often teach also as they were taught because of the lack of any reference or any proper training that they have not received. And obviously, the teaching is perceived as just a basic share of knowledge, transmission of knowledge in a specific discipline, and not really helping students to learn specific concepts and understand the topics that are presented. And with all this said, we can see that there is a need in our universities to offer to our faculty member, as they are embarking their journey as member of universities, to provide them pedagogical support and any type of support that we can offer them to better achieve their mission, their second mission of being an educator, a teacher. So at basically the university, what we have done in approaching this problem is to think about how we can assist our faculty member to think more about their practice when they are teaching, to take into account different pedagogical technique by providing training, help them develop a vision of teaching that is based on interaction with students and student-centered as well. And all this basically will help us to implement a continuous improvement approach that will help us to achieve a better quality in our education mission. The faculty member will be more aware of the impact that they have on the learning of our students. They can evolve toward a pedagogical approach that are more student-centered, and they will adopt strategies that are more efficient to help sustain the learning that our students will achieve. So the basically answer to all these is the implementation of a center. We called it the Center for Teaching Excellence. This is a type of structure that we often find in most of North American universities, where there is always a center that supports the community of faculty members in the university that is available for all their needs to help them achieve their mission of educator beside their mission of researchers that we have mentioned. So the Center for Teaching Excellence at UM6P basically is achieving a mission of supporting our faculty member by providing open session, open training, open to all faculty members. So there is a set of programs that I will mention later. There are also training that are specific to the needs of specific school or specific faculty member that are a specific need. The center is also available to assist them in developing something that is not kind of general in terms of pedagogy or digital use. It's also seen as a space where faculty member can exchange ideas, techniques, and also a place where they can grow as educators. And finally, a place where we can promote innovation, pedagogy innovation, that is, of course, at the center of the vision of the university. So the goal is obviously to achieve excellence in education. So the continuous improvement culture is also at the heart of the center, and the goal is to help a faculty member to evolve from basically a researcher that teach by just transmitting and passing the knowledge to an educator that has more creativity, more innovation to improve the way we share and we pass the knowledge to our students. And obviously, it will contribute to improve the quality of our programs and the success of our students. So the main goal of this center is to support, as I mentioned, our faculty members, but also PhD students by proposing or offering them education techniques, pedagogical approach that will be grounded in scientific research and also that adapt to the tools that we use today and mainly the digital tools and AI. So the missions are listed here. So basically promote pedagogic innovation and use of technology in education, train faculty members to use teaching methods that are interactive and adapted to, I lost,
La régie, si vous pouvez résoudre ce problème d'électricité, on n'a plus de...
Oui, on va juste essayer de régler ce petit problème d'électricité et on vous remet la présentation. Excusez-nous pour ce petit délai.
Okay. Merci beaucoup.
Je vous en prie.
Sorry, Professor Babi.
It's fine.
So,
yes.
We agree that pedagogical concepts are changing quickly and radically, and now we can say that teaching and learning are also changing very rapidly, driven by innovation, digital transformation, and the urgent need of societal transformation. So congratulations for what you present us, to what you do in this center of excellent. You work on teaching in UMCSP, and perhaps you can give us some other detail when we are waiting for this,
so
to resolve this technical aspect.
Yes, thank you. So as I was saying, one very important goal of improving teaching at our higher education institutions is to basically focus more on our students. We are usually, as faculty members in higher education, focusing on just teaching our specific discipline. We have often large classes, and it's a challenge, obviously, to address the needs of all the students that we have. But we need to do more to try to improve how we deliver this knowledge, how we share this knowledge, and how we help our students to learn instead of just basically teaching our course and not really trying to see if the students have learned something from the course, if they have difficulties, and so on. And so the purpose of this type of center is to help educators, faculty members, to be more aware about what we try to achieve to improve the quality of our education, and at the end, the performance of our students when they graduate. They have acquired a good training, and they could be then more successful in their professional life. So back to my presentation, the mission of the center, I was saying, is also to help faculty members to learn about more technique about interactive teaching that are more adapted to specific student needs, to design and deliver professional training programs, and to promote collaboration among faculty members at the university and also researchers in the field of education science. And finally, of course, as it was said, with the digital transformation that we are witnessing, the importance of our faculty members to learn how to use this tool is very important, whether it's a learning management system like the basic tool that we use to share and pass the information to our students, to more sophisticated tools that can help to improve the interaction between the educator and the students. In terms of programs that we have implemented so far, so we have what we call open programs. These are programs that are open to any faculty members. There is basically a schedule of different sessions related to training within this program that are presented to the community. And so any faculty member who is interested by a specific training can sign in a given session and attend the session during the scheduled time. These type of sessions or training that we offer are related to how we design a course, how we develop student-centered teaching techniques, teaching method, how to use different pedagogical methods to improve the teaching process, and also, of course, how to use digital tools in our job as teacher. And then another program that we have developed is called the Teaching Innovation Fund. Basically, this program is open to any faculty member at the university who has used a specific method or technique in his or her job as a teacher and wants to share this to the colleagues. So we can set up a workshop where this colleague can share with our faculty members a specific technique or specific method that has been successful in his classes. An example of this is a colleague who worked in Japan and joined us at UM6P. When he was in Japan, he has been part of a training titled Micro Teaching. And basically, he offered us to organize this micro-teaching workshop for our own faculty member. The purpose is to have a faculty member presenting a short session of one of his or her class or her course, and then the other colleagues will provide feedbacks to how this session could be improved, and then the presenter take these feedbacks, these suggestions to improve the way he or she is teaching, and then do another session, improved session at another time. So that's called micro-teaching. It's an example of how we can learn from each other, and those who have experienced something that has a good impact on the learning process can share it with the other colleagues. Custom programs is the third program that we have implemented, which is basically addressing specific needs of a school or program. For example, the nursing school at UM6P wanted us to design and implement a program specific to their trainers for nurses. So it's specific to a need, and we can implement the different techniques of how we develop a student-centered method, project-based method for a specific program. And finally, the last program that we propose is a teaching assistant program. As we know, in many universities, our PhD students could be involved in supervising classes, whether it's for lab or this type of support. And so offering them a specific training to help them do or accomplish their mission in the best way possible is basically the goal of this teaching assistant program, where they can have a certificate that conclude this training to help them learn how to manage a class, how to use the technology that we use, like the LMS, to share the presentation or assignment and so on with the students. So basically, the impact of this center is to contribute to improve the overall quality of our teaching at the university by helping our faculty members to improve their pedagogical training. We also aim to have resources available to our faculty members online on the website of the center. This improvement will obviously improve the overall quality of our programs or of the teaching in our programs. And we also have developed partnership with other institutions that have similar centers. We have started, for example, last June, a collaboration with University of Virginia Center for Teaching Excellence, where trainers from the center have offered or have came to our university and offered a one-week intensive workshop to our faculty members, and it has been a very successful experience. And we hope to continue this type of collaboration and potentially something that we can think as
Professor Babid, if you...
Yes, I need to conclude.
1 minute.
Okay, so I'm not going to go over all the details of these different programs that we have developed, but you can see that some of them are focused on how we design a course, another one on technique, strategy of student-centered methods, and then the last one is how to use digital tools in education, mainly our LMS. We use Canvas at UM6P, but also how to use tools for anti-plagiarism tool or other type of digital tools that can help improve the overall quality of teaching. So these are just the description of these programs, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come with us. So thank you for sharing with us the experience of this Center of Teaching Excellence, training exchanging, and what about research, how we can reach excellence in research. We have the pleasure today to have with us Dr. Abdelghafour Zaboud from the Applied Chemistry and Engineering Research Center of Excellence from the UMCSP. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Warm welcome to everyone. While waiting that the slides downloads. Right, so I'm, as Mr. President mentioned, so I'm, okay, it's here. So I represent the Director of Applied Chemistry Engineering Research Center of Excellence, ASER, CEO. So I'm Associate Professor. I'm doing process engineering, decarbonization mainly. And I'm representing the director, who is Professor Youssef Mhout, who is the co-founder of the center. The center came from the fact that there was need for a multidisciplinary research in chemistry. This is one application, but it can be as well in many other fields. But then the center was created basically to put together the joint chemistry engineering disciplines to address enduring process challenges. Right, so most of the what we have is those challenges. To solve them, you need specific technologies that they should start from very early basics of the atomic engineering and the molecular engineering up to the industrial scale, and it has to go through also the engineering part. So that's why now the center was created to put up together the scientists, the chemists, plus the engineering. Aspects and the engineering specialties. So create an environment of excellence for interdisciplinary research. That's the second, and also as well the foster collaboration work, technology, network transfer, cooperation, and entrepreneurship. So basically covering all the parts from the chemistry all the way to the technological development at industrial scale. Research within ASER, so as you may have picked up, so chemistry is a big part of it, but all aspects of the chemistry, big part of them, they are looking into the aspect of all the societal challenges from the chemical transformation to the energy, to the hydrogen, organic optoelectronics, so catalyst and separation as well, the fact that we are hosted by OCP, so several of the applications are linked directly to the OCP. So and then I will show basically the faculty members at ASER and the people who are leading and driving those initiatives. Of course, we have the director, and the first row is the professors, the full professors and the associates, and they are mainly leading several of the programs that I will be showing. And then there are as well the assistant professor and also affiliate professor, so in several of the specialities. A more detailed description of what we do at ASER can be shown here. So a lot of wording there, but at least it's described in a nutshell what we do at ASER. So of course we have the solar part, the organic optoelectronics, and several parts of the development of solar energy devices, from the chemistry part all the way to the demonstration. We have as well the advanced material and basically several of the separation technology those materials are used for. Purification as well, so big part of it is in the phosphate value chain. We have as well the process engineering part, and a big part of this process engineering is linked to the advancing specific technologies and putting them into the process level and into the technological level, and further as well proposing approaches for upscaling those technologies to the large scale. Energy conversion and management, so the battery part is a big part of what we have in there, and of course we have as well some activities on some other aspects of the energy. Water desalination, this is as well a big aspect now. We know that the water shortage that we have in Morocco, so that's require rethinking on how we produce our water and how we sustain the processing part and advancing the technologies to in a way that they become also environmentally friendly. And the hydrogen part, we have as well the tanks. You know that hydrogen storage will become, storage and transport is a big aspect of the hydrogen value chain. And we have as well professors who are in charge of making those light weight materials for making those vessels. Internationally, so we are part of several of the EU projects and international projects as well. There is a list of them here, so some of them were leading as well here at UM6 and at the center. The governance structure, so the center is made in a way that we have steering committee, which is formed basically with the faculty members. We have as well the industrial advisory committee, the fact that we are targeting advancing technologies to industrial level. So we have the industrial committee as well in there. Of course, the director, scientific advisory committee as well we have there. And then we have as well the rest, which is the staff, admin, PMO. The center is financed by several of the programs. One of them is the chair, waste transformation management. We have as well other programs on the energy, on the battery, and on the decarbonization, on water as well. And we also target several of the flagships that are announced at the UM6P level. I will just show in brief some of the typical technologies under development at UM6P within several of the programs. So of course there is the one which is the transforming waste from phosphate into several added value materials, zeolite, MOF, mesoporous. Of course, the transformation is developed at the chemistry level, but it's taken through the ladder of the technological development to TERALS 5. Other projects as well are linked as well to this, the transformation of phosphogypsum to more rare earths and pure gypsum as well, high added value products. Battery recycling, so this is, I mean, big part of it is funded through the university, but there are several other EU projects by Professor Sadoun as well from the EU on making battery electrode and many other aspects from the recycled material, recycled battery. keeping with the battery as well, so there are as well the other activities which are bringing those technologies to TERAL 5, technology readiness level. And there are as well other activities which we target the decarbonization of several industrial sectors. One of them is the pea production, where char is produced or biochar is produced to basically replicate the coke which is used now on industrial level. So we developed a bottom-up approach or top-down approach, which is identifying the product properties with the targeted costs as well, which should be the minimized cost. And then we design the process in a way that we can get the targeted or the product that has been predicted by the top-down approach. Other project linked as well to the water desalination, especially for the decentralized production of small systems for producing desalinated water on small scale. And I finish with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the organization committees tell me that we have some delay. So I want all to thank you for sharing with us what you do in this Center of Excellence. And I officially close this session. Thank you very much.
I think there's one more thing that has to happen, but whilst you'll see they'll bring it. All right? Yeah. Distinguished guests, like how I love to address you all. Put your hands together for our stakeholders. The next session we have is an equally interesting session. This session will be chaired by Professor Teresia Kimbeng Inko Akenji, AAU Vice President, Central Africa Region, Vice Chancellor of Bamenda University. This is on a topic driving excellence, key achievements, and lessons from the ACE journey, African Center of Excellence journey. Put your hands together for Professor Akenji.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants at this 16th Quadrennial Conference. I'm most honored to be chair of this ACE Impact session, and I welcome you on behalf of the speakers and the panelists. Permit me to just give you an overview about the ACE project. ACE-1 project was launched in the year 2014, and 2 years after that, the ACE-2 project was launched, and 3 years after that, in 2019, the ACE Impact 1 and 2 project was launched. So today we're going to be listening to an assessment of how these projects have fared in the last 10 years. And these 3 operations have supported selected African centers of excellence with specializations in regional development priority areas to deliver high-quality postgraduate training, skills upgrading for professionals, applied research, entrepreneurship, and innovation in sectors such as agriculture, water, health, energy, environment, engineering, digital development, urban transport, mining, and education. The other day, the representative from World Bank talked briefly about the ACE project, which is flagship program of World Bank. And for the last 10 years, the World Bank has committed about $657 million to support governments of the 20 countries in Africa that have been involved. And there are over 80 projects, over 80 centers of excellence in Africa, and of course supported by the French Development Agency to the tune of about $72 million. So today we are going to be listening to some vice chancellors of the universities that have been involved in the ACE project, and also the leader of one of the centers. So permits me now to call up to the stage one of the presenters, Mrs. Adeline Ade, AAU Monitoring and Evaluation Manager. Please, can we clap for her? She's coming up. And then we have as our panel discussants. Yes, please. Then our panel discussants, we have Professor Folashade Ogunsola, Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Nigeria. We have Professor Elhaji Bamba Diwa, Director General, 221E Burkina Faso. And then we have Professor Richard Boama, who is the center leader for RWES-CK Ghana. Okay, so I have the pleasure to call on Mrs. Adeline Ade, who is going to be talking to us about driving excellence, key achievements, and lessons from the ACE journey.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants. I see we are behind time, so would just run you through the journey over the 10-year period. So quickly, we'll take you through, give you some points on some background to the Africa Centers of Excellence program, and then we're going to take a quick look at what we have achieved over the 10-year period, essentially what we've achieved with respect to expanded access, enhanced quality of postgraduate education, and advanced sector relevant and applied research. Whatever we've achieved with regards to university industry linkages, and then graduate employability. We take a quick look at how we performed financially, because that is a key performance indicator under the project. Then we take a quick look at challenges and lessons learned, some recommendations, and then the next steps. That's quite a mouthful, but we'll be very quick. So already the chair for the session had made reference to some aspects of the project. We know that the World Bank, with funding from the World Bank, the African countries concerned under the project wanted to build regional hubs that would provide skills and produce graduates that can contribute towards the development of the countries. As you see on the screen, we have centers in West and Central Africa, the blue dots. We also have some centers in the southern part of Africa, the purple dots, and then we do also have centers in the eastern part of Africa, represented by the green dots. One important thing to note is that under the ACE project, the focus was on a number of priority areas: the STEM, agriculture, health, energy, education, and mining. Another thing to note is that it's a disbursement-linked project, results-based financed project, which means that every amount of money that is disbursed to the project is based on the results that have been achieved and verified. So these are the sectors where we have centers. You find that majority of the centers are in the health, agriculture, ICT, digital, and energy sectors. I think we already heard a bit about this. We've had 3 iterations of the project since it started in 2014, so I would not want to spend too much time there, but we've had ACE 1 in West and Central Africa, followed by ACE 2, Southern and Eastern Africa, then ACE Impact, which was also focusing on Western and Central Africa, and then Djibouti was added on for strategic reasons. So we dive straight in to look at what we've achieved with respect to expanded access to postgraduate education. Essentially, we've been able to expand access. We've had significant increases in the enrollments under various programs, PhD, master's level, and then professional short course programs. The figures are as noted on the screen. You would realize from the very last column that targets that were set for the project have been far exceeded in all of the instances. Important to note that total regional enrollment, that is enrollment of students from outside the ACE countries, is very significant. Also to note that for the enrollments, when you look at the various sectors that the project focuses on, you find agriculture having very high enrollments. We find that a lot of that is accounted for by strong participation in professional short courses. There's been very high female enrollment also in the health sector. Also high regional representation for the water and sanitation sector. Then when we look at the degree level trends, we find that agriculture, health are leading in PhD and master's enrollments, and professional short courses are dominating for the total enrollment in most sectors. Another achievement is the enhancement of quality of postgraduate education. Under the project, every center had to ensure that at least a number of their programs are accredited internationally. So we have quite a number of projects or programs that have accreditation from reputable accreditation agencies. We have 20 regional accreditations or programs that have been accredited by regional bodies. We have over 620 with national accreditation, and we have over 100 programs accredited at the international level. On the screen, the pie chart gives some information on the breakdown of the accreditation of the accredited programs per sector. I wouldn't want to go into that, but the information on the other side of the screen is about institutions that were able to get international accreditation, and they are listed there. They include the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, Université Gamal Abdel Nasser de Conakry in Guinea, Université Gaston Berger de Saint-Louis, Senegal, and then École Nationale Supérieure de Statistique et d'Économie Appliquée d'Abidjan of Côte d'Ivoire. All this contributing towards the quality of the postgraduate education. One very important achievement also is to do with the infrastructure for postgraduate education. All the centers under the project were able to either refurbish existing buildings or build new structures. So we have over 51 new buildings that have been constructed and commissioned. There are 9 more to be completed. All buildings are equipped with smart classrooms, interactive whiteboards, and digital tools. And there's renovation, refurbishment, as I referred to earlier. Sorry. With respect to sector relevant and applied research, there's a lot of achievement over there. We have over 10,351 research publications, a proportion of them, 33%, having been co-authored at the regional level, and then the remainder being authored by at the national level. We have some information on the screen also regarding the research that has been done. Significantly, most of the publications are open access, so that ensures that they are accessible by the public. We've also built research capacity. The centers have been incentivized to engage in collaborative research amongst themselves and with other partners. So again, we look at the breakdown of what has been achieved regarding research per sector. And we note that a significant share of the publication is from health, agriculture, STEM, and ICT digital ACEs. We have publications in very prestigious journals. They are listed. And then we have a lot of research collaboration going on among the centers. With regards to sector relevant and applied research, we also want to take note of what we've achieved with regards to technology transfer. So there are a number of patents that have come out of this project. There are some potential patents, there are some that are in the process and yet to be awarded. There's technology transfer offices that have been set up in almost all of the centers, at least under the 3rd iteration of the project under ACE Impact. All the centers had to set up TTOs, and all the TTOs have developed their IP policies and guidelines for the operations. We note also some achievements in this regard. We have a mass rodent trap technology developed by one of the centers in East Africa that is serving a number of industries. So I had mentioned earlier, we're doing a lot with regards to university-industry linkages. We've promoted this through a number of ways: internships and exchanges, revenue generation, and then professional short courses. So under the project, every student has to undergo internships, practical internships, sector-relevant internships, external revenue. Every center is required to generate revenue externally, and there's an incentive because the amount you generate will determine a proportion of the funds that are disbursed to the center. We've promoted networks. We have inter-ACE networks, and then each of the ACEs also have their separate networks with other partners. We have research publications that have been produced through the networks. We have some scholarships that have been awarded through the networks, and we have a number of startups also coming out from this collaboration. I already made mention of our professional short courses, under which we have trained a lot of professionals, and the achievements are as noted on the screen. Essentially, we want to give good quality education. We want to produce good graduates, but we are also interested, like was raised in the previous discussion, also interested in ensuring that they get employed. So we've had some assessment of how the products of the centers are faring with regards to employability. We are happy to report that 83% of master's graduates are able to secure employment within the first 6 months of graduation, and 87% of doctorate students are able to secure employment within the first 6 months of graduation. We also note that the salaries that these graduates are earning are notable. So there's been a lot of contribution to growth of different sectors. I'll simply note widespread sector engagement, strong strategic partnerships, leadership through industrial integration, applied research excellence, commercialization pathways, and high industry recognition. And the project, as already mentioned, disbursement is based on the results. So essentially, how much is disbursed to each center is an indication of how, an indication of the achievement of the center. And we note here, the graph simply shows the green bar showing the total allocation of funds to each of the countries, and then the blue bar showing how much of that allocation they were able to earn via the results that they achieved and were verified. And so you realize that in most of the cases, the blue bars are just as tall as the green bars. We note that over 95% of the total funds allocated under the 3 projects, under the 3 phases of the project, has been disbursed, which shows that a lot has been achieved. So on good practices, we note that there have been proactive policy frameworks, strategic benchmarking for accreditation readiness. But there have been challenges. The journey has not been without challenges, and most of the challenges have been or are to do with barriers to regional student mobility and academic exchange. For the funds for the project are essentially a loan to the countries involved in the project. And some countries did not understand why they should commit their borrowed funds to regional capacity building. So that was a challenge. There were language-related barriers. There were research delays, tuition fee disparities with international students or regional students having to pay higher fees, and that being a deterrent. Challenges in international accreditation, the time it takes to go through the process too long. Challenges also with respect to industry collaboration and the effective use of research insights, ensuring that whatever is produced from the research is factored in, informs decision-making, and informs the way forward. These have been some of the challenges. I would want to skip a few other challenges so we get them soon. Regional integration, a bit of a problem because of the mobility, student mobility challenges. The recommendations to address the challenges that we've highlighted, so addressing regional immigration so that there's mobility, we facilitate mobility of the students, establishing equitable regional tuition, and then enhancing language accessibility. Sorry. Other recommendations regarding research, innovation, and student-related issues. I'm sorry if I've taken you on a rough ride. I've had to hurry. But thank you very much for your attention. The next issue is what next? And I think the panel will be discussing some issues related to that, and we'll be having a representative of the World Bank to speak to what next after this stellar performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adeline, for respecting the time. I hope I can also moderate the discussions and respect the time because we're really behind time. So I'll just go straight ahead and from listening to you, you've given us truly a comprehensive presentation of the achievements and challenges encountered in the running of the ACE projects. And I'm sure this information is essential for any next phase. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask our discussants, we'll engage in some discussions as we've heard from the presentation, the successes, which of course is a testament to the potential of regional collaboration in advancing higher education and research excellence. However, sustaining and scaling these achievements is critical to ensuring their long-term impact. So I would like to ask Professor Folashade Ogunsla, VC of the University of Lagos. As the Vice Chancellor, how do you envision the role of governments in building upon the progress made by these centers?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank, or should I say, appreciate again the World Bank and the whole ACE programs. The role of government is actually extremely strategic if we're to scale. We had one center, the ACEDAS, that's the one on herbal medicine. And using that as a sort of, should I say, to stand in the gap for the others, one of the things it did for us was a lot of mobility across the region. We got more students coming in from outside Nigeria. We had a lot more industry engagement. We had to deal with policy. So there's quite a lot for government to do to streamline processes as well as create an enabling environment to help industry work with universities. So I put a number of things down. First of all, it's how do we take these centers that have been so well funded to the next level. Those will require from government certain, and it also include what AU will have to do, because a lot of advocacy will be needed here. We need the ACE programs to be part of our national education programs. Let me say, for example, in our university, we already started to look at how they're going to transition within the university structures into institutes or research centers. I think for us, institutes are better. But in doing that, we cannot afford the funding to fall very rapidly. And one of the things we are looking at is with the universities, the vice chancellors, the AU, the World Bank, we might need to do some advocacy for government funding. In Nigeria, we have the TED Fund. The idea is, could the TED Fund that funds research have some specialized funding for these centers? It might just be a bulk sum every year, just to ensure that they continue to work. They will have to apply for grants, but at least that would help. So those sort of policies, then policies that would create tax incentives for private sector to work with them. Private sector is never about altruism. It's what's their gain beyond the fact that on a long-term basis, some research may come out that's useful, but many would not. So to encourage private sector to invest more in these centers and create tax incentives, give some recognitions, national recognitions, I think those would help. The universities can aid them in the sense that we might then help by providing some funding in kind staff, the electricity budgets, even if we cannot necessarily give money. Then the policies concerning research management offices, career paths for researchers, and so on need to be strengthened. Most universities do it on their own, and I think at this stage it's that it should be part of the policy of the government that universities must have the ITMO offices, the research management offices to have career paths. We have. But this was done by, about 10, 15 years ago. But that's not the norm in every university. And I think it needs to become something that some of our regulatory bodies need to look at. The second one is also policies that reduce the tax outlays of universities. Some of these can be, for example, in some places, the universities have to pay a certain tax to government. Those could be taken and then poured back into research. It may not just be ACE, but for such research institutions of which the ACE groups might benefit. We also should, I'm looking at government rules now, policies to improve human capacity training. As I said before, the research management officers, the innovation officers, procurements, grant managers, safeguarding officers, these are all new careers in some places, and these have to become part of national policy to ensure that they are paid salaries, and it's not just a project-based thing. Now, as I said, government can't do it alone, so incentivizing the public-private partnerships would help. The other one is, how do we work to help to regionalize? Those cannot just be done by individual universities talking to each other. We need more government policies to streamline the interactions across the region, that incentivize these collaborations. And I think from the university point of view, where we can also help, in terms of these, it's to harmonize our qualifications, to ensure that students and staff can move. Right now, yes, we have ECOWAS, but there's still a lot of barriers to mobility, and I think governments need to come together. This might require the advocacy of vice chancellors, of the AU, the AAU, even World Bank that's put this down. And I think this is where we should have all of us that are working together in this space to push for this to happen. I think a bit of it is already happening, but we mustn't allow it to go back, and to have incentives for this to occur. One of the things that I also believe is these regional collaborations should not just be around the student mobility, but in terms of things like, which I loved today, the SADC, the library resources, because access to information is a problem. I'm not sure I have all the easy access to resources in Ghana, for example. Those are things that I'm really looking forward to how we can get all these done. Certainly, the standardization of accreditation from the regional point of view, as well as Africa-wide, would be great. If we start regionally, that would be superb. And I think these are things that governments can talk about. I think the other thing I would say is that the ACEs have come up, and many of them are doing really great research. They should be involved in government policies. We should promote their recognition. And it will not just be the ACEs. And I think the ACEs themselves, we should encourage them to work with the National Academies of Science and Medicine so that their input will be done. And I think this is where the universities also come in. How do we strengthen those relationships? How do we promote them? And I think those are things we can do as vice chancellors, that what we're doing, the ACE programs we have, can be showcased even to governments. They already know, but if we don't keep pushing this agenda, they're going to forget that the ACEs, a lot has been poured into them. And I think those are some of the things. I'm sure there are other things I might remember, but I certainly believe one other way is those of us that have ACE programs should actually form strategic partnerships. different countries. That would at least start the process. It may not solve it, but then we start to feel that there's a relationship that mustn't go. Right now, the World Bank is holding us all together. When this is over, how do we continue to work together? Because I feel there's a lot of networking that has occurred. And I sat there thinking, I'm going to have to start talking to the Vice Chancellor of this place and that place so that the relationships we've had can then continue. And if the governments, if we can get them to, well, those are later, but at least at the level of the universities, we can form these strategic partnerships and start to talk a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will go to Professor Elaji Bamba. As a former Vice Chancellor, you've had a unique advantage in leading and supporting the achievements of AIDS programs within your institution. My question now is, based on your experience, what are some of the key lessons learned from the AIDS journey to excellence?
Thank you very much. I am an old French speaking, and my English don't permit me to express myself in English. And that I try to speak French. Yes. Alors, je voudrais vous remercier déjà pour ce panel et remercier l'AIA pour m'avoir associé donc, à ce panel. Alors, à Desieux, nous avons eu à gérer 2 centres d'excellence, le CA Impact et le Collège d'ingénierie. Alors, 3 enseignements essentiels nous avons tirés en fait de ces centres d'excellence. Le premier, c'est l'intégration institutionnelle des centres dans une institution, bien sûr, avec une vision claire institutionnelle. Alors, ceci a permis tout simplement d'avoir des centres qui font partie entière de l'Institut de Desieux et qui bénéficient de la tutelle administrative, des ressources de l'Institut aussi, que ce soit matériel ou financier, mais aussi du personnel. Alors, en retour, bien sûr, toutes les bonnes pratiques des centres d'excellence, c'est tout l'Institut qui en bénéficie. Et cet ancrage-là, en fait, nous a permis, par exemple, avec les bonnes pratiques que nous avons avec l'Institut et avec les centres d'excellence, d'aller vers les accréditations, par exemple. Les accréditations, Adélaïde en a parlé tout à l'heure, de tous nos programmes, jusqu'à l'accréditation institutionnelle. Ça, c'est des bonnes pratiques du CA, des CA, qui ont impacté aussi tout l'Institut. Alors, elle a parlé aussi de la barrière linguistique. Avec les centres d'excellence, nous sommes en train de développer l'anglophonie au niveau de l'Institut de Desieux. Aujourd'hui, tous les étudiants sont formés en anglais, de la première année jusqu'à la 5e année d'ingénieur, et ils doivent valider l'anglais de la même manière que les matières scientifiques et techniques. Et en plus, ils doivent passer au minimum le TOEIC pour avoir le diplôme d'ingénieur. Les enseignants aussi sont formés en anglais. Il y a eu 2 immersions des enseignants à Accra. Et l'idée, c'est que les enseignants puissent donner leurs cours indifféremment en anglais ou en français. Et ça a démarré. Donc ça, c'est des bonnes pratiques des CA, par exemple. L'entrepreneuriat, qui était un volet important aussi des CA, que nous avons développé à Desieux. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons des entreprises, des startups qui sont formées, qui sont créées et qui aujourd'hui emploient des personnes. Et dans lesquels, d'ailleurs, certains, Desieux a pris des actions et est en train d'engager des dividendes. Et ça, c'est vraiment c'est important. Ça, c'est le premier enseignement. Alors, ce modèle d'imbrication, en tout cas, mutuel, pour nous, est un facteur de performance, mais aussi de durabilité. Parce qu'en fait, on n'a pas créé une structure dans la structure. On a créé une structure qui vit avec la structure, ce qui fait que le problème de durabilité, nous ne l'avons pas pour le CA. Le deuxième enseignement important que nous avons, c'est le label CA Banque mondiale, qui est un levier d'attractivité aussi pour nous, mais aussi de transformation. Donc avec ce label CA, donc, ça renforce l'image de l'institution et ça a permis d'attirer d'autres partenaires. Aujourd'hui, je peux citer un partenariat avec la Banque mondiale sur un autre aspect. La Banque mondiale a financé le Burkina Faso pour un programme au assainissement et c'est un programme basé sur les résultats, GAR. Et donc, il faut un agent vérificateur indépendant et Deuxier a été choisi pour être l'agent vérificateur indépendant pour ce projet-là. Je peux parler aussi de la coopération LuxDev avec qui nous avons un programme sur 4 volets, sur l'environnement, le soutien des entreprises, des startups à fort impact environnemental, l'observation de la qualité de l'air de Burkina et qui a été financé par la coopération LuxDev. Je peux ajouter aussi le PASET. Deuxier a été identifié comme université hôte pour recevoir des doctorants financés par le PASET dans le cadre du Regional Sustainable Innovation Fund en RRI, et nous avons actuellement 13 doctorants financés par le PASET dans 2 years. Alors nous avons aussi le dernier programme avec la Fondation Mastercard aussi, où nous avons un programme scholarship sur 10 ans avec la Fondation Mastercard, et nous pensons qu'effectivement c'est un des enseignements qui fait qu'en fait le label CA nous a permis aussi d'avoir ces nouveaux partenaires. Alors le troisième enseignement, c'est vraiment, on a compris aussi que l'excellence s'entretient par la redevabilité et le benchmarking. Parce que les CA nous ont imposé un niveau de standard où nous étions obligés d'aller vers la qualité. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, nous avons été certifiés ISO 9001-2015 sur l'ensemble de nos activités, que ce soit la formation, la recherche, l'innovation et l'entrepreneuriat. Et aussi, ce que je voulais ajouter, c'est que aussi, nous avons eu l'accréditation de tous les programmes aujourd'hui de IE, soit par la CMS, même les formations en ligne aujourd'hui sont accréditées par la CMS. Et ça, c'est l'expérience des CA que nous avons poussé à aller accréditer en tout cas toutes nos formations. Donc ça, c'est vraiment important. Mais aussi, en fait, le financement qui est basé sur les résultats. Donc ça nous impose, bien sûr, d'aller de l'avant. Ça consomme beaucoup de ressources, mais aussi, en tout cas, avant le décaissement, il faut des impacts concrets. Et ça nous a poussé aussi d'être performants. Voilà un peu, c'est pour vous dire, les 3 enseignements principaux que nous avons tirés de ce centre d'excellence à 2 yeux. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Don't ask me to translate.
Don't worry, you've brought in the aspect of bilingualism. And so we are all in school right now, so you're fine, don't worry about that. And many of the aspects that you brought in, the other speakers, Adeline mentioned, so that's fine. So I'm going to go to Professor Richard Boama. Your center has earned global recognition as a leader, setting high standards for research excellence and innovation. As the ACE project has ended, what concrete measures have you already implemented to ensure that the impact achieved is not only sustained, but continues to grow over time?
Thank you so much for that fantastic question. And I also want to add my voice in appreciating what the World Bank and ACE have done for the Centers of Excellence. And our Center of Excellence, that's the Regional Water and Environmental Sanitation Center, had our main focus advancing knowledge in water and sanitation. And primarily, the center started as a project. And as at the time, the country was fraught with problems, a lot of challenges in the sanitation, issues that has got to do with inadequate, capacity, and also the infrastructure was not even virtually non-existent. Not to talk about the financial muzzle that was inadequate to even train students and equip them with the requisite knowledge to be able to advance knowledge sustainably within the sector. So when we started, what we decided to do was to initially build capacity of faculty members so that it couldn't be just business as usual. But now we had a lot of series of dialogue with the sector and industry sector players, the key stakeholders that are there, and it brought to the fore their key challenges, their key problems. And what we did was that we actually revamped our curriculum and re-engineered the programs that we used to run at our institution so as to factor in some of these challenges so that the scope of our research, the scope of our teaching, the kind of pedagogy, so that these faculty members will be able to instill and impact positively, so that the products that will come at the end of the day, our students will be able to play meaningful role and a positive impact in the sector. This actually helped. So we also strengthened the partnership with these industrial players and stakeholder actors. So much so that the program became, so that our programs became, it gained, let me say, traction. It was very attractive, and we ended up attracting talented students and faculty members even to join us. And we also ensured that all the programs, just as was rightly pointed out initially, that we had internal and also external accreditation for the programs. And we embarked on massive infrastructure development, getting dedicated buildings, laboratories well equipped, so as to be able to train our students, and also ensured that the students were given opportunities to go through internship training and field training as well. And industrial actors were also given opportunity to give inputs even in our training, and thereby exposing our students to that industrial experiences that they needed. So aside the internships, aside the faculty mobility, faculty were also allowed and encouraged to also go to internship programs as well. Then, because we actually bolstered our relationship with industry, we were also able to fashion out, let me say, sector-relevant, market-driven short courses. And this was all in order to also build capacity for those industries and the key stakeholders as well. And in so doing, it also, it also helped us also to actually diversify our revenue sources, because we, in some areas, actually negotiated with the industries and asked them for, or actually solicited support for our students. Because what we realized, because in Ghana, for instance, with the inception of the free education, free SHS education, the enrollment of students in the SHS has more than quadrupled. So a lot of students are now coming in for the tertiary education. And the spillover is that a lot of them also will want to embark upon graduate education as well. But the problem and the major barrier was that a lot of them didn't have that financial support to be able to go through. So by actually diversifying our revenue sources, we were able to create some scholarships and support for these students to come on board. With respect to how we will be able to sustain these things, we actually want to strengthen our relationship with industry. We also want to bring on board our alumni, because hitherto the alumni caucus was not actually, let me say, brought on board, because the alumni can serve as conduit in various industries and help us also to get some support from these industries. Some of them are at top level positions in their various organizations, and they can help us with advocacy in order to bring in some support for our students. We also created a kind of endowment fund, a sustainability fund, with most of the IGF that we actually generated or created during the period of ACE. We created that sustainability fund, and it was all in a bid to help our students to be able to support themselves and also create some scholarships for them. Another area that we are thinking was, on which actually came up also when we were rolling out these new programs, was the startups. Because we did infuse entrepreneurial skills in our programs. So most of the programs that we rolled out, the students at the end of the day had that kind of ability, that kind of skill to be able to even stand on their own. And that one major setback that maybe we are thinking that government will come to our aid is how to translate these, startups, do you see, into real enterprises. Because some of the industries, more often than not, they want quick fix solutions. And you realize that some of these startups may have to go through a pilot phase before they can actually graduate into for scale up and things like that. So if the government can come in to support so that these startups can be, because, after creating them, we take them through incubation training so as to, but you realize that if you want to scale them up for uptake, you need sponsorship for the pilot phase. So these are areas that we are actually soliciting support for so that these startups can really emerge. And maybe one final point I want to take up, because this collaborations was not only with industry, other sister centers of excellence. We engage them and we try to partner them in order to try to leverage on our synergies so that we can develop something that will be good, something that will be more impactful, something that will initiate key changes in the sector. And we also extended it to even international partners as well. And that is also helping very much to grow our centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So basically, we're talking about the achievements and now sustainability. And I think we've heard everybody on sustainability talk about strengthening partnerships, strengthening relations between sister universities or centers that are running this program, so that at least you have a voice to impress on the government to assist financially. Universities on their own can also give in kind. You've talked about the alumni, we've talked about handling language barriers, and I think we've had a good knowledge sharing from all of you who have run these projects, and I would only say congratulations. And we will have somebody speak virtually.
Yeah, thank you so much.
There was somebody to speak virtually. Namarata, the person is here. Okay, he's here. So he's here. She's here. Yes, she's here. So it's no longer virtually. She can come up, right? Yes. Okay, fine. Okay, so we're going to invite our last. Yes. I'm going to ask Adeline to properly introduce our last presenter.
So we would quickly listen to a very brief presentation from Namrata Tognata, who is a senior education specialist and the task team leader for on the side of the World Bank for the ACE, Africa Centers of Excellence Project for Development. Hello, the technical room, could you kindly put up the slides?
So in the interest of time, though, I can start. Thank you so much for inviting the World Bank to this session, to the AAU, and to all of the panelists, Professor Fulasade, Professor Diao, Prof. Buama, thank you so much, and Professor Theresia for summarizing very concisely and effectively all of the interventions from the speakers today. we were invited and requested to reflect a little bit on after 10 years of the ACE program, what comes next. In April, we had an interaction with all of the ACE's government stakeholders, ministers from several of the ACE countries, who came together to reflect a little bit on how the program has worked, including, of course, our center leaders and vice chancellors, and also if there is going to be a new engagement and where does the program, what direction does the program go in next. So as part of this conference, what we wanted to do, and as part of this session, what we wanted to do is build on sort of these reflections that you are hearing from representatives of some of the exemplar centers really within the ACE program and the universities in which they are housed, and think a bit along with you on the direction that we are taking. So I don't know if the slides are going to come up or not, so I will just continue and let's see where this goes. So what I want to start off with is first giving you a sense of what is the data or information that we have to assess how the program has performed. Adeline began with and showed us a lot of data on results achievement. She talked about sort of how this is a program that is focused on outcomes. Financing is linked to achieving outcomes. So yes, there is a lot of targeting work behind the targeting that is set, a lot of tracking of those targets, a lot of measuring of outputs. And what is really important is because the financing is linked to achieving these results, the verification of these achievements from the World Bank side is always based on a third-party verification. So it's an independent verification that is carried out. It is not that the centers say, hey, you know what, we have enrolled 200 students this semester and take our word for it. So everything is independently verified by a third party selected for this purpose. In addition to sort of this verification of quantitative results, there is a frequent and regular interaction with centers and universities as part of bilateral visits, as part of joint regional visits on how things are working. This is often led by specialists within the sectors in which the centers are focused, across all of the sectors: energy, water, mining, ICT, coastal resilience. So there are thematic experts that join those meetings and advise the centers on the direction they need to take. And there is operational support from the AAU, the World Bank teams, and other facilitators. And in addition then to sort of these gatherings, which are really to give the centers technical and operational direction, there are deliberate opportunities to bring centers together as part of networking, visits, partnership, workshops, where connections are made with universities and centers in other countries. And this presents an opportunity to sort of grow that network beyond the centers that are supported within the project. And UM6P would know this well because 2 years ago, there was a partnership workshop organized here, co-hosted by the UM6P in Marrakesh, and an opportunity to build collaborations with universities in the Maghreb region and beyond. So those are some of the ways that during the project, progress is assessed and measured, and the ACE model, so to say, is iterated and refined upon, and support given to the centers. So what are sort of some of the findings? Now, the findings I don't have to deliberate on too much, because I think in all of the interventions by the speakers today, they have essentially been laid out, and what I will be doing is kind of echoing what these high-performing centers that you see on the stage have said. So the first thing that we see is that there has been a high degree of success in sort of meeting these targets, whether it is on student enrollment, on research publications, on internships that have been secured for students, on building facility and infrastructure. There has been a quite amazing success on achieving those targets and utilizing that financing effectively. The regional collaboration that has been supported has also been very effective. Where are the things that we find that there is more work to do or more support to do? And I think one thing that we realize as the bank, and I'm sure the universities and centers recognize, is that when you have 50 odd centers in a program, not everybody is at the same level of maturity or achievement. And so there are aspects where centers have done well and others need to do better. And it's a continuous sort of growth process and trajectory that one is moving on. So when it comes to, for instance, industry and sector engagement, you've heard from the speakers on how this has been facilitated and how it has worked in their case. There is definitely scope for some centers to do more through that. Professor Folasar talked about sort of the role of government in this, the role of universities in this, the role of ministries in formalizing and enabling sort of this ecosystem for centers to react to. I think from a project perspective, there can also be more capacity building on how does one think about innovation when academics are so tuned to thinking about their research, even if it is applied research? It takes a slight shift in mindset to think about commercialization, to think about technology transfer and all of that, what it entails. So on the industry sector engagement side, we definitely see the need for more tailored support, including working with all of the partners that you have heard the vice chancellors and center leaders talk about. We also see scope for increasing and integrating better centers into the institutional ecosystem. And again, I want to make very clear over here that the centers that you see on the stage, the vice chancellors and universities that you see on the stage, are some of our exemplar performers under the project. So when we think about what is needed going forward, these are the examples that one looks at to say, how has the University of Lagos done it? How has 2IE as a university done it? How has the RWESCK Center done it in Ghana? And what differentiates them from centers and universities that are still on the journey? So this integration into an institutional structure, while recognizing that there are aspects of that institutional structure that need to be strengthened through a project mode, is something that we are thinking about. So what does this mean? So this means that the university perhaps taking a more prominent role in strengthening some of those HR functions, governance practices, financing, research management that Professor Folasar talked about. It also means enabling and putting in units or divisions like we have seen at the University of Ghana, like a technology transfer unit, an innovation hub in the university instead of in the center, that serves not only the center, but the university and other departments at large. So one aspect of sort of the forward-looking approach is going to be focused on how do we enable centers to integrate better into the university, and what are the kinds of supports that universities need in order to play this leadership role, not just for the ACEs, of course, leverage their specialty, but also propagate this model to other departments. So that's another thing that we're thinking about. And there is a recognition. Oh, the slides are up. Can we go to the last slide, please? Because I will end on that. So if you go forward, one before this. Perfect, thank you. So these are the points. If you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, those points, those are the things that we are thinking about for a new phase of engagement in regional higher education. The first two is essentially a recognition that the model that the ACE project has been built on is one of recognizing where there is potential for excellence, a competitive process of opting into the program, and then supporting and encouraging that journey towards that excellence and towards manifesting that potential. So very much the new phase of engagement is going to continue some of that competitive selection, recognizing that there are priority sectors in Africa that need to be continued to focus on. These are very similar, of course, we've heard them in the room since yesterday, so a lot of overlap with what has been done before. And then tailoring the financing that is available, not towards the same things, but in a way that meets the maturity level of the centers and what needs to be done in order to now really achieve the sustainability and impact that is envisioned for the centers. At the university level, if you look at sort of the next 1-2 points, I already talked about the integration within the institution, but it was one of the speakers on the stage who also talked about how does the university become an engine for this collaboration within the country? So almost setting up a national consortium of like-minded universities that adopt similar good practices and that can also have spillover effects to the TVET sector, for example. If the university houses all of this technical knowledge and capability that informs policy, that informs other institutions, that informs skills development within the country, in order to meet sort of even the middle tier needs of the country, that would be something that would be quite powerful and I think worth exploring in a new project. And then finally, since we are here representing sort of a pan-continental collaboration, this is definitely, I think, a vision that we have for the ACE program going forward as well, that how do we more effectively establish a platform that is available and ready and serves a pan-continental collaboration of universities in the African continent. So these are a few things that we are considering for the next iteration of the project, and we are in early stages of consultation, so we will continue to engage with our stakeholders and participating universities, centers, others, development partners, look to see what else is happening in the region to sort of refine this thinking and take it forward. I'll close here. Sorry for taking extra time, but thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that brilliant summary. You have done a good job summarizing everything. And maybe we'll just be fair and ask if anyone has a question. We can take, okay, Prof. Olarinde.
Thank you very much for a very exciting interactive session, and for wrap it up by the World Bank representative also. You made it easier. My mind was bothered by the question, what next for other institutions in Africa that were not beneficiary of the one-decade journey of ACE journey program. So you wrapped it up. I just want to know if a strategic plan, plan for involving more institutions. And this institution, why the emphasis has been all along on strengthening capacity on the ACE institutions, there was little or no discussion on what is there for other institutions that are in the region. Thank you.
Let's have your questions so we can.
My question, Rashid Siraj from UM6P. My question will go just in the opposite direction as my colleague here. Not asking how far can we spread, but if we think backwards, and by the way, as Mrs. Namrata has mentioned, we had the pleasure at UM6P to co-organize 2 years ago in Marrakesh the East Impact, and we had a lot of time to discuss some of these issues. So 10 years, about $700 million, and of course we get a lot of impact, a lot of applications, a lot of trainings, and all that. But of course, I refer to the last slide that you're showing, where we should go. And the key word for me is really what you mentioned about priority setting. Because if we start spreading ourselves too thin, we might not be able to reach those targets in terms of transformation and the access with the industry and all that. It's a matter of scale. So how do we spread and how do we go in depth? We at UM6P, we call it the T-shape. Means, of course, we have to stay horizontal, but we also have to dig deeper in some fields if we want to reach excellence. Thank you. So it's more a comment than a question.
So Namrata, you have 1 minute to address our concern, then we close up the session.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the comment, Prof. Siraj, and thank you so much for the question. I didn't catch your name, ma'am. But I think this is an important consideration for us. I don't know if the intent of your question was, are there going to be many more centers and universities that are financed, or sort of how this expansion happens and sort of, you know, in a more inclusive way, I think your question was. But I think the way that when we conceptualized the ACE program, and of course you heard from Professor Oyewole this morning that Mr. Peter Matero, who's now at the MasterCard Foundation, was a key sort of thinker and conceptualization process. When we conceptualized it, it was very much about identifying these potential institutions that can emerge as lighthouses for the region. And yes, there is, I think, scope and potential for expanding what I would like to call the ACE community, but not necessarily many centers. And that's absolutely fine if universities want to take on the responsibility for doing that, because they must. Why should a Department of Humanities not, you know, be on its journey towards becoming a center of excellence? But I think what I would think about is that, whose role is that? Is that the role of development partners and the larger development community, NGOs, governments, universities, what role do they play? And how can we, through the centers that have been established and through the universities in which they are established, propagate this model? So, so that I think is the approach that we want to take going forward. Definitely, I think building on what Professor Siraj was saying, the specialization that has been developed in these centers and universities over the last 10 years isn't something that one would want to lose. It has been significant investment. There is a lot of power in that specialization. And the question now is that how can they continue to go deeper, yet have an impact that is multifold? And that's sort of the attempt with the new engagement. I don't know if anybody else wants to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Please permit me acknowledge our rapporteur, Mr. Frank Asefo of AAUIT, an IT officer. Thank you so much for acting as a rapporteur. That said, please join me in thanking our panelists. I think the discussions have been very engaging. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Round of applause to all for the speakers and guests for the session. Yes, thank you so much, my liveliest audience. Splendid, splendid. Well done, World Bank, well done, ACE. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it, Prof. Chair. Now I invite Professor Olushola Iwole to take us through a moment of important information sharing.
Thank you very much for your patience. We have just one session to go, and that session is going to be very brief. But before that, I know that many of us are aware that this is the election year for AAU, and I need to give us a briefing. But before I give you that briefing, I know that we have about two or three other sessions that we ought to take this evening, but we cannot take them because of time. So tomorrow morning, before we break out to the sessions, we shall all gather here to take those 2 or 3 pending sessions. 2 pending sessions before we go. But if the technical people are ready, can you please put on display the outlook of the election so far? Are they ready? We've checked with them. Okay. We've received nominations for the election, and based on the bylaws and the constitution of election, this is the outcome. For now, we've not concluded. Yes, continue. Next page. This election is based on the AU Constitution, the AU bylaws, and the rules of procedure for the election that have been laid before now. Next slide. These are the positions. Next slide. Next slide. Those are part of the laid down constitutional provision for the election. Next slide. 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 Don't worry. Next slide. No, let me continue. Okay, I can do it from here. For the presidency, we have two candidates. Professor Kenneth Kanwe Matengu, University of Namibia, and Professor Mohamed Rachi, University Mohammed V of Rabat. Those are the two candidates. We are requesting that after the two sessions tomorrow, these two candidates will address the whole House on their plans for AAU when they become for which they want to become the president of AAU. And I want to note that election is not just taking place here. Election is going to take place in all regions of Africa by all our members who are qualified up to date with their dues to be part of the election. So there are people who are not here who will be voting because it is going to be electronic election. That election process will be opened as soon as they conclude their presentation before the whole House tomorrow. So please, we want to inform all the candidates that they should be ready to speak to us for about 10 minutes tomorrow. Beyond these two, other positions have already been settled through the nominations that have been made. I am pleased to inform us that AAU needs 3 vice presidents from 3 out of the 5 regions. And the following people have already been elected to become vice president of AAU. Vice president from West Africa is going to be Professor Wahab Olashukbo Egbewole. We shall be presenting these people before you on Friday. The vice president for North Africa, things are changing. It used to be in Egypt, but now it's in Morocco. The vice president for North Africa is going to be Professor Mohamed Labi Kebeb, Ibn Tufa University, Morocco. Are you not happy with that? And the vice president for Eastern Africa is going to be Professor Isaiah Wakidiki, KCA University, Kenya. Now, we need 2 full members from each region and 2 alternate members. For West Africa, 2 full members have already been appointed to the next board. These are Professor Johnson Nyako Boapong, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, and Professor Elizabeth Olanide, Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti. For West Africa, we need 2 alternative members. The 2 alternative members, based on requirements that is on ground, which we've accepted, are Professor Makita, International Open University, the Gambia, and Reverend Professor Samuel Hobart Doko of All Nation University. That's for West Africa. For East Africa, am I correct? Yes. We have Professor William Ade Lazaro Anagsije, University of Dar es Salaam. And then Professor El Hadid Adam Mob Ibrahim Al, University from Sudan. The alternate members for Eastern Africa will be decided by the next board of AAU. Southern Africa, we have 2 members already, Professor Sunungura Dominica Shingarange, Women's University in Africa from Zimbabwe, and Professor Engineer Quentin Shamonowa from Harare Institute of Technology, Zimbabwe, already elected. The board will decide on the next alternate members from Southern Africa. Now, we have for North Africa, we need 2 people, but we have 2 candidates. We have 3 candidates. Are you getting me? But the regulation states that anybody who would be a member of the board must be present at the conference where that election takes place. And today, out of the 3 of them, only 2 people are present at this conference. And automatically, Mr. Kahu El Habti, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, is already. What? What? Ishak? Can you? Okay, we shall correct it, please. The president of University Mohammed VI Polytechnic is one, and the other one is Professor Isham Abdisalam from Egypt. I think we missed the 2 of them. We missed the 2. The other one is from Egypt, while the Professor Isham is from Morocco. But to say that somebody from Morocco, another person from Egypt. So far, except for the position of the vice president, all the other positions had been filled. They will be introduced or sworn in by Friday, but tomorrow will be open to hear the 2 candidates for presidency. Thank you very much for your understanding and for your support in getting this done. We have just 1 session, then we close for today. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I can sense the joy and conversations in the room, but I believe that we're all in one spirit are willing to have the program proceed. We have one last session for the day, and I believe that we're doing it with all of us. Let's kindly confirm. The second session, or the last session for the day,
The person is not
there is
online.
an omission.
Nobody is online.
I've not shown the result for Central Africa. Please, tomorrow morning, I will present it to you.
You have it on the screen for Central Africa.
Oh, I think they are showing it now. All right. This is the outlook for Central Africa, where there's a challenge. The challenge is that the person from the University of Kinshasa is not here. So, that's the outlook. Probably the 2 Cameroonians will be the one to be there. Thank you very much.
And as we proceed, I would want to call upon Professor Wisdom Tete, President and Vice Chancellor of the Carleton University, Canada, if you're here. The topic is Building Sustainable Higher Education Data Management Systems for Informed Decision-Making. Put your hands together for Professor Wisdom Tete as he makes his way up here. May I ask that the room be silent for the session, please? Thank you very much.
I do.
Good afternoon, folks. hopefully we'll wrap up in the next half hour so folks can get on with the rest of the day. So I've got a couple of presenters that I'm going to call to come to the stage. The first is Dr. Trying to read my thing here. The first on the list is Professor Idris Al-Rai, the Deputy Executive Secretary of IUCA. If you're here, sir, please come forward. And the second presenter is Dr. Daniel Omano, Education Sub-Saharan Africa. So please, let's get started. So whilst my colleagues are coming onto the stage, I just want to set the context for the conversation this afternoon. As you've heard over the course of the last couple of days, data is an important part of what is necessary to enable informed decision to be made within our sector, not just within individual universities, but across the sector. And it raised a number of questions that I think are worth considering, and I hope that our panelists will touch on based on a specific piece of work that was done with regard to African faculty in the East African region. But I think there are larger questions about data that we need to explore. And the first is about the capacity to generate relevant data and whether our institutions do have the infrastructure in place to enable us to do that. But there are also questions about, if the capacity does exist, what are some of the issues with regard to the quality of the data that is generated? And is the integrity of that data such as would enable us to do the kinds of things that we're hoping to do with the data that is generated? And so that also then raises questions about the quality of the data, the comparability of the data, particularly when you're looking at institutions across the sector. And so if we're collaborating, are we measuring the same things? Are we saying the same things when we talk about student-staff ratio, for example? There are also questions about the governance of the data. Who owns the data? Who has access to the data? And those also raise other questions about who within particular institutions can access different kinds of data, how confident are partners when you're sharing data that the data will be protected in a way that reflects the particular regulations in every country. Because there are rules around privacy, there are rules about who has access to data, and particularly in the current context where people are storing data in the cloud, what are some of the regulations that inform these kinds of things? And of course, the risk with cybersecurity is one that is very much alive, that we're all dealing with. To what extent do we address those questions? And these are all important because, as we just heard in the last panel, when you're trying to reach out to partners and make the case that what you're doing is in fact meaningful and impactful, what kind of data are you going to put forward, and would you be able to present credible data that can inform your advocacy and other kinds of things that you use data for? And finally, I think the question about whether or not the data has the ability to be comparable across time. So you measure something today, you're looking at that tomorrow. To what extent do you make sure that what you're comparing across time is in fact meaningful in the way that you mean? So I'm hoping that whilst data tends to get people all kind of, oh my goodness, do I want to sit this? There are a lot of interesting questions that are raised by this engagement with data that I hope will keep you all excited and that you'd have questions for the panelists when we get there. So with that, I'm going to turn over the floor to our first speaker. Please introduce yourself and go ahead. I'm going to keep everybody to 10 minutes maximum. So you hear me telling you to stop. I'll give you a 1-minute warning, just to be fair. But I'm not being rude when I tell you to wrap up, okay?
Thank you very
All
much.
good?
So, thank you very much, Chair, for the introduction as well as for introducing the topic. Unfortunately, I'll be the only one presenting. Mr. Daniel Omonyo is a project manager, and he'll be there in case there are any questions. He'll be there defending me. He's the expert in the area. I don't know about you. I feel sleepy. Is anyone sleeping, feeling sleepy? Yes, there are those who feel sleepy. This is one. So at least a couple of people feel like the same way I do. It's late, so we're going to do this very quickly. And perhaps another question, any one of you the first time to be in Morocco? First time to be in Morocco? Yes, I love this place. I don't know about you. Do you love this place as well? It's a beautiful country. And I think Moroccans, you have to be proud of your country. This is one of the many countries I've been through, but I think it's a beautiful country, yeah. And it's beautiful people too. I mean, I've been to the center. I mean, it's like, I feel like home. I'm from Zanzibar, and everything demonstrates narrow streets and everything, so I love the place. Anyone not from East Africa? Raise your hand, please. Not from East Africa. Okay, those who know Inter-University Council for East Africa, please put your hands down. So a few people don't know about the Inter-University Council for East Africa. So my name is Idris Rai. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Now, before I continue with the presentation about data, I thought I should briefly explain about the Inter-University Council for East Africa, for those who don't know. Yes, the Inter-University Council for East Africa is an institution of East African community. It's a regional economic bloc in the East African region, which is mandated to advise the partner states on all higher education matters. So in a way, its role is to foster regional integration through higher education. The objective of East African community is to ultimately have a political regional integration. So the Inter-University Council of East African institution established to make that happen through the higher education. Unlike many higher education organizations, we are very unique in the sense that we are intergovernmental as well as member-based institution. And where we are a bit lucky, when members don't pay very well, there are governments who support. And sometimes when governments, some of them don't pay, there are members who support. We are a bit lucky, unlike many other university organizations in the world. So to advise partner states on all matters of higher education, we have our operational framework, and that is based on 5 pillars that include policy and advocacy. So we develop policies, guidelines, framework, regulations on matters of higher education. And we do implement regional international mobility programs and projects. We do build capacity. And the last one is to engage in projects and programs, but I left the 4th one, which is convening networks and communities. We do organize similar forums, similar conferences for members, but also for international partners as well as to attend. And what you see as a picture is a meeting, is our annual general conference and meeting next week that is going to be in Kinshasa. I know it's a very short notice, but you are all welcome. I know some members here were going to be there together. And we had to postpone this. It was going to coincide with this big conference here, but we had to postpone this so that we can come and contribute and witness this great conference here. So this is one of the things we do as well. The East African community has been declared by the partner states president, the summit, as a common higher education area. For those who don't know about common higher education area, it's a group of countries close to each other which decide to harmonize their education systems. Now, in harmonizing education systems, you require common quality standards. You do require mutual recognition of qualification. That is, you have harmonized qualification framework in order to enable and to make it easy for mobility of students and staff, but also for movement of skilled labor, ultimately for regional integration. So there are a number of higher education areas in the world. The most common one, very closely related to the East African community one, is European higher education area, with ultimate goal of regional integration. But there are others. There is one in South Asia, I think it's called CEMEA or KIMEA. There's another one in the Western, in the Southern America, I think it's called the Andean Region Higher Education Area. So with the declaration of Common Higher Education Area in the region, we have additional mandate of oversee the operationalization of Common Higher Education Area. And this is the map of East African community with 8 partner states. So with that, I think I've introduced very well the region as well as the Inter-University Council for East Africa. So what brought us here today is a project, I think introduced by the chair, that is called Demographics of African Faculty, particularly for East African community. Our partners implementing this project, including ESSA, which is Education Sub-Saharan Africa, based in Ghana, where Daniel is from, Association of African University, as well as PRB, which is Population Reference Bureau, based in New York. This project started as DAF, which is just Demography of Academic Faculty, based in Ghana. And initially it was funded by yes, not by Carnegie Mellon, I think it was by MasterCard, yes. And now, after MasterCard funded it, due to the structure of community, East African community, particularly the existence of East African Inter-University Council for East Africa, this project was brought to East African community because we are responsible for higher education in that particular region. And we started in 2021 to 2023 what we call East Africa Community Phase 1. This is DAF Phase 1. And then in 2023, 2025, we have what we call DAF ESC Phase 2. Now today here we are about to talk largely about Phase 2 of this project. But before we go to Phase 2, the chair here said, and I think we've seen it in many other presenters, that higher education data matters. I think for many reasons, time is too short, but I think this is obvious. But in East African community, higher education is important because it well aligns with the ESC Vision 2050. But also higher education data is extremely important for national and institutional levels for various reasons, like policy and planning decisions, enabling transparency and accountability, and for other reasons. Just today, a friend of mine shared me a news, just now I'm sitting here, which says 10 universities in Kenya on hotspot for providing wrong data to the Ministry of Health for the funded internship of students. So that is data. You provide wrong data, inconsistent data. If there are policies, you commit some suicide, some crimes. If not, you get through. But it's important that you have data for transparency, accountability, supporting quality assurance, institutional improvement, as well as resilient and responsive higher education systems. So I talked about DAF ESC Phase 1. It was mainly focusing on estimating the current and future faculty demand in East African community. But also it aimed at documenting data availability within higher education institutions, as well as documenting the gaps. So we have a report that is available online. It's demographics for African faculty in the East African community. It's available. And the table there is just an example of the data that we collected, and that is relevant for United Republic of Tanzania. If you can see it, in the last 2 columns, we have baseline, what we call additional faculty needed on student-teacher ratios as per the norms. 2021, for example, for discipline 1, discipline could be any discipline, could be engineering, medicine, social science, whatever. For discipline 1, we required by 2021 3,671 additional faculties that we did not have. If the situation continues the same, by 2030, we're going to require 11,362 academic staff for universities in there. You can see how informative data can be. We were lucky to get the data from Tanzania because the data is centralized, collected by Tanzania Commission for Universities. But there were a lot of challenges at the institutions in many other countries, which we were not able to collect appropriate data. Now, the documented challenges include fragmented data systems across higher education institutions, inconsistent classification and indicators, limited capacity for data governance and infrastructure, inadequate data quality assurance and security mechanisms, weak institutional data practices, varying data governance model, lack of comprehensive regional data architecture, and capacity constraints across higher education institutions and ministries of education. So what we realized is we wanted to collect data from the institutions, but actually there are problems, underlying problems within the institution themselves that inhibit obtaining the correct data. So the next phase of the project changed a little bit. Instead of going and collecting data that is not there, largely, now we had 4 objectives on the second phase. But the main one is to build a culture and advocating for effective data management in higher education institutions. The culture is important, that everybody should have a mind that thinks about the importance of data. We just don't lose data. We have it, we use it, we collect it, we store it, we share it. And another one is to develop harmonized regional higher education data management guidelines. Because of where we are overseeing all higher education institutions in the region. We can provide harmonized guidelines for the regional usage, and they could be used, adapted within the partner states in the East African community. And the other objective was to institutionalize data management systems to support evidence-based decisions, and finally, to build capacity of the institutions. So this is the approach of what we're doing. The project started, we are finishing the project in November. We started with benchmarking. We visited South Africa. They have a robust higher education management system. We learned from the ministry side, from the institutional side, private as well as public. They have very robust system there, but incentivized with funding mechanisms as well as laws. And the other one, what we did is to conduct a baseline study whereby we sent surveys to our member institutions. The report is available. As you can see the title there online. If you just search for baseline report on data collection and management practices in higher education institution in East Africa, you can get that report and see where we are within our higher education institution. The table there shows various sources of data in higher education institutions and the percentage of institutions that use that source as a source of data. I won't go into detail. And the other thing that we do is a regional and continental consultations on data management. For example, we do call for workshops in the region, webinars, continental. We've established with AAU a data working group that is looking at data particularly. We engage experts and certainly going to do capacity building finally. So we started developing and in the process of finalizing the harmonized regional guidelines for data management. And the coverage of these guidelines, not only at the institutional level, but it touches at the regional, where we stand as IUCEA, national, these are ministries and the commissions and councils for higher education, as well as institutions that are higher education institutions. Its objective is to establish standard collection methods and data governance at large. And the key components of these guidelines include data classification and standardization, collection tools and quality assurance, privacy and security standards, technical infrastructure, sharing, dissemination, and research data management, data dictionary that is defining indicators, and so on and so forth. The picture you see was a consultative meeting we had last week, just last week in Nairobi. So we are likely to have these guidelines approved in our executive committee in July, next week. And once approved, we send it to ESC governing instruments or organs. The East African Community, these are Council of Ministers, Minister of Foreign Affairs have to approve it. Once they approve, partner states now, they take it and adapt it as per the Treaty of East African Community Establishment. So there are organs that enable implementation of the tools, the policies and regulation that we develop at the East African Community region. How do we make it happen? Yeah, implementation, there should be alignment. The guidelines should be alignment with national systems, should be aligned with institutional policy frameworks. There should be ICT infrastructure and interoperability, and there should be monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. Policy advocacy should continue. It won't end with the guidelines only. So we'll continue engaging with ministries and regulatory bodies on importance of data management in higher education institutions. There needs to be an alignment with higher education strategies and regional frameworks, and there should be a promotion of adoption for data governance policies, and innovation in data systems as well as capacity building are important to ensure that the guidelines we're developing and the activity, the initiative that we are engaging on bear some fruits within the region. But one thing I wanted to mention on capacity building is development of communities of practice and peer learning. What we do at the Inter-University Council also is to build networks of practice, common communities of practice. We have a network on quality assurance. We have a network on research and regional integration. That's finished, yeah. And other networks. So we're going to establish a network of experts in data management from the institutions who will be meeting on a yearly basis for capacity building, but also for sharing experiences on data management within the institutions. And these are the expected outcomes. They are obvious: national awareness and enforcement on data management guidelines, a shift from ad hoc to structured data systems, adaptation of regional standards and strengthened institutional capacities, and the culture of data-informed decision-making in higher education institutions. And with that, I would like to thank you very much. Shukran, merci, and asanteni sana. Thank you. That is our new headquarters to be launched somewhere in September. You are welcome. Rashid, will you come to visit us? Welcome again. We'll welcome you in a new building when you come. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you for that overview. I know this is a very loaded topic, and so sorry if I made you go faster than you wanted to, but I think we just want to open it up for folks to. Is the mic not working? Yeah. So we're going to open it up for any questions or comments folks might have for the team up here. Brock, SG, please go ahead. Can we get a mic down here, please?
It's more of a comment to note that one of the problems in Africa today is that our policymakers take decisions without data. And for us in higher education, it behoves on us to ensure that we have data. And I want to assure IUCA that AU is available to continue to collaborate with you, not just on this project, but in other initiatives involving data. And beyond this one we are talking about now, connected with ASA, we are also involved in a data collaboration work with IUCA on the Aquateri project. We will continue to work with you, and we'll see what we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I know folks just want to move on, but I don't want to miss anyone. Okay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Abdullahi Rubadu, NUC Nigeria. I really feel that East Africa, you are lucky in a way, because when I looked at those 8 countries, and I see that you have a commonality. Some of the countries have English and French as official languages. So there is nothing like language barrier. Unlike in West Africa, where like Nigeria, bordered by 4 countries, all French speaking. So I remember when I was in AWAU, Association of West African Universities, as the Secretary General, to come to a consensus, to understand ourselves at meetings even was a big problem. My question is, now that one of your objectives is for regional integration across these universities in these countries, in these 8 countries, do you have bodies like Association of Vice Chancellors of these universities or registrars, etc.? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. In addition to coming to languages, in addition to French and English, which still creates a little barrier there, considering other countries are more Francophonie than others, and others more Anglophonie than, like in Tanzania, you rarely find someone speaking French. We have a common language, a third language, which is Swahili. Now you can find people speaking Swahili almost in all East African countries. This is a unifying language. Even in DRC, there are people who speak very fluent Swahili. I mean, not only Tanzania and Kenya and Uganda, but also other countries as well. So I think that is a more unifying language, and there are already efforts to recognize these 3 languages, already approved by the summit, that these 3 languages are formal or official languages within East African community. By the way, Swahili is also an African Union language as well. And I think efforts are there to make it United Nations language. Now, coming to the associations, yes, we do, but these are at the national level. So in each country, we have associations of vice chancellors, fora, called vice chancellor fora, association of private universities, associations of public universities, and association of vice chancellors for the whole country as well. But we don't have it at regional level. I think we can as well call perhaps the annual general meeting of IUSER, where members are vice chancellors from member institutions, is like an association of vice chancellors in the whole region. We could say so. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. So in the absence of any further interventions, we're going to call this to a close. But I think that this leaves us with some really important, takeaways. It's not just turning the numbers. I think you go to fundamental questions about what is the purpose of those numbers, and to what extent do those numbers lead to decision outcomes that are efficacious, right? But there's also the regulatory environment that I think you touched on, and whether or not we have in place the robust infrastructure to make sure that data that is produced has the integrity, has the quality, and has the ability to traverse territory in ways that are helpful. And questions about whether or not we're willing to share. And I think that a lot of institutions tend to protect their data when, in fact, the openness to data, and you talked about accountability, not just with our partners, but also with the internal public. But it goes to questions around the credibility of the decisions that you make. So I think it behooves all of us to be much more open and embracing of sharing and producing data that is robust enough to withstand the decisions that flow from them. So I hope we've left you with some food for thought. And, sorry that we've kept you longer than you probably anticipated, but hopefully this was something that was nourishing of your minds and allow you to go make some impact wherever you are. So to my panelists, thank you so much for the opportunity to hear what you've done and the work that you continue to do. And we wish you all the very best as you try to make the kind of impact that has a regional reach to it. Thanks, everyone, and have a good evening.
Distinguished guests, I think we can do a hand of applause for them. Yes. The idea earlier was to have done a wrap But we realized there was one more thing that we couldn't have taken from you, a very important one that you all should give some little time to hear. So at this very moment, as we have the stakeholders, the chair and the presenter take a picture, and you've been seated for a while after the snack break, we wanted to just have a breather. So I want to call on the tech team. Tech team, is there any video, any trivia you want to show us? Whilst we get ready for the very last session of the day. Yes, the very last. Very important, right? Very, very important. This one is what we call the Bogota Dialogue. The Bogota Dialogue. And this will be chaired by Dr. Johanna Gerib, UNESCO Chair, holder, University of Manuba, and Vice President, International Association of Universities. The presenters, Dr. Nicholas Patrici of Obriel. So we'll just take a breather, a short video as we prep the place for the next presenter.
Okay.
Please sit down. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are not tired yet. Don't worry, we'll soon be leaving right now. This is the last one, and I can assure you that it will be very brief. All right? It's going to be very brief. My name is Abiodun Adebayo, a member of the board of AAU, the outgoing, and I'm the former Vice Chancellor of Covenant University. And it's my pleasure to chair this session, standing in for the earlier person who was mentioned. But we all know that partnership is key to any association and to any group. Without partnership, there is really nothing we really can do. This partnership involves sharing resources, knowledge, and expertise to enhance research, education, and other initiatives. They are established for various purposes, and one of such is maximizing research impact, streamlining administrative processes, and promoting open access to knowledge. There is an African adage that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This is one of the reasons, among others, why AAU exists, so we can all come together and foster constructive partnership. Every meaningful partnership begins with constructive dialogue. The Bogota Dialogue is an inspiring framework for promoting constructive debate, inclusive cooperation, and shared learning in the face of today's challenges. The presentation will center on the third interregional dialogue on education and development between Latin America, Caribbean, Africa, and Europe. I have the honor today to have Dr. Nicholas Patrici, who is currently serving as the Director of Strategy and Development within the OBIL organization. And he oversees political functions and guiding organizations and strategies, growth, and policy development. And he works on coordinating internal team. And just yesterday also, we saw the inspiring presentation from Chidozie Emmanuel Okonkwo of the African Union. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor to invite Dr. Patrici to make his presentation. Dr. Patrici. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Now it works. Thank you very, very much for the introduction and for the space. I promise we are going to be very brief. We are not going to retain you more than 20 minutes, 15, if we can do it with my friend Emmanuel. The idea of this session is very concrete and actually is a good incentive for you to stay because it's an invitation to Bogota, Colombia. So it's always nice to go to Bogota, Colombia, to attend what we call the third interregional dialogue on education and development. The interregional dialogue of education on education and development is a joint initiative between OBREAL, the African Association of Universities, the African Union Commission, and the CELAC. The CELAC is the organization that puts all the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean together. What matters the most to me in order to save the time, is not to tell you, I'm going to skip the PowerPoint presentation. You can get it, you send an email and you get it, you will see. But what matters to me are two things. The first one is to invite you all to join us in Bogota. All the details are on the obreal.org website. But to invite you there, to invite you to attend, to invite you to come to Bogota is far away, but it is worth the logic. But what really matters to me is to have the chance in 10 minutes or 5 minutes to explain you, together with my friend and colleague Emmanuel, or Chidozie Emmanuel, from the African Union Commission, why we are doing this and why we are putting effort and time and a lot of resources trying to bring Africa, Latin America, and Europe together. I will put an example. If you want to fly from here to Bogota, the easiest way to do it is to go to Amsterdam and from Amsterdam to Bogota. But if you draw a direct line between the African coast and the Latin American coast, you will see that the distance is much shorter. Africa and Latin America share a lot of things. There is a lot of shared history, a lot of common history. A common history that has been mainly neglected from the Latin American side. But it is not only about sharing a common past in which connections between Africa and Latin America were much stronger. There was much more trade, not a good trade, but there were commercial routes established that were cancelled. Somehow these two continents has been divided, separated, put it in different boxes. But we share natural resources, we share similar challenges, we share opportunities of growth, we share quite a lot of things, and we share a lot of capacities. And if you are able to combine these two regions together, you will see that we also share quite a lot of population, quite a lot of young people. Africa has been or has become also a priority for some Latin American countries. So back in 2022, in a conversation we had with the former commissioner and with Emmanuel and with Olusula, we started to see how little Latin American universities knew about the African higher education system. And we also discovered how little the African university system knew about Latin America and how many opportunities were there. Opportunities based on interest, but also and mainly in a common and shared history that has to be recovered. So we decided to launch at the time in 2023 with the support of the African Union Commission and at the time the Argentinian government, the first dialogue that happened in Buenos Aires, Argentina in March 2023. It was the first time that the African Union Commissioner visited Latin America. It was the first time that the Secretary General of the AAU visited Latin America, but it was not only that. Sarua was there, IUCA was there, CAMES was there, and many others. But also many African governments went there. Last year, we repeated the exercise hosted by the AUC, the African Union Commission, in Addis Ababa, with more than 350 participants from Africa and from Latin America. And this year, we are doing this exercise in Bogota, and supported by the government of the Republic of Colombia and the African Union Commission. And the main idea is to start thinking in a process where if we share challenges, we can build up common solutions. And you build up common solutions by starting by knowing each other, by recognizing what it is needed here and there. I represent an European organization, so someone might ask why an European organization is trying to put together Africa and Latin America. Because we also believe that Europe is also a region that can share and learn from both Africa and Latin America. So it's not about setting another global dialogue. It's to set and to look for an interregional dialogue that shows and takes into consideration the specificities of each region, the needs of each region, the potential, the multiplicity of languages of each region, try to put them together and try to put people to work on building up common solutions for the development at the policy level and at the university level. So this, the new edition will happen in Bogota. I repeat this, all the information is on the website. I invite you all again to come and join us. You can look for me, for Emmanuel, you can go to our booth for more explanations. But I would like also to give the chance to Emmanuel to explain why, from the perspective of the African Union Commission, this is an important, relevant policy initiative, and also to give the African Union Commission the possibility to invite you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nico. I think you've pretty much covered all of the fundamental objective of the interregional dialogue. I think I'm just here to serve as your bodyguard then, more or less, because you've rightly touched on all fundamental points. But to say that for us at the African Union Commission, I think this is one initiative that we are very proud of for obvious reasons. Many of our countries across the spectrum, be it in Africa or in Latin America and the Caribbean, share fundamentally historical connections, but also socioeconomic issues are more or less the same. So as you said, common solutions for shared challenges was the necessity behind why we initiated the policy dialogue ab initio. It has also metamorphosed into some concrete actions that is associated with the first two policy dialogue. We saw the collaboration from the colleagues in the Latin America region, between the colleagues in the Latin America region and our institutions in Africa. We saw the collaboration specifically with the Pan-African University and the colleagues from the university in Buenos Aires across board on specific areas, content-related, development of MOOC courses and the likes. But also, I think the AAU, through that initiative also, I think, developed, if I'm not mistaken, an office in South America, right, drawing closer to the community in South America. But those are more or less the beauty of policy dialogues such as this one. It helps us appreciate the uniqueness of our various continents, and also points to the fact that we are actually much more closer than we would like to admit, right? We saw colleagues from the Caribbean who more or less spoke like us in Buenos Aires. They understood the challenges we face in Africa. And it also helps to position us as the, if you may, what the West usually categorizes as third world, to begin to rethink how we address some of these challenges that plagues our societies. The next edition in Bogota promises to be very exciting. The thematic areas are such that are quite captivating. We'll be addressing issues like youth unemployment, women in sciences. We'll be addressing issues around STEM, if I'm not mistaken, and a number of contemporary issues that plagues our society today. And this is, of course, an open invitation to colleagues to join us in Bogota in November as we chart a path forward for the continent. I see Professor Olushola is also joining. But to also mention that this is an initiative that the African Union Commission, the former commissioner, Professor Mohamed Bellosin, still holds dearly, in the sense that when the program started in 2022 in Buenos Aires, okay. When the program started in Buenos Aires, he was able to assure of the AU's continuous commitment. That is, Obrel Global, AAU, and all other partners within this policy space can be rest assured of this continuous African Union support to the interregional dialogue. Thank you.
I want to throw an open invitation to all vice chancellors that we want you to be in Bogota. This is going to be a very important meeting. Last year, we had the second interregional conversation at Addis Ababa. The Minister of Education, Science, and Innovation from Bogota was there to invite all of us. Please, after this session, through Nico, we are going to circulate invitation to this Bogota meeting to all the vice chancellors. Please, we need you to be part of that delegation. The Latin Americans are willing to collaborate with universities in Africa. And I want to thank Nico for all you've been doing for this. Thank you very much. So after this meeting, let's get a special invitation letter to all our vice chancellors. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That's the Secretary General. And please, a round of applause for this
persons who have just made presentation. And as somebody's asking a question here, maybe we just take from the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos,
Yes,
Professor
I
Ogunshola.
thank you very much. This is something I'm particularly interested in, but you didn't give us the dates. We need to block those dates now.
Now, yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that. The dates are from the 3rd to the 7th of November. This November, November 2025. From the 3rd to the 7th November 2025. All the information, I repeat, is available at obreal, obreal.org. The booth is outside. You can come by tomorrow and we'll give you all the information. 3rd, 7th November 2025 in Bogota, Colombia.
Thank you so very much, Nick. And I'm sure through the AAU platform, the information will also be circulated to all higher institutions.
Yes, Chair. I just had the last speaker said you introduced her as the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. That's my alma mater. I mean, as an Akokite, this is a special invitation to you, Madam VC.
Wow. I hope other Vice Chancellors are not jealous.
This is the final session today, but please, I want to express an apology. I was not here at the first session after the lunch. I learned that panel was not recognized at the end of that session. I want to apologize. Tomorrow, we will call them or their representative to appreciate them, and we are very sorry for that. So, no, you have So we come here first before we break down tomorrow to take the last, so we can end today, please.
Distinguished guests, at this moment, there's nothing less to say. We all have to say is thank you very much for your patience and your composure, and may you have a restful evening. Enjoy your night. See you tomorrow, God willing. Have a nice day. Tomorrow, same time, 8:30 a.m. And also, there's a snack set up at the lobby area outside. Please do want to pass through and grab something just for the way. It's very important. Grab something. Yeah. Grab some snacks. Shake some hands. If you want to join us at the Olympic Stadium, Ghana versus Morocco, we'd like to meet you over there as well. We have some tickets circulating, free tickets.